Madison Square Garden is located in Midtown Manhattan, New York City, New York, USA. Its location is advantageous to visitors taking a train to New York see Madison Square Garden as their first site. It is the premier sacred site of NBA basketball, hailed as the Mecca of basketball. Countless basketball stars dream of leaving their mark here. On December 16, 2006, a Madison Square Garden was packed to capacity. At that moment, Lee Yin was sitting blankly at the very end of the bench. He spent some time finally coming to terms with the fact that he had transmigrated. The 2019 FIBA Basketball World Cup, hosted in China. During the Chinese team's match against Poland, due to Zhou Qi's elementary mistake, Li Yin, who was cheering desperately for the national team in the stands, flew into a rage. Li Yin angrily shouted, "Stupid fool. Even I wouldn't lose if I played. Arnhem. Refund." Then he felt his vision go black and heard a ding. Feeling the host's strong desire, the basketball god system activates. When light returned to Li Yan's eyes, a sharp pain pierced his brain as countless memories flooded in. He had actually transmigrated. Li Yin had arrived in the parallel world of 2006 of becoming a substitute for the Denver Nuggets. This world's Li Yin stands 204 centimeters tall, weighs 100 kilograms, and has a wingspan of 218 centimeters. Li Yan's athletic ability was mediocre and he had little ball handling skill, but he excelled in physical stature, active defense, and had a decent spot-up shooting ability. This was why he was drafted by the Nuggets in the second round. As a substitute, Li Yin was always the waterboy role in the team. He could only play during garbage time, averaging 1.8 points, 4 assists, 2 rebounds, and 0.6 steals. This season, the Nuggets had a record of 13 wins and 9 losses, a playoff fringe team in the Wild West. Fuck, even bragging can cause transmigration. Li Yin was very helpless. Fuck. Suddenly, a curse came from the court. It turned out that during a fast break, Nuggets J.R. Smith was driving for a layup when Knicks guard Marty Collins wrapped his arms around Smith's neck and slammed him to the ground. This ignited the fury of the Nuggets players. After rising, J.R. Smith tangled with Collins, and other players soon joined the brawl, causing chaos on the court. After the referees and staff intervened forcefully, the situation was finally stabilized. Following the brawl, all 10 players involved in the game were ejected. With the starters ejected, it was a great opportunity for bench players to showcase themselves. But Li Yin was panicked. He had only transmigrated 5 minutes ago. Although Li Yin was a dominant player on the neighborhood courts before transmigration, this was the NBA. What he feared most happened. George Karl, after scolding the players for their brainless actions, shouted towards Li Yin, "Li, get ready to play." Fuck. Li Yin was panicked. He had no idea how he would perform. George Karl gave the players instructions, but Li Yin didn't listen to any of it. Because a ding sounded again in his mind. Overjoyed, Li Yin knew the transmigrator's benefit had arrived. Detecting host about to play now, automatically loading template. Magic Johnson. "Hey, no, I'm not a point guard." Li Yin yelled in his mind, "Can't you switch to a Jordan or Bird template?" But the system ignored him and continued. Template loaded. Dribbling 55.92, passing 62.98, skills acquired 1. Passing master. 2. Ball handling master. Li Yin instantly felt at ease. He didn't have time to check other attributes, but with both dribbling and passing above 90, well, at least he wouldn't make mistakes. Li Yin stepped onto the court full of confidence, but the coach had little faith in him. George Karl patted Li Yin and said, "Li, don't hog the ball, reduce turnovers." In George Karl's view, Li Yin's dribbling was terrible and his offensive decisions were problematic. If not for his hard defense and good attitude, he wouldn't even get garbage time minutes. Li Yin nodded. There were 10 minutes left in the game, a playing time Li Yin never dared to hope for before. The score was 7,972, Nuggets leading by 7. The Knicks were the bottom team in the East, and the Nuggets had to win this game. With both sides starters ejected, there wasn't much gap between the bench players. Nuggets possession. Anthony Carter dribbled up the court. Little potato Nate Robinson charged at him. Anthony Carter shielded the ball tightly, but Nate Robinson's pressure was fierce. Over here. A call saved Anthony Carter. But the moment he passed the ball, he regretted it. Fuck, why is it Li? He actually dared to ask for the ball at this position. Yes, Li Yin's ball handling was so bad that he had even dribbled off his own foot without any pressure. Offensively, Li Yin usually just stayed in a fixed spot or set screens for teammates. He never proactively asked for the ball like this. Li Yin received the pass, dribbled once, felt a previously unknown ease, and scanned the court. Countless passing lanes appeared in his mind. Holy shit. Is this Magic Johnson's dribbling and vision? Li Yin's confidence soared. He felt he had become one with the ball. Facing Malik Rose's pressure, Li Yin executed a smooth behind-the-back dribble, elegantly creating space. Then he pushed the ball forward with his right hand, and it flew quickly to the inside. Under the basket, Nene was astonished to see the ball pierce through the Knicks' defense and fly accurately into his hands. Nene turned and easily dunked. 8,172. What's going on? Barkley on the commentary was stunned. How did that pass get through? Smith shook his head. I didn't see it either. After the slow-motion replay, they realized the pass was incredibly brilliant. The pass had sliced through the entire Knicks defense with 3 Knicks players along its path. A slightest deviation would have prevented the ball from reaching Nene under the basket. Yet the pass was so perfectly timed that when Nene caught and dunked, no Knicks player blocked. The pass was too fast, too exquisite. Who is this player? Barkley asked, puzzled. He had no recollection of this person. Smith looked at the stats sheet and read Yorkley he is Chinese. What? Chinese? Barkley was stunned. Chinese? Barkley was stunned, an image of Yao Ming flashing before his eyes. Because of Yao, Barkley had an unforgettable bond with donkey posteriors. Huh, yes. Smith also laughed. What are we betting this time? Donkey posteriors. Get out, get out, get out. Barkley waved his hand. Don't expect me to fall into the same trap twice. Ha ha ha. Equally shocked was Nuggets head coach George Karl. No one knew better than him what kind of player Li Yin really was. Was such ball handling and passing skill something Li Yin, that rough player, could truly deliver? Was that last possession just a coincidence? Transition. The Knicks organized a counterattack, but the Nuggets' retreat was swift. No fast break opportunity, both sides settled into half-court offense. Nate Robinson set a pick-and-roll with Channing Frye at the top of the arc. It was a classic play but also a decoy. Frye had three-point range, and this screen was intentionally loose, designed to compress the Nuggets' defense and create an open three for Frye. Nate Robinson drove as a decoy, then kicked back to Frye. But a dark figure intercepted the passing lane between them. It was Li Yin. At that moment his heart was filled with ecstasy. The vision and awareness of Magic Johnson were not only effective on offense, but also manifested on defense. Almost the instant the Knicks set the pick, Li Yin read the play. Nate Robinson's drive was a fake. Frye didn't roll to the basket, and the Knicks would run a three-point play. This was the gift of Magic. His ability to read the game was unparalleled in NBA history. Slap. Li Yin completed the steal to the astonishment of everyone. Fast break. Li Yin was the first to sprint out. Pursuing him from behind was Francis. By this time Francis had declined from being the Rockets' leader to a Knicks bench player, but his athleticism had not completely faded. Li Yin instinctively glanced behind and spotted a trailing teammate. With a flick of his wrist, the basketball, as if it had eyes, sailed over Francis and found Diarra perfectly. Now-look pass. The pass was so suave that even though Diarra eventually put the ball in the basket, everyone's attention was fixed on Li Yin. Where did this kid come from? He's incredible. No idea. The Nuggets have a player like this. He didn't play the first 3 quarters. With this level, he couldn't get on the floor for the Nuggets. Wow. Besides Yao Ming, when did another Chinese guy pop up? Fans talked about Li Yin, realizing he had left almost no footprint in the NBA. Indeed, even the most diehard Nuggets fans could hardly notice Li Yin on the edge of the bench, let alone others. Nice shot. George Karl clenched his fist excitedly on the sideline. 83-72. 2 consecutive successful possessions had stretched the lead to 11 points. What delighted George Karl most was Li Yin's performance. If this wasn't a fluke, Li Yin definitely possessed excellent court vision and passing awareness. Had he given Li Yin too few opportunities before? Yet his performance in team practice games was indeed poor. Had it not been for Li Yin's diligent training and polite demeanor, he might have been cut already. It seemed his decision was correct. This hard-working Chinese lad might become an important piece for the Nuggets. On the court, Diarra gave Li Yin a high five to thank him for the pass. For players like them on the fringe, opportunities to shine were rare. Li Yin could have shot, but chose to pass. Teammates with such court vision were not common. Knicks possession. After the previous lesson, Nate Robinson handed the ball to Francis. Francis excelled at drives. His technique and physicality blended perfectly. He could incorporate flashy streetball crossovers into the NBA. With a single crossover, Francis shook off Anthony Carter and drove into the paint. But Nene's help defense was perfectly timed, and Li Yin, rotating on the weak side, cut off Francis' passing lane. Forced to shoot, Francis adjusted his arc, clang. The ball bounced off the rim. Diarra grabbed the rebound. Li Yin sprinted out. Perhaps because of the earlier pass, Diarra instinctively looked for Li Yin and threw the ball out. Anthony Carter was stunned. Hey, in the point guard. Li Yin received the pass. The Knicks' transition defense was also quick. Anthony Carter and DeMar Johnson flanked Li Yin on both sides. Li Yin surveyed the situation, a 3-and-3 in the front court. His wide vision allowed him to instantly find the solution. Li Yin drove hard with continuous crossovers, drawing the Knicks defenders' attention. He then looked sharply toward DeMar Johnson, causing Malik Rose to scramble over. But Li Yin instead passed to Anthony Carter on the opposite side. Wow! The entire arena erupted in amazement. As the pass left his hand, Li Yin felt an icon light up in his mind. He remembered this was the skill master chef. Anthony Carter received the pass unexpectedly, but the elbow area was not his sweet spot. If he drove further, he would surely be trapped by defenders, wasting this open opportunity. However, the ball felt smooth in his hands, and he rose effortlessly for the shot. The ball arced gracefully, swish, and dropped precisely through the net. 85-72. Knicks head coach, smiling assassin, Isaiah Thomas, immediately called a timeout. Haley, since when did your dribbling and passing become so good? Anthony Carter grinned and patted Li Yin. Maybe I was in a good rhythm today and played well. Li Yin thought for a moment. I've been practicing all along. Maybe I was too nervous before. Today, with the starters out, I just played more freely. Anthony Carter nodded. Everyone had seen Li Yin train hard. Inside the TNT studio, Barkley's excited voice filled the hall. Wow, unbelievable. A player like this was sitting on the bench the whole time. His ball handling and passing vision are superb. Kenny, did you see that pass? He sent it to the opposite direction of where he was looking. That's shocking. He's a rookie who rarely gets playing time. Wasn't he afraid of a mistake? Indeed. Kenny Smith nodded. As a former champion point guard for the Rockets, the shock of Li Yan's recent possessions was no less than Barkley's. This kid possessed all the qualities of an elite point guard: slick dribbling, wide vision, excellent touch, and a selfless playing style. He even had creativity that most point guards lacked. Come on, a no-look pass is not a common move. Very few could execute it so fluently except for that one man, Magic Johnson, who built the Lakers' Showtime dynasty with his flashy style. Wait, Kenny Smith looked up Li Yan's profile with interest. 204 centimeters tall. Quite similar to Magic indeed. But what about his listed position? This incredible Chinese kid was a small forward. Kenny, when you see his pass, does it remind you of someone? Barkley exclaimed excitedly. You mean Magic? Smith chuckled. You think so too? Barkley said. Those two fast breaks just now had that Magic flavor. Such passes were incredibly slick. And have you noticed his build? It's so similar. Barkley continued. Charles, do you know why this kid hasn't been getting playing time? Smith smiled. Why? He's been playing small forward for the Nuggets. Carmelo's backup. More precisely, the backup to Carmelo's backup. Well, that explains it. But if he keeps playing like this kid's fate is about to change, Smith affirmed. He's a great prospect for point guard. Lee, sit here. George Karl beamed. Li Yan was pulled over by the head coach, who then laid out the tactics on the board. Li Yan rarely got playing time. Even when listening to George Karl's tactical talks, he stood in the corner. Now receiving such treatment made his teammates envious. Was Li Yan about to take off? Lee, you take the ball. You did well just now. Everyone else run the plays we practiced. We're ahead, but we still need to defend. A coach, then what about me? Anthony Carter asked cautiously. Oh, I forgot. If Lee handles the ball, we can swap in another forward, George Karl mused. You reminded me, Anthony. Lee Nass will replace you when we get back. Huh. Anthony Carter wanted to slap himself twice. It was all his big mouth. Now he was being subbed out. The timeout ended and the game resumed. Nene, Li Yan whispered to the player in front of him as he stepped onto the court. He'll get you the ball. No one on the Knicks front court can handle you. Nene turned to look at Li Yan. He found this polite Chinese young man increasingly agreeable. Such sweet words were hard to refuse. Nene smiled and nodded. Lee, just give me a sign if you need a pick. OJBK. Li Yan replied with an okay gesture. The Knicks' possession. Nate Robinson had the ball. Li Yan pressured him. Little Potato was astonished. It seemed this Chinese kid was playing point guard now. Nate Robinson made a series of crossovers. Li Yan's center of gravity was high, leading Robinson to believe he could shake him. Li Yan was highly focused. Though his footwork couldn't match Robinson's speed, his long arms constantly disrupted the Knicks' guard. Robinson was tightly guarded and could only pass the ball. Steve Francis caught it, sped up, drove into the paint, fought through contact, and scored with a floater, finally breaking the Knicks' scoring drought. The Nuggets offense. Li Yan pushed the ball up. Little Potato tried to press him, but was shrugged off. No joke. Li Yan's physicality wasn't outstanding at small forward, but at point guard it was top tier. Seeing Li Yan shrug off his defender, George Karl on the sidelines beamed. If Li Yan could maintain this level of play, it would be a huge boon for the Nuggets. Nene proactively came to the top of the key to set a screen for Li Yan. Li Yan slipped past the defender and drove straight to the basket. Channing Frye couldn't keep up, so Malik Rose had to rotate for the help defense. But a momentary lapse in the Knicks' defense was all Li Yan needed. Without looking, he pushed the ball with his right hand, get bounced off the floor, and threaded through the gap between two defenders. Nene, rolling to the basket, received Li Yan's pass again. The pass was so comfortable that Nene didn't even need to slow down. He rose and finished at the rim. Wow. Madison Square Garden erupted in awe. Nice shot. Li Yan high-fived Nene in celebration. Nene laughed. Lee, it's all because of your pass. Wow. This kid has racked up 4 assists in a row. Barkley marveled. Truly impressive. He creates absolute opportunities with every single play. Smith nodded. Just in terms of passing vision and technique, Lee's ability is elite. He's so much like Magic. Have you noticed how he often uses his movements to mislead defenders? Smith analyzed. That's talent. It's not something those rigid by-the-book point guards can pull off. Kenny, could you do that? Barkley chuckled. Haha, of course not. The game on the court continued. With Li Yan orchestrating, the Nuggets maintained control of the game. The basketball seemed enchanted in his hands. He always found his teammates in the tightest of spaces. Moreover, the Nuggets players found Li Yan's passes incredibly comfortable to receive. It was a feeling they had never experienced before. Knicks head coach Isaiah Thomas felt like he was going crazy. This kid had thrown all his plans into disarray. His assistant coach beside him pointed out that the Chinese kid had already dished out 10 assists. Good heavens. It had been less than a quarter. What the hell do I do? Thomas roared internally. Boss. The assistant coach suggested, this kid hasn't taken a shot himself yet. Is it possible he has no scoring ability? Maybe he can't shoot at all. This struck a chord with Thomas. Yes, that had to be it. Otherwise, how could this kid have been stuck on the bench all this time? Shut down his teammates. Make him take the shot. Thomas called a timeout and instructed. The timeout ended. The Knicks offense came up empty again. Li Yan had the ball. He noticed he was left wide open at the top of the key. The Knicks defender was sagging off him by nearly 2 meters. How much disrespect was this? Hey, my template is Magic Johnson, not Draymond Green. Li Yan was confident. Even setting aside the Magic template in the fused memories, he had diligently practiced spot-up shooting. As a role player, Li Yan originally lacked self-created offense, but he had some reliability on catch-and-shit threes. Li Yin eyed the basket, trusting his muscle memory, and released the shot calmly. The ball arced beautifully through the air. Swish. Nothing but net. Thomas on the sidelines jumped up in fury. Fuck. Who the hell said he can't shoot? The assistant coach beside him barely dared to breathe, muttering inwardly, I was just guessing. Who would have paid attention to this kid before this game? Li Yin, with 10 assists, already had become the darling of his Nuggets teammates. After his made shot, Nene and others came over to congratulate him. George Karl watched Li Yin bonding with his teammates on the court and smiled warmly. What a pleasant surprise. After executing the strategy of leaving Li Yin open for 3 possessions, the Knicks paid a heavy price. 2 3-pointers and a brilliant assist on a drive to the basket. Li Yin had completely sealed the game's outcome. 109-92. The Nuggets achieved a resounding victory over the Knicks, securing their 14th win of the season. Li Yin returned to the locker room congratulated by his teammates who fought alongside him in this match. In less than a quarter of play, Li Yin recorded an impressive stat line of 6 points and 11 assists. However, the team's main players did not say much to Li Yin. To them, while his performance was outstanding, he was facing the Knicks substitutes. Limited merit. The team's star, Sweet Melon, Anthony, smiled and said to Li Yin, Li, congratulations. Thank you, Carmelo. Li Yin replied. He could see the fatigue in Anthony's expression, suggesting that even the fearless Sweet Melon realized they had made a blunder tonight. After the game, Li Yin received praise from head coach George Karl. Besides that, he did not receive any special attention. Everyone's focus was drawn to the brawl incident, and few noticed the good performance of a role player. This brawl sent shockwaves through the NBA. Since the Palace of Auburn Hills incident, the league has been striving to improve its image. To have such a severe violent incident at this critical juncture is akin to defying the odds. To make matters worse, the brawl took place near the league's headquarters in Madison Square Garden in New York, is famously known as the Mecca of basketball. The NBA's recently improved image was once again severely damaged. Commissioner Stern was furious and immediately called for harsh penalties for those involved. The Nuggets hurried back to Denver overnight, wanting to avoid staying in New York for even half a minute. Upon returning to Denver, Li Yin found his rented apartment based on memory. The apartment was small but tidy, indicating that the occupant had good living habits. Li Yin lay on the bed feeling as if the experience of crossing over was just a dream. In fact, Li Yin didn't particularly want to cross over. He wasn't a remarkable person, but had been living quite comfortably. Recently, he had just started dating a beautiful female colleague. They planned to watch the Chinese team's game together and then deepen their relationship. Li Yin spent a fortune booking a 5-star hotel only to inexplicably end up here. If I had to cross over, couldn't it have waited a day? What a hassle. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. After a bout of venting, Li Yin finally calmed down. Complaints aside, now that he was here, he had to work hard. He couldn't become the worst crossover traveler. The game's pace had been too rushed for him to familiarize himself with the system. Now that he had the time, he decided to thoroughly study it. Closing his eyes, a scene appeared in Li Yin's mind as he focused. The basketball god system. Basic attributes. Name: Li Yin. Team: Denver Nuggets. Annual salary: $6,000, partially guaranteed. Height: 204 centimeters. Weight: 100 kilograms. Wingspan: 218 centimeters. Vertical jump, standing 65 centimeters. Vertical jump running, 82 centimeters. Speed: 78. Strength: 80. Ball handling: 92. Passing: 98. Driving: 85. Shooting: 84. Dunking: 65. Post-up: 85. Hook shot: 88. Mid-range shooting: 78. Spot-up 3-point shooting: 76. Off the dribble 3-point shooting: 55. Rebounding: 72. Blocking: 62. Stealing: 82. Help defense: 86. On-ball defense: 80. Stamina: 80. Charm: 98. Tactical acumen: 100. Li Yin looked at his attribute panel and couldn't help but mumble, this isn't that strong. Is the magician at this level? After a long absence, the system voice sounded again. Could it be that you're too weak, dragging down the data? What? When Li Yin saw that the system dared to provoke him, he immediately retorted, bullshit, why then are ball handling, passing, and tactical acumen so high? The system voice responded again. Could it be that the magician is too strong, raising your data? Li Yin was directly amused. System, your convoluted reasoning is absolutely at the level of a keyboard warrior. The system replied, I am just speaking the truth. The host can continue to look down. I have done my best to maximize the magician's attributes onto you. Li Yin didn't continue to argue with the system, but proceeded to familiarize himself with it. Overall evaluation: outstanding awareness, top-level ball control ability, decent nerf basket attack, power stable, shooting weak off the dribble, shooting capability, excellent physicality, and average speed. Comprehensive evaluation 86, on nearly all-star level. Wow. Li Yin was very surprised. He had gone from a water cooler manager to an all-star player. It seems the magician's abilities are indeed impressive. Li Yin continued to look at the skills section. Skills. Master Baker, beginner, Magic Man. Johnson is the greatest point guard in history. His unparalleled creativity and broad vision allow him to easily read defenses and find his teammates. When this skill is activated, it consumes stamina to increase the receiver's shooting percentage by 20. Ball handling, Master Beginner, Magic Man. Johnson's ball handling skills are outstanding, unprecedented in NBA history. Johnson possesses the ability to break tight defense second only to basketball Emperor Chamberlain. When this skill is activated, the host can absorb pleasure from the opposite sex, restore stamina, and has a certain chance of gaining star skills limited to once per game. The skill's effectiveness is related to the host's excitement level and the opposite sex's social recognition. What the hell? Li Yin was bewildered. This ball handling master skill is not serious at all. The system replied. It detected that the host had strong desires in their past life, so it tailored this skill for you. Please do not let my goodwill go to waste. Li Yin thought, of course I have strong desires. After all, I was ready to deepen my relationship with a beautiful woman after watching the game, and the hotel booking wasn't cheap. The system said the host should have confidence. After this system's transformation, you now possess unparalleled assets enough for you to conquer all of America. To reach a level you could never aspire to before. Damn it. Li Yin said, I used to be strong too. The system replied, as long as you're happy. Li Yin, damn it. Looking down, he was very shocked, steadied his mind, and continued to understand the system. Basic attributes can be improved through training, but the enhancement is very slow. However, as a man chosen by the system, Li Yin naturally had shortcuts. Completing tasks and achieving accomplishments can earn attribute points. Encountering special scenarios can trigger hidden storylines leading to star skills and status cards. Loading star skills is the fastest way to enhance attributes. Li Yin became an all-star level player by loading the Magician's template. However, the template can only be loaded once, so future skills Li Yin acquires won't enhance his abilities as comprehensively. System, how do tasks and hidden storylines trigger? Li Yin asked. Tasks will be issued before the game. As long as you continue to train and compete, you'll become the basketball god. I want to ask, are these tasks serious? Li Yin felt that this system was a bit unreliable. This system is the most reliable and serious. The host's satisfaction rate has reached 100. Your ball handling master is not very serious, Li Yin retorted. Are you dissatisfied, host? I can take this skill back. Hey, don't. Li Yin felt his strong assets and immediately laughed. Am satisfied? How can you take back a skill you gave? System, you assist me well, and when I become the basketball god, I will definitely give you a 5-star review. The day after the brawl at Madison Square Garden, the NBA League handed down its penalties to both teams. The swiftness of the decision underscored the league's resolve. NBA Commissioner David Stern stated, "It is our obligation to take the necessary measures to prevent such situations." 7 players received suspensions from the league following the incident, totaling 47 games, resulting in $1.2 million in lost wages, and each team was fined $5,000. Anthony faced the harshest punishment for his prominent role in the brawl. He was suspended for 15 games and fined $6,400,97. Anthony's close ally J.R. Smith was suspended for 10 games and fined $1,261,442. This penalty dealt a significant blow to both the Nuggets and Anthony personally. At the time of the brawl, Anthony was the league's leading scorer. The incident severely tarnished his image in the eyes of fans. His suspension was the longest among all players involved and the 6th longest in NBA history. Former NBA player Steve Kerr remarked that Anthony had completely tarnished his image, while ESPN commentator Rick Booker stated that Anthony had lit his career on fire. For the Nuggets, Anthony and J.R. Smith were the team's top 2 scorers, contributing over 40 points per game combined. Losing both Anthony and Smith would deal a fatal blow to the Nuggets' strength. They were already teetering on the edge of the playoffs, and losing 2 key players would have a massive impact on their season's prospects. However, this might not be a bad thing for Li Yin. What he needed most was playing time, and his performance against the Knicks bench, the worst team in the East, hadn't earned him much leeway. During today's Nuggets practice, Li Yin was still wearing a reserve jersey. The good news was that head coach George Karl was very enthusiastic, pulling Li Yin aside for an extended session on team tactics. He even asked for Li Yin's opinions on his teammates' characteristics. It was clear George Karl had plans to develop Li Yin. Li Yin, integrating the tactical philosophy of Magic Johnson, spoke with great insight. George Karl was very pleased with this diligent young Chinese man, but he couldn't just thrust Li Yin into the starting lineup based on one game. Doing so would upset some veteran players, especially since Li Yin was a second-round pick. Moreover, his opponent in the last game was weak and not very convincing. The sample size was too small to tell if Li Yin was just a flash in the pan. The Nuggets' starting point guard was originally Andre Miller, who averaged 7 points, 3 rebounds, and 2 assists per game. With 3 steals, he was an excellent passing guard, consistent and defensively sound. It would be tough for Li Yin to replace Miller as the starter. However, the Nuggets management was unsatisfied with the status quo. With Anthony entering his prime, they had set a greater goal, winning the championship. To that end, they had already reached an agreement with the Philadelphia 76ers to trade Andre Miller and Joe Smith for the answer, Allen Iverson. With Andre Miller gone, the Nuggets had 2 other point guards. Steve Blake was a passive ground-bound guard with hustle, but lacking strength and speed, posing no threat as a driver. Anthony Carter was a short player, standing only 185 meters. Clearly, these 2 mediocre guards couldn't help the team on their path to a championship. George Karl was determined to give Li Yin this chance, but Li Yin needed to prove himself through performance. He said to Li Yin, "In the next game, I'll give you the opportunity. You need to prove you are the best point guard for Allen Iverson." Iverson was averaging 31 2 points per game this season, trailing only Anthony for second place in the scoring race. Clearly, Iverson was still in his prime, at least not inferior to any other top guard in the league. But the 76ers had only managed a pitiful 5 wins. Iverson couldn't stand this 76ers team, and the 76ers couldn't stand the rebellious Iverson. So they parted ways, and Iverson left the Philadelphia 76ers after a decade of service. Eager to prove himself with a new team, Iverson joined practice immediately upon arriving in Denver. He was determined to make those who doubted him eat their words. Iverson and Anthony hit it off immediately. Iverson's arrival brought a long-lost smile to the downcast Anthony, who couldn't wait to take the court and slay enemies alongside Iverson. The Denver media went wild. Iverson's arrival gave the Nuggets 2 of the league's top 2 scorers. Who could stop the combined assault of these two? Even though they hadn't played a single game together, the media had already coined a name for the duo, the Golden Guns. Iverson's arrival also excited Lee Yin. It wasn't that Lee Yin was a diehard Iverson fan, but the system, which had been silent for 2 days, finally stirred. Beep. Detected host witnessing a major NBA historical event. The answer: Iverson joins the Nuggets. Iverson forms the Golden Guns with Anthony, but they could never lead the Nuggets further. After 2.5 years together, Iverson was traded to the Pistons and soon left the NBA. Mission: alter the course of history and help Iverson win a championship with the Nuggets. Reward: 1. Skill, double crossover, Iverson's signature move. 2. Speed, attribute 10. The reward looked fantastic. Lee Yin accepted the mission without hesitation. It was clearly a long-term task, extremely difficult, hence the generous reward. System: are there any short-term missions? Lee Yin shouted in his mind. The system was silent. Hey, don't play dead with me, or I'll give you a bad review. After a long silence, the system responded, host, don't rush. Missions will be issued automatically. Here are the new tasks. 1. Win the home game against the Heat and dish out 10 or more assists for 1 attribute point. 2. Block Dwayne Wade 2 or more times in the game for a chance to earn one of Wade's skills. Holy crap, this mission is good. Lee Yin's eyes lit up. Ignoring the first task, the second one could reward him with Wade's skills, which would be a massive boost. So before the game against the Heat, Lee Yin's mind was filled with one thought: serving Flash Wade 2 hot pot blocks. In the previous season, Wade descended like a deity in the finals, leading the Heat to a 42 victory over the Mavericks to claim the championship, earning the finals MVP. Initially under the spotlight of King James and Melo, Anthony, Wade was not particularly conspicuous. But now, while James and Anthony were struggling to make the playoffs, Wade had overtaken them on the curve, stunning the world. Shaquille O'Neal even humbly claimed he was there to assist Wade, and the name Flash was at its zenith. Wade's unstoppable performance in the finals led fans to call him Jordan 5 centimeters shorter. Originally, the game between the Heat and the Nuggets was a clash of the 2003 Platinum generation, Wade versus Anthony. However, due to his reckless behavior at Madison Square Garden, Anthony received a severe league penalty and would miss 15 games. Fortunately, the arrival of the answer Iverson reignited interest in the game. One was a rising superstar shooting guard, the other a legendary top-tier shooting guard. Fans eagerly anticipated a scoring duel between the two. As for the game's outcome, with the Nuggets' top 2 scorers Anthony and J.R. Smith absent, no one favored Denver. At the Pepsi Center in Denver, during the pre-game press conference, Flash Wade was giving an interview. Wade expressed regret over Anthony's suspension and spoke with reverence about the answer. Iverson AI is a legend, one of the greatest shooting guards ever. He's still at a high level. I learn a lot every time I face him, and I'm looking forward to this matchup. The atmosphere was relatively relaxed until a reporter brought up Lee Yin's impressive performance in the last game and asked Wade for his impression. Who was Lee Yin? Wade was bewildered. Was there such a player in the NBA? The name suggested a Chinese player. Sorry, Wade said after being prompted. I haven't paid attention to him. Next question. In truth, Wade was just being honest, but unscrupulous media twisted it into mockery. Unlike Yao Ming, Lee Yin hadn't shown dominant performance in the CBA. His arrival in the NBA seemed largely due to his Chinese identity. After seeing the Rockets reap enormous commercial benefits from Yao Ming, the Nuggets picked Lee Yin late in the second round of the 2006 draft, offering a 1-year partially guaranteed contract. Initially, domestic fans had high hopes for Lee Yin, especially since Yao Ming had become an all-star center, proving Chinese players could excel in basketball. Despite Lee Yin signing only a non-guaranteed contract, fans were still hopeful. Then in his debut, he posted 0 points, 0 rebounds, 0 assists, 2 fouls, and 3 turnovers, stunning fans. In his second game, he scored 2 points and 1 rebound. Domestic media hailed it as progress. Lee Yin shines, combines with Anthony for 42 points. The godly Yin smiles, wins coach's trust. The best player is already here. George Karl conquered by Lee Yin. Under fans' watch, Lee Yin maintained an average of 1.2 points per game, with playing time dwindling, becoming the Nuggets' waterboy manager. In his limited minutes, Lee Yin's poor dribbling and careless passes often led to low-level mistakes. Chinese fans jokingly called him an actor, and his name became a pun. Are you acting against me? Interest in Lee Yin waned until the previous game, where he dished out 11 assists in a single quarter, shocking everyone. Domestic media exclaimed Lee Yin had unblocked his meridians, truly winning the coach's trust this time. With no live internet streaming, yet many Chinese fans gathered around their TVs to watch Lee Yin's first game after his supposed breakthrough. Listening to commentators Yu Jia and Coach Zhang lavish praise on Li Yin and replaying highlights from the last game. Domestic fans grew increasingly expectant. It seemed Li Yin had finally stopped acting and China's second NBA star was about to rise. The prospect of Li Yin and Yao Ming one inside and one outside was delightful. Then the game began and Li Yin sat on the bench. In truth, Stephen Blake, though a mediocre point guard, was not someone a benchwarmer like Li Yin could unseat with just 1/4 of brilliance. Head coach George Karl wanted to develop Li Yin but couldn't rush it. He wanted Li Yin to earn playing time through his own performance. Li Yin sat on the bench for the entire first quarter. In the broadcast booth, Coach Zhang and Yu Jia awkwardly suggested it was fine that the coach must have a plan and Li Yin might be a secret weapon. A secret weapon that can't get on the court. Is he going to wave towels until the Heat are dead? Damn it, big liar, isn't Li Yin still sitting on the bench handing out towels? Who said Li Yin had become a starter? Those unscrupulous media just say that, and you take it seriously. Exactly, they even hyped up his 2 points and 1 rebound. So we're used to it. Domestic fans were deeply disappointed. On the court, the Nuggets were struggling at home. Without Anthony and J.R. Smith, Denver's players seemed lost. They could only feed the ball to Allen Iverson, who could score with individual skill. But as the Heat began to double-team Iverson relentlessly, the Nuggets fell into a scoring drought. Defensively, the Nuggets were torn apart by Flash Wade. Iverson was never a defensive stalwart. He needed someone to cover for him. But neither Steve Blake nor Anthony Carter could manage that. Their sluggish movements left them struggling to even guard their own men, let alone help Iverson. Against Wade, their clumsy moves made them look foolish. What's going on? Iverson is the hardest working defender in the Nuggets backcourt. Blake and Anthony Carter are like idiots holding AI back. Good thing Li Yin isn't playing, or otherwise he'd be destroyed by Wade. Definitely Wade is the finals MVP, the Flash, incredibly awesome. 34-49, the Nuggets were trailing by a large margin at home. The camera zoomed in on Nuggets head coach George Karl, who was pulling Li Yin aside and giving him instructions. Wow, the head coach is personally setting up tactics for Li Yin. Coach Zhang was right. Li Yin really is the secret weapon. Look, Li Yin is coming on the court. On the court, Anthony Carter lost possession of the ball under Dwayne Wade's pressure. The Flash completed the steal, and with a large change of direction, using a Eurostep, he left Anthony Carter sprawled on the floor. Seeing Anthony Carter's embarrassing state, the Nuggets fans were furious, nearly steaming with anger. Wade charged into the paint, leaping into the air with a powerful whoosh. Boom. A thunderous slam dunk shook the entire arena. Li Yin watched in astonishment from the sidelines. He always knew Wade was impressive. In his past life, Li Yin had seen numerous videos of Wade's lightning breakthroughs, but witnessing such a destructive scene live was even more shocking. Even with the magic template, he felt a sense of trepidation. At that moment, Wade was the man standing at the pinnacle of the NBA, arriving with the aura of a finals MVP. In the 2006 finals, Wade averaged 34, 7.7, 8 rebounds, 3, 8 assists and 2, 7 steals, dominating both offense and defense. That season, Wade's rating in 2K reached an impressive 98, tied for the top spot in the league with Kobe Bryant. In contrast, Li Yin's rating was only 60. Although Li Yin's rating had risen to 86 thanks to the magic template, he still found it challenging to face Wade. On the court, Allen Iverson looked somewhat helpless against Wade's showboating. Iverson was a fighter and naturally didn't want to see a younger player like Wade flaunting his skills in front of him. Iverson could shake off Wade to score, but blocking Wade was another story. A piercing boo reverberated through the Pepsi Center, reflecting the dissatisfaction with Wade's aggressive play, but even more so the frustration with their own players' lack of performance. In the Nuggets' possession, Anthony Carter, who had just been shaken by Wade, didn't dare to handle the ball and passed it to Iverson. Iverson shook his head, unafraid of taking responsibility, but he was truly dissatisfied with such timid teammates. To give up at the sight of a powerful opponent was in Iverson's eyes untrustworthy. Wade switched to guard Iverson, who felt no inner turmoil. The Flash was in top form, but how did he compare to peak Jordan? Iverson began dribbling between his legs. Wade's focus sharpened as he knew the havoc Iverson's crossover could wreak. However, Wade was still thrown off balance by Iverson's exaggerated movements. This was Iverson. He could get past you 1,000 times with the same move, and you knew it, but just couldn't stop it. Having shaken Wade, Iverson caught the ball and shot. The basketball arced gracefully through the air. Swish. It went straight through the net. Wow. Li Yin exclaimed in amazement, internally rating Iverson. Perhaps he had slipped from his peak as the answer, but at that moment he was still one of the strongest shooting guards in the league. In his past life, Iverson's rapid decline couldn't simply be summed up with a comment about age. Li, it's time to get on the court. George Karl issued the substitution command. Li Yin entered the game, replacing Anthony Carter, who had been utterly demoralized by Wade. Li Yin's appearance lifted the spirits of the Nuggets fans a little. His previous performance had pleasantly surprised them. Now with Wade wreaking havoc on the perimeter, the fans were eager for someone to step up. Compared to Stephen Blake and Anthony Carter, Li Yin at least appeared more promising. This guy has a certain charisma. Li Yin approached Iverson. Boss, I'll take the ball across half court. Iverson looked at the young man before him and nodded. His first impression of Li Yin was favorable. Wade was somewhat surprised to see Li Yin handling the ball. Both veteran point guards of the Nuggets had repeatedly made mistakes under his defense, yet this second stringer dared to command Iverson's movements. Wade pressed in attempting to use his body to force Li Yin into a mistake. Although Wade was of average height, his wingspan was impressive and his physique was quite strong. His ability to contest shots was excellent, and his defensive awareness and judgment were top-notch. Had it not been for the system, Li Yin would never have dared to dribble in front of Wade. However, as the saying goes, 30 years on the east side of the river, 30 years on the west side. Now Li Yin was the man equipped with the magic template, and his ball handling skills were already among the top tier in the league. Li Yin firmly held his ground against Wade, continuing to advance with impressive stability. Li Yin's performance surprised George Karl. This kid truly had some skills, perhaps he hadn't given him enough opportunities before. After missing his shot, Wade quickly regained his position. Watching Li Yin at the arc signaling to his teammates, Wade felt offended. This kid, even in the face of me, could still focus on directing his teammates. Wade moved, instantly charging toward Li Yin's ball handling hand, but it was just a feint. If it hadn't succeeded, Wade would have blocked Li Yin's passing lane and completed the steal. This tactic had never failed him before, but this time it didn't work. Li Yin ignored Wade, executing a pick and roll with Nene. Nene's screen was solid, stopping Wade in his tracks. Li Yin surged forward. His speed wasn't lightning fast, but his rhythm was excellent. He penetrated into the paint, but the Heat's paint was guarded by the big Shaq O'Neal. Meanwhile, Wade was trailing closely behind Li Yin, really a wolf in front and a tiger behind. The Nuggets fans held their breath for Li Yin. They didn't want to see this brave young man suppressed by the Heat's superstars. Li Yin was surrounded, but then a leaping figure dashed toward the free throw line. It was Iverson. The basketball appeared in Iverson's hands as if by magic. With no defender in sight, Iverson easily made a floating shot. Wow, unbelievable. This miraculous scene sent the entire Pepsi Center into a frenzy. The commentators at the scene shouted Iverson's name, but more people wanted to know how the basketball had come to Iverson's hands. How on earth did this happen? Iverson celebrated with a high five with the recovering Li Yin. This pass truly made him regard this young man with newfound respect. Not only the audience, but even the commentators were left baffled. Oh, we need to see the replay. The slow motion revealed that after Li Yin drove into the paint, he was caught between O'Neal and Wade. It seemed like a sure-death situation, but Li Yin appeared to have eyes in the back of his head. He executed a bounce pass behind him, while Wade prepared to block all of Li Yin's passing lanes. But he never expected that the ball would come from below, catching the flash off guard as the exquisite pass went right through his legs. And so the basketball made its way into Iverson's hands. Wow, wow, wow. Everyone was left speechless. It was stunning. This Chinese player is incredibly strong, showcasing solid and steady ball handling, fearlessness in contact, control of rhythm, and outstanding passing vision. This guy used to be a water cooler attendant for the Nuggets. Are you kidding me? Li Yin's performance invigorated the Nuggets fans at the Pepsi Center and electrified Chinese viewers watching on screens. Amazing. Li Yin toyed with the flash. With dribbling like this, who still says Li Yin is an actor? The Chinese men's basketball team has hope. With Li Yin's level, why fear? Full court pressure. Unstoppable. I apologize to the god of Yin. Oh, I was wrong about you. You've been secretly improving. The Chinese magician, the god of Yin, is incredible. Miami's turn. In the previous possession, Wade had been bested. Now the Flash was determined to teach this rookie a lesson. Wade lowered his center of gravity and executed 2 consecutive feints. Surprisingly, Li Yin never lost his position. Though his reactions were slightly slower than Wade's, his height and reach compensated with sheer physical talent. Ever since loading the magician template, Li Yin felt a newfound understanding of defensive judgment and positioning, granting him a sense of anticipating the opponent's moves. Wade was astonished that this young man could keep up with his rhythm. Though not at full strength, few could withstand the Flash's initial burst. Iverson observed Li Yin's performance with high expectations. A tall guard skilled in defense and playmaking would be a perfect complement to his own style. Wade suddenly pushed off the ground and accelerated. Li Yin's movements were precise, yet Wade still maneuvered his way into the paint. Facing Nene, Wade showed no fear engaging in midair contact, but a dark shadow closed in Li Yin. While Wade focused on Nene, Li Yin struck from behind. Smack! Li Yin caught Wade off guard with a massive block. Whoa! The Pepsi Center erupted in gasps. After Steve Blake and Anthony Carter were dismantled by Wade, Li Yin's performance stood in stark contrast. This young man from China had won over the Nuggets fans. Li Yin, well done. This defensive play was also brilliant. He blocked Wade. Yu Jia exclaimed excitedly. It seems Li Yin has worked hard recently, showing clear improvement on both ends. Coach Zhang remarked, Chinese basketball needs such hard-working young players. Transition play. Li Yin brought the ball up the court. Li Yin didn't get caught up in Wade's pace. Seeing Miami's defense set, he slowed down. He passed to Iverson and began moving off the ball with Wade trailing. Iverson executed a sharp crossover, easily blowing past the aging glove Peyton. Wade had to rotate, allowing Li Yin to slip along the baseline into the paint. Iverson pushed the ball forward into Li Yin's hands. Shaq's attention was fixed on Nene before he could turn. Li Yin softly laid the ball into the hoop. Wow! The arena roared with cheers. Led by the arena DJ, fans at the Pepsi Center chanted in unison, rallying behind Li Yin. George Karl clapped from the sidelines. He had hoped Li Yin would be a pleasant surprise for the Nuggets, but it arrived sooner than expected. Especially when he saw Li Yin high-fiving Iverson, Karl felt genuine joy. Miami's turn. Wade had shed his disregard for Li Yan and focused with full intensity. Li Yan gave Wade a step of space. The previous play taught him that completely shutting down Wade was difficult. He had to choose. He conceded the jump shot over the drive. Wade smirked and released a jumper. Li Yan hadn't expected the direct shot. The ball arced through the air. Clang. Swish. The ball rattled on the rim before dropping through the net. Wade curled his lip and sneered, "Kid, I can shoot." Seeing no reaction from Li Yan, Wade assumed he was disheartened and prepared to taunt further. But Li Yan turned and with a long arm heaved the ball forward. The ball sailed over Wade's head in a high arc toward Miami's backcourt. What? The ball traversed the entire court, landing in Allen Iverson's hands. Miami's players stood frozen, leaving Iverson wide open. Swish. Iverson easily scored 2 points on a layup. Wow. Allen Iverson. The arena DJ once again roared Iverson's name with fervor. The camera panned to Iverson, who pointed across the court. Clearly, he wanted everyone to credit Li Yan for the brilliant assist. This quarterback-style long pass traversed half the court, earning Iverson's newfound respect for Li Yan. Exceptional vision, court awareness, and passing skill. Missing any one element, the pass would have failed. The Pepsi Center boiled over with thunderous cheers. Beads of sweat formed on Wade's forehead. How could this kid show him up like this? Next possession, Wade used a screen to penetrate the Nuggets' paint. Drawing defensive attention, he dished to Shaq. Shaq rose and slammed it home. Boom. The rim rattled from the thunderous dunk. Shaq was just returning from injury, but a lean camel is still larger than a horse. Against the Nuggets' interior, Shaq held a clear advantage. The game continued. Li Yan and Iverson's chemistry was seamless. New to the Nuggets, Iverson sought to build rapport with teammates. He tried a few combinations with Li Yan, and the results were surprisingly effective. Li Yan's exceptional vision allowed him to find better-positioned teammates. Coupled with his skill master playmaker, his passes made receivers feel incredibly comfortable. The 20 boost to shooting accuracy was almost a cheat-like ability. Iverson felt his shots were falling more smoothly. Somehow the ball always felt better after passing through Li Yan's hands. Many Nuggets players shared Iverson's feeling. A curious phenomenon emerged. Whenever they got the ball, their first instinct was to find Li Yan. After all, Li Yan's playmaking was like perfectly baked pies, big, round, and everyone loved them. Under Li Yan's orchestration, the Nuggets unleashed a fluid, seamless offense. This season, Denver's average points per game indeed ranked among the league's elite, but that was built on a high number of rotations and shot attempts. Scoring efficiency like this was rare, especially considering their top two scorers, Carmelo, Anthony, and J.R. Smith, were suspended and unable to play. The audience was stunned. Could their players really execute such an attack? It felt as if everyone on the court was an all-star. Indeed, when even a rugged player like Kenyon Martin could smoothly sink a mid-range jumper, even Flash, Wade could only helplessly rest his hands on his hips. As the third quarter drew to a close, Nene received a pass from Li Yan, turned and hit a hook shot, allowing the Nuggets to overtake the Heat 80-78 by 2 points. The entire Pepsi Center erupted. The arena DJ even led the crowd in shouting, "Magician, this is our magician." The Nuggets' home momentum completely overwhelmed the defending champions, the Heat. Even Pat Riley, the Heat's head coach, known as the Godfather, found it uncanny. The Heat's performance wasn't significantly flawed. Wade and O'Neal were consistently scoring. It was just that the Nuggets' play was too extraordinary. Their shooting percentage was absurdly high. Could this magical Chinese kid truly possess such power? Watching Li Yan's figure, Pat Riley felt a daze, seeing echoes of Magic Johnson in him. Pat Riley was the architect of the Lakers' 1980s Showtime dynasty. Back then, the Lakers were brimming with talented players, and Riley leveraged their strengths to play an aggressive offensive game, achieving immense success. The Lakers claimed the championship in 82, 85, 87, and 88, with Magic Johnson as the soul of that flamboyant team. Few understood Magic Johnson better than Pat Riley. They were mutually instrumental in each other's success. Now, a player so reminiscent of Magic appeared before Pat Riley. How could he not be astonished? The Nuggets players were ecstatic, feeling their state was impeccable. Only the outstanding Li Yan wore a troubled expression. He was exhausted, with large beads of sweat streaming down his forehead. This shouldn't be. Li Yan didn't think his stamina could be this poor. It had only been a little over a quarter. Even the pampered big shots in the CBA wouldn't be this drained. He had been training diligently. During the break between quarters, Li Yan opened the system panel. After some investigation, he found the reason for his immense energy drain. It turned out that the baking master skill was an active ability, consuming stamina each time it was used, and the damn system had considerately set it to auto-release. As a result, every pass Li Yan made was draining his stamina wildly, leaving him feeling depleted after just one quarter. Damn it. System, why didn't you explain the skill properly, and why did you set it to auto-release? After a moment of silence, the system spoke in Li Yan's mind. You never asked. Besides, there was a text description next to it. And I saw you weren't using the skill, so I thought it was a waste and turned on auto for you. Let me introduce them now. The two current skills, Baking Master and Ball Handling Master, are both active. Once you turn off auto-release, the host can activate them at will. Don't you think the font for that introduction was a bit small? I didn't notice it, all right. After complaining, Li Yan felt the system's attitude was good and decided not to bully it further. He turned off the auto-release and began to adjust his state. Head coach George Karl noticed Leanne's fatigue and asked Lee, "Are you okay?" Leanne looked up and smiled. "Coach, I overexerted myself earlier. He'll be fine after some rest." George Karl nodded. It was inevitable for a perennial bench warmer suddenly thrust into a key role to get excited, especially for a rookie like Leanne. Thus, at the start of the fourth quarter, George Karl sent in Steve Blake, leaving Leanne to rest on the bench. Pat Riley was surprised to find that the kid who had performed so magically in the third quarter was staying on the sidelines. What was Denver's game plan? Most people shared Pat Riley's thoughts. Commentators and fans alike were baffled by George Karl's decision. After all, the reason the Nuggets had erased the deficit in just over a quarter was Leanne's performance. Any keen observer could see that with Leanne on the court, the Nuggets were not only incredibly efficient on offense, but also significantly improved on defense. Compared to Steve Blake and Anthony Carter, Leanne was stronger in unknown defense and also rotated well, constantly helping his teammates. Now, keeping Leanne on the bench, were they counting on the bald monk, Steve Blake, to contain Flash Wade? The game resumed. Predictably, the Nuggets were crushed. Right from the start, Wade used his Euro step to shake off Denver's defense and forcefully scored an and one. Then O'Neal wreaked havoc in the Nuggets' paint. On the other end, Denver couldn't limit the Heat's two superstars on defense and lost their third-quarter rhythm on offense. The Nuggets could only cling to life through Iverson's individual brilliance. A 124 run gave the Heat the lead again. Wade roared and pumped his fist, dampening the Nuggets' home crowd. At that moment, the big screen zoomed in on Leanne on the bench. His gaze was firm, and he was intently focused on the game. Looking at Steve Blake, who was being toyed with by Wade on the court, the fans at the Pepsi Center could no longer contain themselves. Why wasn't Leanne playing? He is our point guard. That was the sentiment of countless Nuggets fans. Someone started chanting, "We need Lee." This cry ignited the entire Pepsi Center, with more and more fans joining in. Then the entire arena roared like a tidal wave, chanting Leanne's name. Even Leanne was stunned. Am I really that charismatic? So popular, even while sitting on the bench? George Karl was also taken aback. He had only intended to give Leanne a short rest, but the fans' urgency was overwhelming. "Lee, get ready to go in." George Karl patted Leanne on the shoulder and said, "Whoa, Leanne is on the court." Inside the broadcast studio, Yu Jia exclaimed excitedly, "Coach Zhang, look at the fans cheering in the stands. Leanne seems very popular." Indeed, Leanne has transformed remarkably. His ball handling and passing are phenomenal. Coach Zhang nodded solemnly and said, "Leanne must have endured great hardships. Fate never disappoints those who strive. I hope our young players can all follow his example." Leanne substituted for Steve Blake on the sidelines. With 8 minutes remaining in the game, the Nuggets trailed 84-90 by 6 points. There was still enough time, but Leanne couldn't recklessly use his skills anymore, or his stamina wouldn't last until the end of the game. Leanne advanced with the ball, signaling his teammates to stabilize the pace. For some reason, Iverson felt a sense of relief upon seeing Leanne on the court. Unknowingly, this young man had already earned Iverson's respect. Wade was guarding Iverson while Leanne faced white chocolate Jason Williams. Jason Williams was a slender white guard under 190 centimeters, and his physicality was no match for Leanne's. Even though Leanne's current ball-handling offense wasn't top tier, it was more than enough against such an opponent. Leanne dribbled to initiate, drove directly into contact, and forcefully broke through the Heat's interior. After shouldering past Jason Williams, Leanne executed a hook shot. The basketball traced a perfect arc through the air. Swish. It swished through the net. 86-90. Wow! Exclamations erupted from the stands. Lee actually uses a hook shot. Perimeter players rarely use that move. Inside the TNT studio, Barkley's jaw dropped in astonishment. This guy really is the second Magic Johnson. Even his hook shot motion is identical. On the Heat's possession, Wade tried to connect with O'Neal, but Iverson intercepted the pass. After the steal, the answer sprinted ahead. With a crossover that sent Jason Williams stumbling, he found himself alone between him and the basket. Swish. Iverson easily scored a layup for 2 points. 88-90. The effect of Leanne's presence was immediate. Iverson's steal had a gambling element. If unsuccessful, it could easily lead to a defensive lapse. With Leanne covering, Iverson dared to take the risk. The cheers at the Pepsi Center grew louder, and the atmosphere reignited. The Heat called a timeout. Pat Riley instructed Wade to leverage his abilities, telling the Flash to steady the rhythm. From his observation, Pat Riley noted that Leanne's ball handling and passing skills were top-notch, coupled with excellent tactical awareness. Leanne had height and long arms with explosive physical attributes, but his dynamic traits, including speed, burst, agility, and strength, paled in comparison to Wade's. Pat Riley was certain that Leanne's pull-up shooting wasn't strong, which explained why he opted for a hook shot over a mid-range jumper after shouldering past Jason Williams. Most crucially, Pat Riley believed Leanne's stamina was lacking and Wade could easily overpower him through direct confrontation. Overall, Leanne's technical traits and playing style closely resembled Magic Johnson's, but his overall ability was a weakened version of the legend. After hearing Pat Riley's analysis, Wade nodded in agreement. Through his matchup with Leanne, he had sensed the same. Back to the game. Wade blew past Leanne's defense with lightning-fast crossovers and drove into the paint. Leanne's eyes followed Wade, but his movements couldn't keep up. With his center of gravity lowered, Wade was like a supersonic fighter jet. Li Yin gave his all but was left in the dust. That was peak Wade's caliber. Even when Kenyon Martin rotated to help, his foul grab couldn't stop Wade from putting the ball in the basket. If this weren't the Nuggets' home court, the play would likely have resulted in an N1. Wow, Dwayne Wade is ferocious. Li Yin read it correctly but couldn't match Wade's speed. Yu Jia commented, however, few in the entire league can contain Wade. Coach Zhang agreed and added, indeed, Wade single-handedly dismantled the Mavericks' defense last season. The finals MVP was well-deserved. In terms of overall ability, Wade is a two-way force. The only guard in the league who surpasses him is Kobe Bryant. That's debatable, though Wade's strength is immense too. Yu Jia expressed a differing view. Since O'Neal left, Kobe hasn't advanced past the first round of the playoffs. Kobe just had weak teammates. His skill is undeniable. As a diehard Kobe fan, Coach Zhang firmly stood by his side. After teammates missed several open shots, Li Yin reluctantly activated the Master Chef skill a few more times. The Nuggets stayed within reach, but Li Yin's energy reserves were stretched thin. Yet for the sake of victory, Li Yin gritted his teeth and pushed on. This kid's done for. Wade also noticed Li Yin's declining condition. Li Yin was playing on sheer willpower, his stamina nearly depleted. Facing the Flash's assault, he felt powerless, his legs heavy as lead. Wade could shake off Li Yin's defense with even greater ease, even pulling up for a jumper right in front of him. Damn it, Li Yin cursed inwardly. If he had controlled his skill usage in the third quarter, his stamina wouldn't have been an issue. Winning or losing was secondary. Li Yin worried about his mission. One attribute point was manageable, but the Flash, Wade's skill, was a prized asset. As a top-tier two-way shooting guard, any of Wade's signature moves would bring Li Yin a qualitative leap. But given his current physical state, blocking Wade's shot was utterly impossible, even with a sneak attack. While Li Yin leaned on his knees recovering, on the perimeter Iverson charged like a bomb pack into the Heat's interior. Clang! Iverson was knocked to the ground by Capono. BZZZ. The referee's whistle blew. Iverson kept the Nuggets alive with free throws. Watching Iverson's desperate effort stirred something within Li Yin. Indeed, in his past life, what he despised most were the lazy, unmotivated national football players who coasted through life. How could competitive sports ever accept giving up? He had to give it his all. On the next possession, Li Yin summoned every ounce of strength to fight for a 50-50 ball. He dove to save it, securing possession for the Nuggets, but crashed heavily off the court. Are you okay? A melodious female voice echoed in Li Yin's ears. Then he felt a soft jade-like hand grasp his, evidently someone trying to pull him up. At that moment, the system's prompt sounded in his mind, detected a stamina replenishment source. Activate skill ball handling master. Without a second thought, Li Yin immediately responded, activate. Upon hearing the system prompt, Li Yin did not hesitate for a moment, silently chanting in his mind, activate. Instantly, Li Yin felt a surge of power flowing from his palm into his body. His already exhausted body suddenly regained its strength. Just as Li Yin attempted to rise, he heard a soft gasp. The woman who was about to pull him up tumbled directly into his arms. Thud. Li Yin, who had just gotten up, was knocked back to the ground. As luck would have it, the woman fell straight into his embrace. Li Yin looked at the golden-haired, blue-eyed woman before him, her face flushed. Awkwardly, he said, can you stand up? I need to get back on the court. The woman who had fallen into Li Yin's arms struggled to get up, but found herself utterly powerless. Feeling weakness in her legs, she whispered apologetically, sorry, I have no strength left. Good heavens, was this skill so domineering? Li Yin felt it was akin to the absorbing star technique, capable of transferring others' stamina into himself. With no time to waste, Li Yin pulled the woman up and helped her to a nearby seat. Then he immediately returned to the game. The Nuggets, using the possession saved by Li Yin, launched a fast break organized by Iverson. Kenyon Martin sprinted down the court to score 2 points. 94-96, the Nuggets still trailed the Heat by 2. The Nuggets displayed tenacious fighting spirit on their home court. The arena's big screen replayed the previous sequence. Li Yin's fearless dive to save the ball secured possession, while he himself crashed heavily into the sidelines. Then a young girl tried to help the fallen Li Yin, but accidentally stumbled and fell onto him. Instead of getting angry, Li Yin gallantly helped her back to her seat before swiftly returning to the court. At this time, Mei Mei had just debuted and was not yet the globally renowned pop diva, so few recognized her. The fans at the Pepsi Center only felt the girl was a bit of a nuisance, having inadvertently blocked Li Yin at a critical moment. Seated in the front row, Mei Mei recalled the sensation from moments ago. It felt like an electric current had coursed through her entire body, an indescribable feeling. Her friend Rose teased with a sly smile, what's wrong? Still savoring that feeling. Are Lee's pectoral muscles big? What are you talking about? Mei Mei explained, I really did intend to pull him up. And then you fell into his arms and refused to get up. What if I told you I suddenly lost all my strength? Mei Mei whispered in explanation. Believe you. Like I believe that. Rose laughed, glancing at Mei Mei. But you must admit Lee is quite handsome. You were pretty decisive. I really didn't mean to. Mei Mei explained weakly. Back on the court. The Heat's possession. Seeing Wade dribbling towards him, Li Yin proactively stepped up. Though his stamina had recovered considerably, he maintained an expression of utter exhaustion. Wade, observing the weakened, Li Yin taunted, still hanging in there, kid. I'm going to score right over you. Wade added. With that, Wade accelerated towards Li Yin's right side. His speed was formidable. He glanced at Li Yin, whose movements seemed a beat too slow. It appeared the kid's energy was spent. Confidently, Wade leaped, but Li Yin, who had seemed sluggish, suddenly exploded with power. With a single powerful step, Li Yin rose into the air in front of Wade. His vertical leap wasn't superior, but his height and reach combined with Wade's underestimation gave him the edge. Li Yin's strategy succeeded. In this aerial duel, Wade was caught off guard. Smack! Li Yin delivered a thunderous block to Wade. Linas Kleiza secured the rebound and quickly passed to Iverson. Amidst the roaring crowd, the Nuggets executed another beautiful fast break, with Iverson scoring an easy layup for 2 points. 96-96. The Nuggets tied the game. The instant he blocked Wade's shot, the system notification chimed in Li Yin's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. Block Dwayne Wade 2 times in a game. Reward skill: the flashes contempt. Basic: your dunk is only a 9 for me. Forward any opponent who dares to attempt a dunk against you. Wade possesses exceptional leaping speed and keen blocking instincts. He is the greatest shot blocking guard in history, bar none. Skill effect: increases block success rate. Block success rate is 100 against dunk attempts, increases block success rate by 20 in other situations. Damn, a freaking 9. Even the system makes jokes. Li Yin was somewhat disappointed. He lacked finishing ability and had hoped to unlock one of Wade's offensive skills. Receiving a blocking defensive skill felt somewhat lackluster. After all, Li Yin was a perimeter player with limited opportunities to defend near the basket, making the skill's cost-effectiveness questionable. With Li Yin recovered, Iverson immediately felt the pressure ease on both ends of the floor. The game on the court became a stalemate once more. The game came down to the final moments with the score tied again. On the Heat's offensive possession, Wade used a screen to forcefully drive, leaving Li Yin behind. Kenyon Martin rotated to defend Wade. Due to Wade's immense gravity, Nene also collapsed towards him. Wade controlled his body in the air, threading the ball through the tight space. Shaquille O'Neal received the ball under the basket. The Big Diesel rose for a dunk. Dunking was O'Neal's favorite way to score, almost a sure thing. But a dark shadow leaped from behind. It was Li Yin. Activating the skill, the Flash's contempt, Li Yin was like a god descending. He precisely anticipated O'Neal's movement trajectory. Li Yin was supremely confident, for this skill guaranteed a 100 block rate against dunks. Smack! The system did not deceive. Li Yin accurately swatted the ball. O'Neal felt the ball slip from his grasp, hitting the front of the rim and bouncing up. Shaq missed a dunk. The fans were stunned. Li Yin quickly jumped again for the rebound. Fast break. Li Yin shouted, hurling the ball down the court. Iverson, like a whirlwind, tore through the Heat's defense. Catch the ball, sprint, layup. All in one fluid motion. Swish. BZZ. As the ball nestled into the net, the buzzer signaling the end of the game sounded. 104-102. Buzzer beater. The Pepsi Center erupted into a sea of joy. Iverson drove for a game-winning layup against the Heat. The Pepsi Center erupted with earth-shattering cheers as the entire crowd bowed in reverence to Iverson. In his debut game for the Nuggets, Iverson posted a staggering stat line of 46 points, 5 assists, 4 rebounds, and 3 steals, leading a depleted Nuggets squad to a home victory over the Heat. This is the answer. Allen Iverson hit the game winner. He is still the unstoppable AI. Amid the thunderous MVP chants echoing throughout the arena, Iverson walked over to Li Yin and raised his hand. Iverson signaled to the fans that Li Yin's contribution was indispensable to the victory. The fans had naturally witnessed Li Yin's performance as the overhead screen replayed the final defensive possession. It was Li Yin's chase-down block that caused O'Neal to miss the dunk, leading to Iverson's game winner. Wow, Li actually blocked Shaq. Li Yin's judgment on the block was superb. He recorded 3 blocks in this game. Fantastic. Li's defensive coordination combined with AI's offense makes our backcourt formidable. Fans in the stands began chanting Li Yin's name, offering warm applause to the young guard. Surrounded by his teammates, Li Yin waved to the crowd, knowing he too was a hero for the Nuggets that night. George Karl watched this harmonious scene with a satisfied smile. He knew that Li Yin and Iverson were the right answer for the Nuggets' backcourt. The Nuggets' opportunity had arrived. As Li Yin left the court, he gave a brief interview to the media. While passing through the tunnel, many fans approached him for autographs. Li Yin clearly felt that his performance had earned him considerable popularity. Returning to the locker room, he packed up and checked his system while taking a shower. The system interface unfolded in his mind as he reviewed his attributes. Name: Li Yin, annual salary 600, fully guaranteed, speed 78, strength 80, ball handling 92, passing 98, face-up drive 85, layup 84, dunk 65, back-to basket 85, hook shot 88, mid-range shot 78, spot-up 376, pull-up 355, rebounding 72, blocking 75, stealing 82, help defense 86, on-ball defense 80, stamina 80, charisma 98, tactical IQ 100, skills 1. Master playmaker 2. Master ball handler 3. Flash's contempt. Li Yin was surprised to find his salary was now fully guaranteed. Did the system have a foresight function? The other attributes remained unchanged except for blocking, which had increased by a full 13 points from 62 to 75. This change was undoubtedly due to Wade's skill, Flash's contempt. It seemed the fastest way to improve was through acquiring skills. Li Yin looked at the extra attribute point, which was a reward from completing a task. As a typical Chinese person, Li Yin decided not to add the point immediately, preferring to save it until he had more for a more satisfying boost. System, when will the next task be released? Li Yin was somewhat impatient as the thrill of leveling up was hard for any man to resist. Host, don't rush. Tasks will be released irregularly. In the meantime, you can improve your abilities through training. Basketball is a competitive sport and hard training is essential. The system's voice sounded directly, feeding Li Yin a large dose of inspirational chicken soup. Damn system, I didn't know you could be so positive when you're being serious. Li Yin joked. The system didn't respond to him, and Nene's shout pulled Li Yin's attention back to reality. Li Yin had been so engrossed in studying the system that he had taken a long shower. The staff outside urged him to attend the press conference. It had been a long time since Li Yin had received such treatment. At the start of the season, domestic reporters had followed him, but after his poor performances, they had all gone to Houston to cover Yao Ming. After all, with Li Yin's performance, the stories they wrote didn't appeal to fans. However, it was foreseeable that with Li Yin's heroic displays, more and more Chinese reporters would appear in the Denver Highlands. Li, tonight you posted a comprehensive stat line of 12 points, 19 assists, 7 rebounds, 3 blocks, and 2 steals, making you a key player in the Nuggets' victory. How do you feel about your performance tonight? A reporter from the Denver local media, the Denver Sports Post, asked first. Li Yin thought for a moment and replied confidently, "The coach and teammates gave me a lot of help. I just did what I was supposed to do. I felt good today, and I hope I can keep it up." Tonight you matched up against champion guard Dwayne Wade. You blocked him twice and made several successful defensive plays. Do you have any secrets? A TNT reporter followed up. Haha, I gave it my all. Dwayne Wade probably didn't know much about me, which gave me a big opportunity. To be honest, I'm still far from Dwayne's level. He's an FMVP, and what I need to do now is earn the trust of my coach and teammates. Li Yin explained without arrogance, sincerely expressing his respect for Wade. Are you worried that as opponents study you more, it will become harder for you to perform? The reporter continued. Li Yin smiled. No, I have strong teammates around me. AI scored 46 points tonight. I grew up watching him play. He's an MVP and one of the best players in this league. Carmelo Anthony has been a huge help to me. He's an absolute superstar. I will train hard and get stronger. Li Yin's confidence infected the reporters around him. They liked players like him. At that moment, a reporter asked with a smile, Li, we noticed you had an interaction with courtside tonight. Do you know each other? Li Yin hadn't paid much attention to it at the time. Now he realized that woman was Taylor Swift. We don't know each other. Li Yin explained. Just came over to try to pull me up. Maybe I was too heavy. M's debut album this year was a huge success, certified 5x platinum by the RIA. Would you be interested in getting to know her? Are you an entertainment reporter? Li Yin said helplessly. Playing basketball is my job. Ha ha ha. Everyone in the room laughed. Meanwhile, in the Heat's interview area, a reporter asked Wade, Dwayne, do you know Li Yin now? Wade nodded. He's a great point guard. What advice do you have for his future development? Well, Wade said with some resignation, he already dished out 19 assists and blocked me twice. What advice can I possibly give him? Just as Li Yin finished his interview and exited the hall, he encountered Sean Connery, the general manager of the Nuggets, in the corridor. Upon seeing Li Yin, Sean quickened his pace and approached. Li, you played a brilliant game. The team has decided to convert your contract to a fully guaranteed one. Congratulations on becoming a permanent part of the Nuggets' journey. Sean didn't mince words and got straight to the point. Li Yin nodded, showing little excitement. For one, the system's notification had already given him prior awareness. For another, Li Yin was no longer the rookie who could barely dribble without stumbling. With the system at his disposal, Li Yin brimmed with confidence. As a true, chosen one, his success was merely a matter of time. Thank you, General Manager. Li Yin replied with an air of nonchalance. Seeing Li Yin's composed demeanor, Sean smiled faintly and added, keep up the good work. The management and coaching staff are thoroughly impressed with your performance. They're already preparing your new contract. You're part of the Nuggets' long-term plans. With that, Sean patted Li Yin on the shoulder as a gesture of encouragement. Li Yin's current goal was simply to finish the season strong. Whether to renew the contract would depend on if they could clinch the championship this year. Li Yin had always been fixated on the system's reward for helping Allen Iverson win a championship with the Nuggets. A colossal boost he couldn't afford to give up. In the NBA, a player's ability reigned supreme. At 20, Li Yin had plenty of time to earn money later. What Li Yin needed to do was harness the system's help, improve his skills through hard work, and rise to become a top-tier star. Currently, his passing and ball handling were elite and his defense was above average, but his offensive arsenal was limited. His spot-up shooting was merely passable, and his off-the-dribble shooting was virtually non-existent. His slightly stronger suits were driving to the basket and post-up hook shots. However, Li Yin's speed was only 78 and his strength was 80. Not terrible, but merely average. Thus, he lacked the penetrating power of players like Wade or James. Fortunately, the Nuggets didn't rely on Li Yin for aggressive scoring. They boasted two of the league's top scorers, Carmelo Anthony and Allen Iverson, ranking first and second on the scoring charts. In many ways, the current Nuggets were the perfect team for Li Yin. Looks like this system is pretty reliable, he thought to himself. Host, you finally said something sensible. The system's voice suddenly echoed in Li Yin's mind. Damn, Li Yin was startled by its sudden appearance. Can you not pop up out of nowhere? It's a bit creepy. The system remained silent. From now on, only speak when I call you. During games, you can alert me in special situations. Li Yin recalled the system's prompt during the game to activate ball handling master. Without it, he might not have reacted in time. Li Yin pulled out his Nokia phone. On major sports websites, news reports about the Nuggets game were prominently featured. Allen Iverson scores 46 in Nuggets debut, leads shorthanded team to buzzer-beater victory over Heat. Nuggets edge out Heat at home. Allen Iverson's 46 points, Li Yin's 19 assists. New backcourt duo shows perfect chemistry. The answer shines again. Allen Iverson proves the clutch performer. 19 assists. Li Yin suddenly awakens as the Chinese magician. Nuggets' biggest surprise. Li Yin highly praised by Allen Iverson. Wade, Li Yin is too strong. I can't give him any advice. Shock. Li Yin conquers the Flash. Chinese magician outshines Dwayne Wade. George Karl Lee is the perfect point guard for the Nuggets, our greatest surprise. After browsing the news for a while, Li Yin tossed his phone aside. This era was so boring. No smartphones, let alone short videos with charming girls showing off their moves. So Li Yin turned on his computer and deftly opened a hidden folder. Thankfully, Tokyo is Hot was still there. The teachers were still the familiar ones, and the poses remained as classic as ever. It seemed this parallel world wasn't much different from the original one. At that thought, a new idea struck Li Yin. He could use his God's eye view to make money without much effort, just invest directly. Apple, Amazon, Tesla, Alibaba, Tencent, ByteDance, Xiaomi, Bitcoin, Meta. He planned to shear every sheep he could. The future was bright, but the first priority was accumulating seed capital. Of course, with his current performance in the NBA, that shouldn't be too hard. Meanwhile, across the ocean, countless fans were thrilled by Li Yin's performance. In classrooms, offices, streets, and alleys, everywhere, people were buzzing about his incredible display. China's basketball team had always been strong in the frontcourt, but weak in the backcourt. After Wang Zhizhi, Yao Ming, and Meng Bader entered the NBA, China finally had a formidable perimeter player in the league. This was immensely positive for the development of Chinese basketball as a whole. They no longer had to fear opponents' full-court presses. The next day, Li Yin drove his second-hand Chevrolet to the training facility. Denver, the largest city and capital of Colorado, had a population of merely 6,000, and the roads were not particularly crowded. Li Yin arrived at the training facility without any trouble. Unlike before, he had gained considerable popularity. Even the security guards at the arena asked for his autograph. Li Yin strode confidently into the arena. He had arrived a bit early, and with no players or staff present, the empty gym felt somewhat desolate. Li Yin was accustomed to this. The apartment he rented had no training court, and he had always been the first to arrive at the team's practice facility. After completing a few warm-up sets, Li Yin began his shooting drills. Spot-up shooting went relatively smoothly, but things turned awkward when he attempted dribbling into three-pointers. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of the ball rattling off the rim echoed through the gym as he missed shot after shot. This was without any defensive pressure. In a real game, the situation would only be worse. After a few sets with poor results, Li Yin opened his system panel and saw that his dribble three-point ability was indeed still a disappointing 55. Among young Chinese players, those with solid dribbling and shooting fundamentals usually lacked physical talent, while those blessed with athleticism relied on their bodies and neglected basic skills. By the time they reached the professional level, most of the physically average players had been weeded out, leaving a bunch of roughnecks staring blankly at each other. Shooting ability cannot be developed overnight. It requires extensive practice. Even professional players find it extremely difficult. Someone like Ben Simmons, who developed psychological issues, never managed to improve his shot. Then there was Russell Westbrook, the beast. No one doubted his work ethic, but when it came to hitting the rim or the shot clock, he still did just that. Changing shooting habits is a daunting task. If the system didn't come to Li Yin's rescue, he would have to spend the offseason grinding it out. For now, Li Yin needed to leverage his strengths to help the team. He continued with other ball handling drills and discovered that an ability value of 80 was a clear threshold. Any skill rated above 80 felt smooth and fluid. Below 80, it was inconsistent. As for anything under 70, Li Yin briefly attempted a dunk. He nearly got rejected by the rim. Alright, he would stick to layups from now on. Li Yin didn't share Stephen Cowie's penchant for dunks. If there was a risk of failure, he simply wouldn't attempt them. Once he saved enough points to upgrade, he could do whatever he wanted. By the scheduled meeting time, the Nuggets players and coaching staff had gradually assembled. Even the suspended Carmelo Anthony and J.R. Smith arrived punctually at the training facility. Although they couldn't play in games, they still had to attend practice to reintegrate into the team as soon as their suspensions ended. After warm-ups, head coach George Karl divided the players into groups for tactical drills. He placed great importance on Li Yin and personally explained the strategies to him. He also assigned assistant coach Hughes to give Li Yin onion-own instruction, breaking down each play and demonstrating it step by step. It was clear that the Nuggets intended to focus on developing Li Yin. What surprised the coaching staff was that Li Yin not only listened attentively, but also took out a small notebook to jot down key points. He even drew movement diagrams with surprising precision. To Li Yin, this was perfectly normal. Who doesn't take notes in class? The system hadn't granted him a photographic memory, so he had to write things down and digest them later. It would be awkward to keep asking the coach the same questions. George Karl had coached many players, but had never seen anyone take notes on the spot. In the past, his players would nod vigorously during explanations, pat their chests, and claim they understood everything perfectly. Then when running the plays, they would forget everything and need repeated instruction. Li Yan's approach instantly earned him immense goodwill. No wonder people said the Chinese were diligent and sharp-minded. Just look at this guy. Then he glanced at the other players, a bunch of big dark-skinned guys laughing and chatting nonsense. George Karl shook his head. A day later, the Nuggets remained at home. This time their opponent was the Minnesota Timberwolves. The Timberwolves were not a formidable adversary. Since reaching the Western Conference Finals in the 2003-04 season, they had missed the playoffs for 2 consecutive years. Judging by this season, they would likely extend that streak to 3. Kevin Garnett continued to battle as the Wolf King, but the Timberwolves lacked talented players to support him. Their draft day trade with the Portland Trail Blazers had backfired. Minnesota swapped picks with Portland, sending Brandon Roy away in exchange for Randy Foye. Foye struggled in his rookie season while Roy excelled. Kevin Garnett repeatedly expressed his dissatisfaction with the team. He put up impressive individual numbers, but received little in return. The Timberwolves' performance was erratic and mediocre. Every strong winning streak was offset by an equally long or even longer losing streak. Garnett's patience was wearing thin. At 31, as a professional player, he had little time left to squander. Li Yan spotted Chinese reporters at the Pepsi Center and greeted them with a smile. "What brings you here?" The reporters chuckled awkwardly. "Haha, we'll be seeing each other often from now on. We hope you'll guide us." "No problem." After answering a few simple questions, Li Yan headed into the arena to begin his pre-game preparations. Allen Iverson, having seen Li Yan's performance in one game and a few days of practice, had come to respect his abilities. He patiently stayed behind to run through several rounds of tactical drills with Li Yan. Today, the Pepsi Center was packed to capacity. As Li Yan warmed up on the court, he heard a familiar voice. Li Yan followed the sound and saw the woman who had pulled him through a critical moment in the last game. Mimi had come to Denver for a music festival and was dragged by a friend to watch a Nuggets game. After her close encounter with Li Yan last time, she couldn't forget the feeling. The music festival had ended, but Mimi stayed behind, spending a fortune to secure a seat near the front. As Li Yan approached, Mimi felt her heart flutter like a deer in the headlights. Recalling the sensation from before, she pressed her thighs together and said shyly, "Li, can we shake hands?" Li Yan froze as Mimi extended her hand toward him. What? Could this become addictive? Li Yan hesitated for a moment, but still took Mimi's hand. How should he put it? It was softer than Iverson's. Li Yan made the assessment in his mind. On the other side, Mimi felt a bit disappointed. Although holding Li Yan's large hand made her heart race faster, she didn't experience that exhilarating sky-high thrill from the previous game's break. Could it be that the feeling only comes when shaking hands during a game? Li Yan knew what Mimi was expecting. While looking at her watery eyes, he also wanted to satisfy her. But his stamina was full now, and activating the skill would be somewhat wasteful. Although the Timberwolves were average in strength, it was better to be prepared. Chinese people always like to keep a backup plan, and Li Yan was no exception. Well, if you really want to hold hands, we can do it during the game. Seeing that Mimi showed no sign of letting go, Li Yan reminded her. Mimi finally realized her indiscretion. Hearing Li Yan's words, she became delighted again. "Oh, okay, I'll wait for you." Back on the court, Kenyon Martin walked over to Li Yan and grinned mischievously. "Li, you know that beauty well." Li Yan smiled. "You could say we're acquainted. I saw you two holding hands for so long, it doesn't seem like an ordinary relationship." Kenyon Martin teased. "It's fine, mutual consent is normal." "No, I love basketball," Li Yan said, then continued warming up. Ding. New mission: block Kevin Garnett twice during the game to earn Kevin Garnett's exclusive skill. The system's voice suddenly echoed in Li Yan's mind. "Li Yan, a system, can you reveal which of Garnett's skills it is?" System: no. Li Yan, you sure are decisive, not even a moment's hesitation. System: thanks for the compliment. Li Yan, regardless, a skill was a guaranteed profit. What skill could the big-ticket Garnett have? If he could get the fierce mid-range jumper, it would be a significant boost for him. Speaking of which, why was it another blocking mission? The system should change its name to the Blocking God system. After warming up, Li Yan returned to the locker room to wait for the starting lineup introduction. This was Li Yan's first NBA start. When the arena DJ announced Li Yan's name, the Pepsi Center erupted with enthusiastic cheers. It was evident that Li Yan was quite popular now. Li Yan jogged onto the court and observed the Timberwolves players. The big ticket Garnett was so dark he seemed to glow. He closed his eyes tightly and muttered to himself. Wow, he really gave off that fierce vibe. It had to be said, image building was very important sometimes. Kevin Garnett, a tall, slender big man whose offense primarily relied on jump shots. Because of his aggressive chest thumping and roaring after making mid-range shots, he became the symbol of the tough and iron-willed player. If it was about defense, Garnett was indeed tough, but the idea of him being a strong offensive player was purely an illusion. In fact, most of Garnett's offense consisted of mid to long-range fadeaway jumpers and turnaround jumpers from the post, with almost no inside scoring threat. The game was about to begin. Starting lineups: Nuggets: Li Yan, Allen Iverson, Linas, Klyza, Kenyon Martin, Marcus Camby. Timberwolves: Mike James, Randy Foye, Ricky Davis, Kevin Garnett, Mark Blunt. The referee's whistle blew. Camby and Garnett jumped for the tip-off. Marcus Camby was the second overall pick in the legendary 1996 draft, so he naturally had talent. An NBA adage says one of the top 2 picks will be a bust. The number 1 pick, the answer, Iverson wasn't a bust, but the runner-up, Camby, didn't live up to expectations. Camby was a tall, slender big man with great height wingspan and leaping ability. He excelled at blocking shots, protecting the rim, and grabbing rebounds, making him an elite paint protector in the league. For his height, his ball handling was decent, and his high post passing was excellent. However, his outside shooting was awkward, his finishing ability was poor, and he was frequently injured. It was clear that Camby and Garnett had many similarities. He could be considered a weaker, less offensive version of Garnett. The referee's whistle signaled the end of the jump ball, with Garnett winning against Camby. Mike James advanced with the ball. As soon as he reached the front court, Lee Yin pressured him. Mike James wasn't fast, and after a series of moves, he couldn't shake Lee Yin's defense. Garnett established position at the high post and called for the ball. Mike James quickly passed it to him. The pass was a bit high, but it wasn't a big problem for a man rumored to be able to touch the top of the backboard. Garnett leaped lightly, extended his long arms, and snagged the ball. He backed down against Kenyon Martin, feigned left and right, and displayed a series of shoulder fakes. Then he suddenly rose up for a turnaround fadeaway jumper. Garnett's jump shot combined with his long arms had an absurdly high release point plus a bit of a fadeaway. Even a high flyer like Kenyon Martin could do nothing against Garnett. The ball arced through the air like a rainbow. Swish! It went through the net cleanly. Garnett scored the first points for the Timberwolves. Wow, Garnett's jumper is as accurate as ever. In the broadcast studio, Yu Jia and Coach Shang were commentating together. Since Lee Yin had put on 2 consecutive outstanding performances, the Nuggets games were immediately promoted. There was no other way. The audience loved watching him, and CCTV understood public sentiment. The Nuggets' possession. Lee Yin brought the ball up from the backcourt. After his last game, his teammates had full confidence in him. Mike James was at a significant physical disadvantage against Lee Yin. If Lee Yin's ball handling and attacking skills were more polished, he could exploit this mismatch continuously. However, Lee Yin's shooting wasn't very reliable yet. Mike James had clearly studied him, giving him some space and focusing on defending against his drives. Lee Yin didn't force the issue. Instead, he called for Kenyon Martin to set a screen. After completing the pick and roll, Lee Yin passed the ball to the rolling Martin. At the start of the game, Lee Yin didn't activate the playmaker skill. As a result, Kenyon Martin's shot was swatted away by Garnett's massive block. Garnett's lateral speed was too fast. He recovered instantly to complete the block. The ball bounced out of bounds. After landing the big ticket, Garnett beat his chest and roared. The Wolf King's roar. Just ask if that's tough or not. At that moment, the system's voice abruptly sounded in Lee Yin's mind. Ding! Host witnesses an NBA classic scene, the Wolf King's roar, triggering a hidden mission. After blocking Wolf King, Garnett roar and beat your chest at him for a chance to earn additional attribute points. Lee Yin stared at the Wolf King. Garnett, who was pounding his chest and roaring in front of him, momentarily taken aback. To be honest, the aura was indeed terrifying, and those unprepared psychologically would likely be startled. Truly, the Iron Blood Wolf King had mastered this intimidating presence. Iverson noticed Lee Yin's momentary daze and deliberately walked over to pat him on the back, saying, "Lee, don't be scared by Kevin. He may look fierce, but he's not that terrifying." Lee Yin was not scared. He simply felt that the task had come a bit unexpectedly. It seemed that witnessing iconic moments could trigger tasks, and naturally, the more tasks, the better. Lee Yin was not one to shy away from opportunities. Lee Yin felt a bit regretful that during the Madison Square Garden incident, the system had not yet awakened. Otherwise, he could have definitely triggered a task. As a Wool Party member, Lee Yin felt heart-wrenched for missing the opportunity to shear the sheep. Returning to his senses, Lee Yin knew Iverson was trying to bolster his courage and replied, "Boss, it's fine. This won't scare me." Iverson nodded. "Play well. We are the stronger side." The Nuggets were ready for the sideline throw-in. The basketball quickly found its way into Lee Yin's hands. He held the ball, breaking through the Timberwolves' defense, and immediately passed it to Iverson beside him. To ensure a good start, Lee Yin enhanced this pass with master of assists. Iverson's mid-range shot was not bad, maintaining a shooting percentage of over 40 for years plus the 20 boost from Lee Yin. Thus, this mid-range shot was naturally smooth and fluid swish. The basketball swished through the net, making it 2-2. Iverson was naturally more accustomed to initiating attacks with the ball, but he always felt particularly comfortable receiving passes from Lee Yin. In the last game, over half of Lee Yin's 19 assists were to Iverson, making Iverson not opposed taking shots immediately after receiving Lee Yin's passes. In a post-game interview, Iverson stated that Lee Yin was a naturally gifted player whose passes felt exceptionally comfortable. The Timberwolves were on the offensive. Mike James already understood that Lee Yin was not to be trifled with, so this time, he quickly passed the ball. Garnett held the ball high, surveying the situation, and successfully found Ricky Davis cutting and using a screen. Ricky Davis was well known among fans for his famous quote, "I thought LeBron James was coming to support me." In the 2002-03 season, Davis had the best performance of his career, averaging 26 points, 9 rebounds, and 5 assists, naturally making him the leader of the Cavaliers. However, the problem arose when the Cavaliers selected LeBron James with the first overall pick that summer. Thus, less than 2 months into the 2003-04 season, which was LeBron's rookie season, Ricky Davis was traded to Boston. This trade severely dented Davis' confidence, leading to 2 consecutive seasons of disappointing performance and a significant decline in form. However, this year with the Timberwolves, Ricky Davis had found his form, becoming the team's second leading scorer after Garnett. Davis drove towards the basket, but a figure appeared in his path. Marcus Camby's long arms blocked Ricky Davis' path. Davis felt as if a wall had crashed down, declaring this area a no-flee zone. Smack! A big block was sent to an unsuspecting player. Camby also executed a big block, but without a roar, it felt somewhat lacking. Pliza grabbed the basketball and immediately looked to find Lee Yin. After receiving the ball, Lee Yin instantly initiated a fast break. Kenyon Martin was faster than Lee Yin, leading the charge. Having just been roared at by Garnett, Kenyon Martin naturally wanted to redeem himself, who after all wasn't he also a former first overall pick. Lee Yin advanced steadily, easily shaking off Mike James. Seeing Kenyon Martin working hard, Lee Yin didn't mind the exhaustion. The long pass, enhanced with Master of Assists, made Martin's aerial work incredibly smooth. Kenyon Martin felt that Lee Yin's passes were even better than Jason Kidd's. He leapt high, and the basketball landed perfectly in his hands. Boom. With a two-handed dunk, he ignited the crowd. The Pepsi Center erupted. Kenyon Martin finally felt elated and deliberately approached Lee Yin for a celebratory high-five. The Nuggets quickly established an advantage at home. Although Carmelo Anthony and J.R. Smith were suspended, the Nuggets still had Allen Iverson. The Answer's offensive firepower was undoubtedly formidable. He could consume possession single-handedly, not to mention having a system bug-level assist by his side. In contrast, the Timberwolves' firepower was struggling to keep up. Garnett was not known for scoring. His scoring ability was limited. Ricky Davis drives were his main scoring method, but the Nuggets had Camby as a formidable rim protector. The Nuggets firmly suppressed the Timberwolves. However, Lee Yin's task was not progressing smoothly. Attempting to block Garnett was still too difficult. Firstly, Lee Yin wasn't matched up against Garnett, and secondly, Garnett rarely attacked the basket. Given Garnett's iron blood jump shot style, the release point was too high. Lee Yin's 2 attempts to sneak up from the side had ended in failure. Damn, this is too hard. This damn system. Fine, blocking Wade was one thing, but now asking me to block Garnett. Are you going to make me block Yao Ming next time? With such a blocking task, doing it for an entire season would surely provoke public outrage. Lee Yin complained internally, but was still plotting to sneak up on Garnett. Finally, after Garnett pushed past Kenyon Martin to hit a tough jumper, he pounded his chest and roared again. Lee Yin charged over and provoked Garnett, saying, "KG, what's so great about hitting a jumper? If you have the ability, try to dunk over me and see." This left Garnett bewildered. Who was this kid talking to him like that? Garnett prepared to confront Lee Yin, but Kenyon Martin rushed over. Although Kenyon Martin didn't know why Lee Yin was so impulsive, he would not let Garnett intimidate this young man. Kenyon Martin looked a bit different from Lee Yin. Though shorter than Garnett, Martin was strong and exuded a fierce aura. It was clear he was not to be trifled with, prompting Garnett to contemplate his next move. At that moment, players from both sides rushed over, and Iverson stepped in front of Garnett and Kenyon Martin. Seeing the atmosphere escalate, Garnett frowned slightly. While his mouth continued to threaten, his feet naturally took a step back. Ding! The system's voice sounded again. Host witnesses an iconic NBA moment. Iron Blood Wolf King retreats while fighting. System reward triggered. Reward the host with 2 attribute points. Damn! Lee Yin was stunned. This reward seemed too easy. System, are you a diehard fan hater of Garnett? Lee Yin was stunned. There were actually free attribute points to be had. This ability to witness iconic NBA moments was truly a divine skill. It was perfect for a bystander who loved to be at the forefront of NBA gossip, enjoying the spectacle while collecting rewards. Enough said. This system of yours is really reliable. Oh, I won't complain about you anymore. Garnett struck a pose and retreated behind his teammates as the conflict quickly subsided. Whoa! Lee Yin and Garnett had a scuffle, and Kenyon Martin rushed over to stand up for Lee Yin, followed by Iverson. Damn, this situation is getting out of hand. Fortunately, both sides were relatively restrained, and the referees intervened in time. It's clear that Lee Yin is quite popular within the team. Now, both Martin and Iverson stood up for him. Back in the domestic broadcast studio, Yu Jia and Coach Zhang were also on the front lines of the gossip. The Nuggets continued to maintain their advantage at home, and both teams' bench units clashed for a stretch. Lee Yin sat on the sidelines pondering how to complete the task. Lee Yin's jumping ability was average, but as a guard, his height and wingspan gave him decent shot blocking skills. However, against Garnett, who excelled in height, wingspan, and jumping, it was tough. Even with all his effort, Lee Yin found it hard to block Garnett's jump shots. Only the skill flashes contempt gave him a chance. A 20 increase in block rate was not very useful, since going from 0 to 20% seemed pretty pointless. He had to trigger the condition for a 100 block success rate, which meant making Garnett attempt a dunk. Lee Yin's earlier provocation of Garnett was precisely to provoke a dunk and activate the skill. By the middle of the second quarter, Lee Yin was substituted back in. However, no matter how much trash talk he threw at Garnett, it had no effect. Garnett wasn't foolish. Charging into a paint guarded by Kenyon Martin and Marcus Camby was just asking for a block. Why not settle for a fierce mid-range jumper instead? The first half soon ended with the Nuggets leading the Timberwolves 58-45. Lee Yin had 6.7 assists, 3 rebounds, and 2 steals, a fairly decent performance overall. George Karl was very satisfied with Lee Yin's play. Lee Yin was selfless, prioritizing passing, and his ball handling and passing were steady with few turnovers. With Anthony and Iverson on the Nuggets, a point guard with this style was a perfect fit. Lee Yin also worked hard on defense, covering a large area and greatly easing Iverson's burden. In truth, it wasn't that Lee Yin didn't want to score. It was simply I can't do it. He only had accuracy on spot-up shots when left wide open. As for his 85 rated post-up and 88 rated hook shot, using them occasionally was fine, but if he kept isolating while his teammates watched, George Karl and Iverson would likely have a word with him. No help for it. Lee Yin was an old gamer now in the stealth development phase. Those in the know understood. Once he helped Iverson win the championship, had gained Iverson's dribbling skills and a full 10 points in speed. Just wait and see if I don't blow past you. Call me Answer Plus from then on. The second half began. George Karl sent Lee Yin in to lead the second unit. This was Lee Yin's suggestion, aimed at giving him more experience running plays. Against a team like the Timberwolves, the intensity wasn't too high, making it a perfect opportunity. George Karl was swayed by Lee Yin's words. To be honest, the veteran coach was even a bit moved. Why hadn't he discovered such a dedicated player sooner? Fortunately, it wasn't too late. George Karl resolved to develop Lee Yin properly. Lee Yin's real goal was to see if he could face Garnett while leading the second unit. Nene's rim protection was far inferior to Camby's, and his positioning wasn't as sharp. Garnett was a smart player who adjusted his style based on the situation. Though jump shots were Garnett's most common scoring method, he dunked frequently as well. His explosive power allowed him to drive like a guard, and whenever the chance arose, the Wolf King would showcase his fierceness with a slam. With that, Lee Yin's plan was coming together perfectly. The second half began. As expected, the trailing Timberwolves kept Garnett and Ricky Davis on the court to chase points. Lee Yin's plan got off to a good start. Without Camby and Martin, the Nuggets' interior defense dropped a notch and Garnett scored consecutively. Fortunately, Lee Yin and the Nuggets' second unit kept scoring too. To stabilize the score, Lee Yin tirelessly used master of assists. On the Nuggets' possession, Lee Yin ran a pick and roll with Nene. Lee Yin's pass accurately found Nene rolling to the basket, activating master of assists. Nene finished over Garnett. The ball teetered on the rim before finally dropping through. As Lee Yin celebrated with Nene, he continued to taunt Garnett. Perhaps Lee Yin's sincerity moved Garnett as the Wolf King forcefully drove into the paint on the next possession. Nene was out of position. Garnett leaped off the ground, but Lee Yin, who had been waiting, abandoned his block attempt. Boom. Garnett slammed it home, roaring and flexing. Lee Yin feigned a failed block attempt, immediately drawing Garnett's contempt. In truth, Lee Yin could have activated the skill to block it, but he had already considered the next step. If he blocked Garnett right away, Garnett might stop attacking the rim. Conversely, having tasted success, Garnett would surely try again. Damn, Lee Yin was impressed by his own cleverness. Garnett didn't disappoint Lee Yin's acting. On the next possession, when Garnett drove into the paint again, Lee Yin instantly leaped and activated the skill flash's contempt. In that moment, Lee Yin felt a surge of power, his vertical leap noticeably higher. Smack. The system did not deceive him. Lee Yin, providing help defense from the side, delivered a massive block to Garnett. The ball flew out of bounds. Success. Lee Yin was ecstatic. Just then the system prompt chimed, "Host has completed a block." Now beating your chest and roaring at Kevin Garnett has a chance to earn attribute points. Lee Yin snapped back to reality. Good thing the system reminded him. He had almost forgotten. For the reward, Lee Yin shouted at Garnett, "Fuck." Then he pounded his chest with his right fist, the motion a bit awkward, but passing the system's verification. Ding. Host has completed the task. Reward 1 attribute point. Lee Yin executed a knockoff version of Garnett's wolf howl right in front of him. Garnett was stunned, thinking, what the hell? This is too much. The iron-blooded Wolf King had never suffered such humiliation. He immediately charged over to exchange some heated words. Garnett had never backed down from a verbal duel. Seeing the furious Garnett, Lee Yin flashed a smile and said, "KG, if you've got the guts, come and dunk over me. KG, if you've got the guts, come and dunk over me." Yes, important things must be said 3 times. Garnett stared at the smiling Lee Yin, feeling his brain short-circuit. Wait, is this kid out of his mind? In all his years of playing basketball, Garnett had seen all kinds of freaks and weirdos, but this was the first time someone smiled while begging to be dunked on. "You just wait." Garnett spat out a harsh threat. "Sure thing." Lee Yin shouted after him, "He'll be waiting for you." Meanwhile, in the broadcast studio. "Beautiful." Lee Yin just blocked Garnett. Yu Jia exclaimed excitedly. While Lee Yin is pounding his chest and roaring, you can tell he's thrilled. Garnett is walking over. It looks like the Wolf King is angry. That celebration might be a bit. False alarm. Nothing happened. Judging by Lee Yin's expression, their exchange was quite pleasant. Looks like we misunderstood. Maybe Lee Yin is a fan of Garnett, and this was a tribute to his idol. Garnett must feel gratified knowing that. Yu Jia was making up an entire story based on what he saw. Garnett had always been a thinker, and he pondered with his sharp mind. In terms of height, wingspan, and jumping ability, he had the advantage. Even in physical confrontations, this kid was just a small forward's build. That earlier block by Lee Yin was merely a sneak attack. Compared to him, this Chinese kid was nothing but a bean sprout. Dunking on him would be child's play. Garnett was a man of action. He immediately increased his attacks on the basket. Then boom. Garnett dunked over Lee Yin and pounded his chest with a roar. Smack. Lee Yin blocked Garnett and pounded his chest with a roar. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the mission, blocking Garnett twice in the game. Reward: Garnett's exclusive skill, Wolf King's Roar. Ding. Host completed the mission, reward 1 attribute point. Again, boom. Garnett dunked over Li Yan and pounded his chest with a roar. Smack. Li Yan blocked Garnett and pounded his chest with a roar. Ding. Host completed the mission, reward 1 attribute point. Continue, boom. Garnett dunked over Li Yan and pounded his chest with a roar. Smack. Li Yan blocked Garnett and pounded his chest with a roar. Ding. Host completed the mission, reward 1 attribute point. Sweat beaded on Garnett's forehead. What's going on? This kid is kind of eerie. Li Yan thought, bet you didn't see that coming. I know the difference between a one-time feast and sustainable development. Hey, KG, if you're so tough, dunk on me twice in a row. Li Yan said, feigning reluctance after being dunked on by Garnett. Garnett, I'll grant your wish right now. I don't believe that every time I dunk this kid will block me. 3 minutes later. Li Yan, KG, please dunk on me. Garnett, damn, just a little short every time. Li Yan had mastered the pinduo trick. He gave Garnett a glimmer of hope just within reach, but after one cut, there was always another. 5 minutes later. Garnett, damn, I can't dunk anymore. Li Yan, KG, I think you can push a little more. Just a bit more each time. Competitive sports are about transcending yourself. Keep going. You're the best. Garnett, get lost. The Pepsi Center erupted. KG, you're not that great. You're just evenly matched with our Li. Li, that was awesome. You looked so cool roaring at KG. Haha, is Li really that good at blocking? What a coincidence. Feels like Li did it on purpose. No way KG wouldn't do that on purpose. Li Yan can't just toy with KG. Who cares? Li Yan is ours. Garnett was completely thrown off his game by Li Yan, and the Timberwolves naturally had no chance of winning. After the Nuggets starters made a run, the gap between the two teams grew wider and wider. The Timberwolves substituted all their starters, signaling their surrender. Watching Garnett leave the court, Li Yan felt a lingering sense of unfinished business. Though his body was weary, his heart was at ease. George Karl then followed suit, pulling his starters from the game. Li Yan sat on the bench, gazing at the 8 extra attribute points on his system panel, a wave of contentment washing over him. The game against the Heat had rewarded him with 1 attribute point. Witnessing the iconic scene of the iron-blooded Wolf King advancing while retreating earned him 2, and the remaining 5 were all gained from Garnett. When Li Yan discovered that the hidden quest, the Wolf King's Roar, could be triggered multiple times, he was determined to milk this opportunity for all it was worth. The reward rate was quite reliable. Li Yan completed the quest 6 times, and 5 of those attempts yielded rewards. This was an incredibly satisfying haul. Absorbed in the quest during the game, Li Yan now took the time to examine the skill the Wolf King's Roar in detail. The Wolf King's Roar basic: a roar of defiance at injustice, a whirlwind charge across the land. Limited to once per game. Garnett was the epitome of iron-blooded basketball, and his classic Wolf King Roar could immensely boost his teammates' morale. Skill effect: after completing a key defensive play, let out a mighty roar to increase the entire team's shooting accuracy by 10, lasting for 5 rounds, and slightly restore the team's stamina. What? So Garnett's chest-pounding roar had this effect. Li Yan felt speechless. How was this a support skill? He was destined to become the god of basketball. What were these pathetic skills? Couldn't he get a skill to enhance his offensive abilities? Iron-blooded jumper would be perfect. Li Yan mused that encountering the 4 guards should reward him with an offensive boosting skill. But then again, given the system's mischievous nature, nothing was certain. What if he ended up with Kobe's 4 airballs in 3 attempts? That would be worse than having nothing at all. The final buzzer sounded, and the Nuggets defeated the Timberwolves 105-91, securing their 3rd consecutive victory. Li Yan recorded a comprehensive stat line of 10 points, 14 assists, 5 rebounds, 2 steals, and 6 blocks in this game. Li Yan had become the new darling of the Nuggets. Before he could even rise from his seat, reporters had already gathered around for an interview. After dealing with the journalists, Li Yan was about to leave when he felt a gaze full of resentment. It turned out to be Mei Mei by the courtside, who had been waiting anxiously for Li Yan. Li Yan then remembered the matter before the game. A Chinese man must keep his word. As Li Yan walked to the sidelines, many fans crowded around asking for autographs. The fans believed that Li Yan would definitely become a star in the future, so getting his autograph now was an absolute bargain. Li Yan patiently signed autographs for the fans, and then warmly shook hands and high-fived them. Due to his delicate features, the proportion of female fans among Li Yan's supporters was quite high. Thus, Mei Mei, who was lost in her own world, did not attract much attention. To others, she was merely an overly excited fanatic. As soon as Li Yan returned to the locker room, a team staff member informed him that the Denver Sports Journal wanted to conduct an exclusive interview with him. Li Yan's performance had garnered widespread attention, and the largest local newspaper believed that follow-up reports on him would be welcomed by the fans. Having barely managed to decline the post-game press conference, Li Yan had no choice but to accept an exclusive interview that lasted about 30 minutes, which meant he returned to his apartment quite late. Opening the system panel, Li Yan now had 8 attribute points to allocate. Rather than distributing them evenly, Li Yan preferred to invest them all into a single attribute. Li Yan understood the principle that it is better to break one finger than to injure all 10. After consulting the system, he became much more cautious about allocating points. The system had just told Li Yan that attribute points would not be awarded after every game, otherwise accumulating 100 or so points in a single season would be absurd. Only when facing star players of the caliber of Wade or Garnett would system tasks be triggered. Moreover, aside from star skills and attribute points, the rewards for system tasks had a higher probability of being status cards. Status cards were one-time consumables. Although they could work wonders when used, their effects did not permanently enhance the user's relevant attributes. From a long-term perspective, star skills were naturally the best reward, followed by attribute points, with status cards being the least desirable. Li Yan pondered and hesitated between two options. One was spot-up three-point shooting. Li Yan's current spot-up three-point attribute was 76, which was merely passable. If he added 8 attribute points, bringing the value to 84, Li Yan would become an elite-level perimeter shooter. The second option was face-up driving. Li Yan's current attribute for this was 85, which was already quite good. However, because Li Yan's speed was 78 and strength was 80, neither of which was top tier, his driving lacked the destructive power of Wade or James. But once he increased his face-up driving attribute to 93, his driving ability would undergo a qualitative change. Combined with his ball handling and passing skills, this would achieve a terrifying effect. If possible, Li Yan would have liked to immediately become a superstar who excelled at both driving and shooting. But faced with the need to make a choice, he ultimately opted for face-up driving. On one hand, allocating points this way would bring his driving attribute to over 90, which was an entirely different tier. Moreover, once he completed the task and obtained Iverson's driving skill pack along with a 10-point speed boost, he would easily achieve a speed of over 90 and near-perfect driving. Combined with his ball handling and passing abilities, even if his shooting were lacking, he would still be at a superstar level. Conversely, if he chose to invest in shooting, his mid-range and spot-up three-point attributes were only in the 70s, while his pull-up three-point attribute was a mere 55. The foundation was too weak. Even if he obtained rewards after the first season, the final result would be several attributes in the 80s. This would make him versatile, but not outstanding in any area, making it difficult to become a superstar. With the system, he was destined to become a hexagonal basketball god, and his choices would determine his growth rate. After completing the attribute allocation, Li Yan's face-up driving attribute reached 93. This was his third attribute to reach a value of 90, following ball handling and passing. The next day, Li Yan followed the Nuggets to Milwaukee to begin their Eastern Conference road trip. Although Li Yan had mentally prepared himself, he still felt a twinge of disappointment when the system did not assign any tasks. It seemed the system had been truthful. Against opponents of the Bucks' caliber, no rewards would be given. The leader of the Bucks this season was Michael Redd. Michael Redd's journey from a second-round pick to an all-star was very inspiring. He could drive and shoot with outstanding scoring ability. However, he clearly fell short of the system's standard for task issuance. The Bucks' second-in-command was Mo Williams, known as Mo Buckets. The Bucks were in terrible shape this season, currently ranking second to last in the Eastern Conference, just one game ahead of the last-place Celtics. Compared to the Bucks, the Nuggets were naturally the better team. The game unfolded accordingly. The visiting Nuggets took control from the very start, seizing the initiative. With Li Yan orchestrating the offense, the Nuggets executed a fluid and seamless attack. Unsurprisingly, it was another blowout victory by over 20 points. In the entire game, 6 players from the Nuggets scored in double figures, with Allen Iverson putting up an impressive 42 points. Since joining the Nuggets, Iverson had been on fire, filling many fans with high hopes for the team this season. With the Nuggets already displaying such formidable strength, once Melo Anthony and J.R. Smith returned, the team was bound to become a championship favorite. The Nuggets' Eastern road trip continued. They fought through obstacles, and Li Yan consistently delivered double-doubles of 1,010, proving he was no flash in the pan. Domestic fans exclaimed that they finally had a top-tier guard. The magnitude of Li Yan's improvement stunned them. In the CBA, he played as a swingman, relying mainly on his physical gifts to dominate domestic players. His passing and ball handling skills were not outstanding. Of course, the fans were unaware of the fantastical events, a transmigration and a system that had befallen Li Yan. They attributed his quantum leap to the NBA's superior training standards combined with his hard work. Meanwhile, certain media outlets sensationalized his journey, imbuing it with a miraculous aura. Have you seen Denver at 3 in the morning? The Shinjin Sports Report claimed that Li Yan woke up at 3 a.m. daily to train. Before sunrise, Li Yan had already completed 2 hours of dribbling drills, which was touted as the secret to his improved ball handling. Good heavens, even Li Yan was astonished by the domestic media's storytelling prowess. Cobes 4 a.m. wasn't enough. They pushed it back an hour to 3 a.m. Are you sure this regimen won't lead to sudden death? Li Yan's unique physical training method. The Real Man Sports Report detailed that Li Yan did 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10-kilometer run daily. After 6 months, he had successfully grown stronger. I went bald and got stronger. Damn, Li Yan felt this was even more absurd than the 3 a.m. Denver story. Did that editor find inspiration in an anime? Li Yan had become a shining example of hard work and perseverance. Endorsements poured in from all sides: cars, sodas, shampoos, phones, cameras, range hoods, throat lozenges, sausages, instant noodles, and even male health supplements. Li Yan instantly became a hot commodity, his commercial value skyrocketing. Concurrently, he founded his own agency, aiming to become the world's premier sports agency. Well, although it currently only represented Li Yan himself with his God's eye perspective, as long as he wasn't too foolish, he should fare well. Li Yan became wealthy and equipped himself with a team of agents, nutritionists, and trainers. The Nuggets' record continued to climb, and everything seemed to be moving in a positive direction, yet Li Yin felt somewhat unhappy. Because the system had not issued any tasks for a long time. If the system hadn't responded when he called, Li Yin would have thought it had vanished. After so many games, Li Yin realized that triggering tasks was still quite difficult. In terms of star quality, the Nuggets had faced the Celtics, who boasted Paul Pierce, known as the Truth. Although Paul Pierce wasn't on the same level as Kevin Garnett or Dwayne Wade, he was still a star of comparable caliber. Yet the system commented, the Celtics are so weak, how could they have a task? While the Celtics were currently at the bottom of the Eastern Conference, then the Nuggets also faced the top-ranked Raptors and Bulls in the East. Moreover, those teams had stars like Chris Bosh, the Dragon, and Ben Wallace. Yet the system said still not good enough. Li Yin was speechless. By the system's standards, teams with decent records and star quality surpassing Bosch's, there were hardly any eligible teams in the entire league. Fortunately, he had been prudent with his attribute points earlier, otherwise he would have regretted it. However, through continuous games, Li Yin still gained something. The skill Wolf King's Roar had advanced from basic to intermediate, increasing the shooting percentage boost for teammates from 10 to 15. It was then that Li Yin noticed an experience bar above the skills. Once it was full, the skill could level up. Both games and training could increase experience points. However, different skills leveled up at different rates. Dribbling Master was so embarrassing that Li Yin had only used it twice. But the experience bar for Playmaking Master, his most frequently used skill, had barely moved. When Li Yin checked the system panel, he was stunned. The experience bar was 1000 points long, and he was still 9576 points away from leveling up. A quick calculation told Li Yin it would take at least 3 to 4 years to fill it. Flash's Contempt had an experience bar of 100 points with 868 remaining. This was much better than Playmaking Master. Li Yin estimated that with frequent use, he could level it up to intermediate in one season. As for Wolf King's Roar, the basic level's experience bar was only 100 points, and at intermediate it had only increased to 200. Could it be related to the skill's strength and training effectiveness? That made sense. Improving passing skills was undoubtedly the hardest. As for Wolf King's Roar, while shouting a few times was indeed simpler to practice. As a straight-laced man, Li Yin detested effeminate trends and adored the passionate 5 lightning whips and "You're too beautiful." Brimming with masculinity, Li Yin naturally gained more experience the more he roared, becoming more adept at it. According to internal Nuggets feedback, every time they saw Li Yin finish a roar, they felt their blood boil and their morale soar. Li Yin's passionate playing style won the affection of many fans who praised him as an iron-blooded hard man. After defeating the Hawks, the Nuggets' record since Iverson's arrival stood at 9 wins and 1 loss. They had only lost by 6 points to the Eastern Conference leading Detroit Pistons. In that game, Iverson was heavily restricted by Billups and Hamilton. Li Yin repeatedly used Playmaking Master until he was completely exhausted, but he still couldn't turn the tide. The Pistons played defense-first, team basketball. Hamilton, Billups, Rasheed Wallace, and especially the Prince Tayshaun Prince were Li Yin's nemesis. Prince had boundless energy, excellent mobility, outstanding blocking and stealing abilities, and superb help defense. Crucially, Prince had long arms and legs. Although lean, he didn't lose out in physical confrontations. This neutralized Li Yin's greatest advantage. In previous matchups, he had often used his height, wingspan, and strength to gain a considerable edge. Basketball was indeed a sport of talent. Without the system, Li Yin, with his mediocre athleticism and basic skills, would definitely have been a benchwarmer. To become a top-tier star, one must master the trifecta of driving, shooting, and passing, the direction Li Yin was striving toward. After 10 games, the Nuggets welcomed back J.R. Smith. Carmelo Anthony's return was still 5 games away. Their next opponent was the Los Angeles Lakers. The long silent system finally issued a task. Ding. Task released 1. Win the away game against the Lakers and score over 20 points to earn 1 attribute point. 2. Limit Kobe Bryant's scoring to under 25 points for a chance to obtain a Kobe-related skill. The system began to show signs of activity, and naturally Li Yin was very excited. If possible, he truly wished to give Kobe a hug. His mind was filled with classic slogans: Kobe, Kobe, welcome. Thank you for coming to my place. Oh, Kobe, Kobe, welcome. Waiting for wind and rain for you. He has come, he has come, he is on a mission. He has come, he has come, he is bringing skills. What's wrong, Li? Iverson asked as he looked at Li Yin, who was stretching with a silly smile on his face. Is there something happy going on? Li Yin didn't hide it, boss. Him just a bit excited thinking about seeing Kobe soon. What? Iverson felt a twinge of concern. Are you a fan of Kobe? Having partnered with Li Yin in so many games, Iverson was very satisfied. A point guard with top-notch passing control and the ability to continuously cover for his teammates on defense was truly rare. Iverson didn't want Li Yin to switch teams after just 1 season. As 2 of the most outstanding shooting guards of the '96 Golden Generation, Iverson and Kobe were often compared. As a player, it would be impossible to say he didn't care at all. Iverson understood Kobe well. He knew Kobe would definitely like a point guard like Li Yin, which made him feel a sense of crisis. That's not true. Li Yin laughed and said, I just can't wait to face off against Kobe. Do I want to take him down? Haha, boss, do you feel like I'm dreaming? Li Yin said apologetically, looking at the stunned Iverson. Iverson didn't think Li Yin was being overconfident. His previous days reminded him of his own early days when he also challenged the superstar Michael Jordan. Go for it. Iverson patted Li Yan on the shoulder. The Staples Center was bustling with noise. The Los Angeles Lakers are a powerhouse in the NBA, and the Staples Center is one of the sanctuaries of basketball. In Los Angeles, basketball is a very popular sport. Li Yan was no longer a nameless player. He had continuously delivered brilliant performances with assists in double digits for the last 11 games. As Iverson's backcourt partner, Li Yan was more likely to attract media attention. Many media outlets in Los Angeles were curious about this player, whose style resembled the Lakers' legend Magic Johnson. During pre-game interviews, Li Yan was surrounded by microphones. Allen Iverson said, "You will definitely become a star guard. Do you have confidence in yourself?" "Of course, thank you, AI. He helps me just like an older brother." "Are you looking forward to the showdown with Kobe? We noticed you were guarding the opponent's key player against the Nuggets." Li Yan thought for a moment and replied, "Of course, I am very much looking forward to facing Kobe. I grew up watching him play, and I am very excited right now." "What is your goal? Do you want to win Rookie of the Year?" "They'll take it as it comes. I still have a lot to learn." January 6th. The Staples Center was filled with cheers. Li Yan looked around. Los Angeles was indeed a metropolis backed by Hollywood, and the Staples Center was always glittering with stars. Here the front row tickets never had trouble selling. There would always be Hollywood stars and various socialites sitting here. Enjoying basketball was only part of it. A significant portion was also for exposure. It should be noted that the Lakers are the most popular team in the NBA, and their nationally televised games rank among the top in the entire league. Li Yan saw some fans wearing his jersey, most of whom were of Asian descent. Seeing these enthusiastic fans cheering for him, Li Yan naturally waved back at them. Li Yan continued to warm up, and the fans in the stands suddenly erupted with cheers. Li Yan looked up and realized that Kobe and Iverson were exchanging pleasantries. This season, Kobe was in outstanding form, averaging an astonishing 31.6 points, 7 rebounds, 4 assists, and 1 for steals. After Shaquille O'Neal left, Kobe had been carrying the Lakers forward with little help by his side. Currently, the Lakers' second scorer is Lamar Odom, but his average points are less than half of Kobe's, only 15. 2. The Lakers' starting point guard is Smush Parker, known as the Reaper, but Smush Parker's skills are not as impressive as his nickname. However, as a minimum salary player, Parker was considered a bargain. The starting center for the Lakers is Kwame Brown, a former #1 pick who has really struggled, having been refined by Michael Jordan and Kobe Bryant. He severely lacks confidence during games. At this moment, the Little Shaq Bynum was Kwame Brown's backup, and his skills were even more rudimentary than Kwame's. However, age was Bynum's advantage. As a high school draft pick, he was still not yet 20 years old. Li Yan weighed the task he had to complete. Scoring 20 points would not be easy for him at this moment. Of course, limiting Kobe's scoring to 25 points was an even greater challenge, but the temptation of Kobe's skill set was far greater than any single attribute point. Thus, Li Yan decided to focus more on limiting Kobe's scoring. For him, restricting Kobe's points was even more important than winning the game. The game soon began. Marcus Camby won the jump ball against Kwame Brown. Kobe went to guard Iverson, while Li Yan was defended by Smush Parker. Li Yan brought the ball forward, having an absolute advantage while facing Parker. He didn't call for a screen. Instead, he directly charged in with Parker and powered his way into the paint. There was no one from the Lakers to help defend. Li Yan pressed Parker and scored with a layup to open the scoring for the Nuggets. 20. Wow. Staples erupted in astonishment. Li Yan's first shot caught the attention of the fans in the stands. Previously, they had only heard that there was a player on the Nuggets whose style resembled Magic. Now seeing it live, the Lakers fans were stunned. Whether in height, build, dribbling, or the technical moves like the layup, they were all strikingly similar. The Lakers offense. Kobe positioned himself in the low post on the right side, and Smush Parker passed him the ball. Li Yan defended Kobe. After Kobe continuously backed in and made contact, Li Yan knew he was about to attempt a fadeaway jumper. As Kobe turned and jumped, Li Yan also leaped forward to contest. At this moment, Kobe was at his peak, and his jump height was very high. Li Yan knew that once Kobe got into rhythm, it would be hard to stop him. Thus, Li Yan decisively activated the skill flashes sneer. Even if he couldn't block the shot, disturbing Kobe would still be a win. Li Yan's long arms provided some interference to Kobe, and the ball's trajectory was straight, but it missed slightly. The basketball hit the front of the rim and bounced up. Kobe's first shot clanked off the rim, and the paint beneath the Nuggets basket descended into chaos. Kwame Brown grabbed the rebound, but not quite securely. Camby reached out and tapped it, sending the ball flying away. J.R. Smith scooped up the loose ball and immediately passed it to Li Yan. Fast break. Transition offense had always been the Nuggets' strength. Allen Iverson sprinted ahead, and Li Yan unhesitatingly delivered the ball to him. Kobe's chase-down defense was impeccable, maintaining the perfect distance from Iverson at all times. Iverson glanced over his shoulder. Kobe wasn't letting up even for a single possession. Instead of forcing a shot, Iverson passed the ball behind him, luring Kobe out of bounds. Li Yan received the pass and leaped with all his might, though his jump wasn't particularly high. Fortunately, his wingspan was long enough to slam the ball into the hoop. Li Yan realized that Flash's disdain allowed him to jump higher on defense, but without the skills boost on offense, his vertical leap was rather unremarkable. Li Yan had scored 4 consecutive points to open the game, sending Chinese fans watching on TV into a frenzy. Wow. Li Yan is incredible, going toe-to-toe with Kobe without backing down. Li Yan has excellent control of the tempo. and it's clear his teammates trust him immensely. Absolutely, J.R. immediately looked for Li Yin as soon as he got the ball. Yin Shun is amazing. He's going to dominate Kobe today. Whoa, don't jinx it. Let's wait until we win before boasting. I'm celebrating early. At least Li Yin has 4 points and Kobe has 0. Damn, that's a good point. The Lakers' possession. Kobe was once again orchestrating the offense while Li Yin's focus was razor sharp. Kobe executed a series of crossovers, but Li Yin thwarted each one. Kwame Brown set a screen for Kobe, and the penetration drew a double team from the Nuggets. Kobe cleverly threaded the ball through the gap to the rolling Kwame Brown. However, whoops. Kwame's hand slipped, and the ball glanced off his fingers straight into the hands of Kenyon Martin. Kenyon Martin looked baffled, wondering how a ball suddenly appeared in his hands. Fast break. Li Yin shouted, snapping Martin back to action. The ball went to Li Yin, who didn't hesitate for a moment. He launched a two-handed pass, and the ball shot out like a bullet from a chamber. Iverson, already accelerating, heard the whoosh of the ball behind him. Based on years of experience, he knew the pass was unbelievably fast. Iverson gave it his all, his legs churning so fast they became a blur. Smack. He caught the ball. Swish. The layup was good for 2 points, making it 60. The Nuggets had taken control on the road, forcing the Lakers to call a timeout. Oh my god, unbelievable. That pass was incredibly cool, like lightning. I didn't even see how the ball left his hands. Damn, do Chinese guys play basketball with kung fu? I'd say the pass was so fast that only I could catch up to it. Li Yin waited by the sideline for Iverson to come over for a high five. Lee, that pass was way too hard, Iverson said, panting heavily. A boss, I figured since it was you receiving it with your skills, there's no pass you can't chase down, Li Yin replied with a laugh. Iverson chuckled and slapped Li Yin on the butt. That pass nearly did your old boss in. Don't do that again. You're 20, I'm 32 now. I believe in you, Li Yin teased. The answer, laughed too, plopping onto the bench. Try it next time, and I won't catch your pass. See whose turnover it is. Li Yin was speechless. George Karl also found it amusing. Lee, when you run a play with Allen, if the ball goes out of bounds, just raise your hand. Li Yin asked, Coach, what's the trick? J.R. Smith translated, he means if a I passes to you and you miss it, it's your turnover. If you pass to a I and he misses it, it's still your turnover. Don't be afraid of mistakes, young man. Li Yin was left speechless again. The timeout ended and the game resumed. Kobe called for the ball in the post and backed down Li Yin for a shot. Li Yin gave it his all, but even Flash's disdain couldn't disrupt Kobe's fadeaway jumper. The ball sailed over Li Yin's long arms and swish. It swished through the net. The form was a work of art, smooth as silk, leaving Li Yin to watch in awe. 62. Kobe had finally opened the Lakers' scoring account. The Nuggets' possession. Li Yin brought the ball up the court, and his defender was now Luke Walton. Li Yin's frame overpowered almost all point guards, so many teams assigned forwards to guard him. Li Yin passed the ball to Iverson and began moving off the ball with Walton on his tail. This wasn't yet the small ball era, though NBA teams still valued interior presence heavily. The Lakers' paint was packed, so Li Yin didn't join the crowd. Instead, he drifted to the perimeter. He flashed a tactical hand signal to J.R., but J.R. didn't see it. Meanwhile, Iverson was engaged in an unknown duel with Kobe. Iverson created space, but Kobe's closeout still provided some contest. Clang. The shot missed. Kwame Brown failed to secure the rebound again. Li Yin dove in front of Kobe to tip the ball to Iverson. Iverson calmly knocked down the mid-range jumper. Kobe stared helplessly at Kwame Brown, wondering how a #1 pick could be so clumsy with the ball. The Lakers' possession. Kobe isolated in the post, and Li Yin's chest ached from the impact. Kobe's physicality pushed Li Yin back step by step. J.R. Smith came over to help, but Kobe spotted the open Luke Walton and dished it to him. Walton's three-point percentage this season was 36, though he didn't take many. Walton had a decent shot, but it was inconsistent. This time he aimed for a long time, but the shot was wildly off. Kwame Brown nearly had another Butterfingers moment, but Camby managed to tip it out of bounds. Kobe shook his head in frustration, while Luke Walton and Kwame Brown were too intimidated to meet his gaze. Damn, Kobe's aura is so intense. Li Yin instinctively edged closer to Iverson. Sensing the terrifying, keep-away vibes radiating from Kobe, Li Yin knew he was about to enter Mamba mode. The Lakers inbound the ball from the sideline. Kobe executed a handoff play with Odom. Li Yin was momentarily fooled, his reaction a fraction of a second too slow. Kobe pushed off the floor, accelerating with explosive suddenness. In that instant, he had already shaken off Li Yin. Kobe drove into the paint where Camby was poised to protect the rim. There was no trickery, just a direct confrontation. Kobe soared through the air, gliding across a long distance. Camby extended his long arms, but Kobe evaded him with a deft twisting layup. Boom. Kobe ignited the Staples Center with a tomahawk dunk off a hanging layup. The sequence was fluid and seamless. In the broadcast studio back in China, commentator Zhang, known as Wei Ping Bryant, exclaimed, "Beautiful as a painting." Kobe landed without any expression. The Lakers were far behind, leaving him no mood to celebrate. The game continued. Li Yin held the ball at the top of the arc, fended off Walton, and drove into the paint with a slow, deliberate, three-step move. The Lakers fans in the stands were stunned. Li Yin's speed wasn't great, but his strides were long and his movements were highly deceptive. Odom came over to help defend, but lunged at nothing. Lee Yin seized the moment to deliver a crisp bounce pass. Kenyon Martin left unguarded rose up and hammered the ball through the hoop with a resounding boom. The rim vibrated with a loud hum. The beast, power forward, lived up to his reputation. The Lakers' turn. Kobe chose to post up Lee Yin again. With a practice turnaround mid-range shot swish. It went in again. Next possession. Lee Yin set a screen at the top of the arc. Iverson rushed over and received the ball from Lee Yin's hands. To make Iverson's shot smoother, Lee Yin imbued the pass with the playmaker skill. Kobe was momentarily blocked by Lee Yin. Iverson smoothly knocked down the mid-range jumper. "Yeah, where did you guys find this kid?" Kobe asked. "He's pretty good." "Don't be jealous, Kobe," Iverson laughed. "He's here to help me win a championship." Fall back, fall back. Seeing the Lakers inbound the ball, Lee Yin called for his teammates to retreat on defense. Iverson shrugged at Kobe. "See, he's reminding me to get back." Kobe studied Lee Yin carefully. Interesting kid. The Lakers' offensive possession. Kobe continued to demand the ball in the low post. Lee Yin defended Kobe tenaciously. This time, after a shoulder fake, Kobe chose to spin and drive inside. Lee Yin misjudged the move, and Kobe burst past him on the right side. A stop-and-pop mid-range jumper. Swish. It went in again. Lee Yin's heart sank. If this kept up, Kobe's skill level would skyrocket. Kobe scored consecutively, energizing the Staples Center crowd. "You're defending well, but too bad you're up against me," Kobe said to Lee Yin. Huh. Lee Yin thought he misheard. Was Kobe trash-talking him? Lee Yin's heart remained calm. In his past life, as a notorious keyboard warrior who had verbally sparred across countless online forums, he was well-versed in all styles of trash talk. "Kobe, trash talk doesn't work on me," Lee Yin waved dismissively, taunting him. "I've started more games in my rookie season than you did in your first 2 years combined." What the hell? Not only was Kobe stunned, but the Nuggets and Lakers players nearby were also shocked. Did they hear that right? This guy was mocking Kobe, and he hit the nail on the head. Even someone as strong as Kobe had ridden the bench in his first 2 seasons with the Lakers. In 150 regular season games, he had started only 7. Good. Kobe forced an awkward smile. "Kid, I'm starting to like you more and more." Lee Yin replied, "I don't like men." Kobe was speechless. Ha ha ha. Seeing Kobe about to implode from Lee Yin's words, Iverson was beside himself with laughter. "Kobe, don't get mad. Have some sense of humor." The Nuggets' possession. Lee Yin brought the ball up the court, and Kobe immediately pressed up on him. Clearly, Lee Yin had gotten under Kobe's skin. Trapped in Kobe's death grip, Lee Yin didn't hesitate and immediately passed the ball to Iverson. Iverson executed a double crossover, easily shaking off Smush Parker and knocked down the mid-range jumper. Lee Yin looked at Kobe and said seriously, "Kobe, stop glaring at me. I'm on a minimum contract. If I don't pass to AI, you'll get cut." Fall back. Iverson gave Lee Yin a hard smack on the backside as he ran by. "Damn." Lee Yin winced and complained, "Boss, I just pulled my glut. If you don't ease up, we'll be out for the next game." The Lakers' offense. Odom continued to feed Kobe the ball. Kobe declined the screen, created space with a crossover, and pulled up for a jumper over Lee Yin. Lee Yin was a step slow. Even using the Flash's contempt skill, he couldn't block Kobe's shot. The ball bounced on the rim before dropping through the net. "Kid, you think you can stop me?" Kobe taunted as he backpedaled on defense. This time Lee Yin didn't respond, not because he was intimidated, but purely to conserve his energy. Going head-to-head with Kobe on both ends of the floor was physically draining. Moreover, Lee Yin's continuous use of skills was steadily sapping his stamina. Kobe scored 12 points in a single quarter, pushing Lee Yin's mission to the brink of collapse. Subsequently, the Nuggets also made a substitution adjustment. Lee Yin once again faced Kobe. This time, Kobe used Kwame Brown's screen to complete his drive, stopping for a mid-range jumper. Lee Yin leaped off the ground, empowered by Flash's contempt, which allowed him to hang in the air longer. Kobe had no way to avoid it, and could only adjust the arc of his shot higher. Clang. The ball struck the front rim and bounced out. Lee Yin clenched his fist in celebration, finally halting Kobe's scoring streak. To be honest, when Kobe played like this, if he got hot, he was simply unstoppable. Lee Yin could only silently hope that Kobe would be possessed by Ben Simmons. Perhaps Lee Yin's fervent prayers moved the god of basketball, for after Kobe took the court in the second quarter, his touch seemed to vanish. The moves were still the same, still picturesque, yet each attempt fell just short. Clang, 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 clang. The incessant sound of iron gave Lee Yin hope of completing his mission. "Fuck." Kobe cursed, then said coldly, "Kid, don't get cocky. This has nothing to do with your defense, it's my own problem." Lee Yin. Ding. The system's prompt came abruptly. "Host has witnessed a famous NBA, seen the Mamba mentality. If I keep shooting, I'll eventually make it." Triggering system reward, bestowing 2 attribute points upon the host. Lee Yin was moved to tears. "This is incredible. I love you, Kobe." The Lakers are not a strong team. They heavily rely on Kobe in offense and lack focus in defense. As Kobe struggled, the Nuggets seized the opportunity to widen the gap. The Lakers called a timeout for adjustments. Upon returning to the game, Kobe modified his approach, driving towards the Nuggets basket. He executed a pick with Bynum, then used a change of rhythm to penetrate the paint. After getting past Camby, Kobe completed a jumper for 3 points. Following the basket, Kobe raised his fist in triumph. "Finally, you made one." Kobe shot a glare at Lee Yin. If looks could kill, Lee Yin would be incapacitated by now. Li Yin quickly bit his tongue, realizing how embarrassing it was to let his true feelings slip. Wait, that's wrong. Kobe shouldn't understand Chinese. Kid, I don't know what you just said. Kobe approached the free throw line, but don't get it twisted, you can't guard me. Indeed. Li Yin cursed, inwardly feeling it's unreasonable for Kobe to glare at him without understanding a word. Kobe, don't call for a pick. If you're brave enough, dunk on me. Li Yin provoked. Swish. Kobe made the free throw and scoffed, as you wish, kid. Ooh, just don't cry later. Don't brag. Oh, Dwayne Wade and KG both wanted to dunk on me, but I sent them packing. Li Yin was unafraid in his trash talk. Hey, where does your little buddy get all this chatter? Kobe commented while defending Iverson. Who cares? Is that bad? I feel pretty good, Iverson responded. Before Kobe and Iverson could make their plays, Li Yin backed down Walton and scored with a hook shot. Having delivered 3 consecutive assists, rewarding himself with an onion was only reasonable. Li Yin felt good about himself. That kid wasn't even targeting you. Kobe teased Iverson. Iverson shrugged casually. What can I say? Maybe I'm just not as aggressive as you. Then let him come to the Lakers next season to find me. I feel like he compliments me better, Kobe said with a smile. Iverson shot him a glare. No way. Upon reaching the Nuggets half, Parker passed the ball to Kobe. Li Yin immediately switched to defend Iverson, continuing to match up against Kobe, giving him a slight cushion. If Kobe drove, he wouldn't be able to keep up with his speed. It was best to leave some space. Kobe suddenly smiled, and Li Yin felt an ominous premonition. Sure enough, Kobe pulled up directly in front of Li Yin. The basketball arced beautifully. Swish. It swished through the net. Damn, this old fox fooled me. He's not playing fair. Li Yin mocked Kobe. What happened to dunking on me? Chicken out. Kobe smirked. Kid, I enjoy onions and embarrassing others, but I'm not out of my mind. Don't get it twisted. Li Yin was speechless. Wow, what happened to the knightly spirit? Including the last shot, Kobe had already scored 18 points. Li Yin's task was already teetering on the edge of bankruptcy. During halftime, the Nuggets led the Lakers by 8 points, 56-48. The good news is Li Yin had already scored 11 points and had a good chance of hitting 20. The bad news is Kobe had already scored 20 points. His skills were nearly uncontainable. Coach, I strongly recommend double-teaming Kobe. 2 isn't enough. 3 would be better. The other Lakers players are completely unreliable. If we can lock down Kobe, we've won more than half the battle. Li Yin sincerely suggested this to head coach George Karl in the locker room. He truly wanted Kobe's skills, but he alone couldn't stop Kobe under normal conditions, so he had to call for help. George Karl thought for a moment and ultimately agreed to the idea of a double team on Kobe. Indeed, without Kobe, this Lakers team was nothing. Seeing the head coach nod, Li Yin felt rejuvenated. Iverson was somewhat puzzled. Li, do you really want to target Kobe so much? Of course. My system. System. Iverson was taken aback. I trained systematically to defend against top scorers like Kobe. Li Yin reacted quickly and smoothly glossed over it. All right, I'm counting on you. The second half began shortly after. Kobe faced relentless pressure from the Nuggets. They were determined to stop him from scoring, even if it meant leaving other Lakers players open. Kobe attempted 2 long-range shots unsuccessfully. As he drove inside, he faced Li Yin's block. The Flash's disdain was an absolute blocking skill. Any dunk under the basket had a 100 blocking rate with that skill activated. Of course, Kobe was unaware that Li Yin had activated a skill. He merely felt that this kid was a bit strange. How could he jump so high all of a sudden? Under the focused defense of the Nuggets, Kobe found it challenging to move. The Nuggets clearly did not want to give Kobe any scoring opportunities. They even sent 3 players at one point to stop him. Fortunately, the other Lakers players seized this opportunity. While Kobe attracted most of the Nuggets' defensive attention, they scored one after another. Kobe's scoring stagnated, but his assists skyrocketed. However, Kobe being Kobe, even under tight defense, he could still find a way to score. By the fourth quarter, Kobe's scoring had reached 25 points, making it nearly impossible for him to end the game without adding to that. Li Yin felt his mind was about to explode. What should he do? Kobe's stamina was astonishing, showing no signs of decline, while he himself was in poor condition from using skills consecutively. The key was that even if he was at full stamina, he couldn't let Kobe score at all. Forget it, he needed to replenish stamina first. Li Yin scanned around and spotted an incredibly attractive woman on the sidelines. Using a half-court scramble, Li Yin successfully made contact with the beauty on the sidelines. Ding! The system's voice sounded. Ball handling master activated. Host excitement level reached 60, and Bar Sisters social recognition reached the threshold. Reward status card spiderweb. Li Yin nearly fumbled his skill activation, but fortunately the Nuggets retained possession. George Karl called a timeout to reorganize the tactics. A status card. Li Yin seized the moment to examine it. Status card spiderweb, rendering all flying insects unable to escape. A legendary enhancement in defensive prowess, ensuring that the guarded opponent cannot score in your presence. Defensive skills maxed out, stamina maxed out. The effect lasted 8 minutes. Perfect timing, like a pillow handed to a sleepyhead. Without hesitation, Li Yin activated it. A surge of mysterious power infused him, leaving him refreshed and invigorated. He opened the attribute panel. Onion defense at 100, stamina at 100, flawless. His speed had jumped to 88 and his strength to 90. Speed and strength were indeed crucial in defense, and Li Yin felt the system was reliable. Let's finish this in one go. No need to double-team Kobe excessively, George Karl rallied. Coach, leave Kobe to me alone. Emboldened by the spiderweb, Li Yan exuded confidence. Oh, George Karl looked at Li Yan's earnest expression. He had planned to have J.R. Smith help with defense, but Li Yan's self-nomination surprised him. Kobe puts a lot of pressure on me, but I've found the knack for defense. In a regular season game, I want to challenge myself, Li Yan said with a straight face. Good. George Karl patted Li Yan on the shoulder and agreed readily. Such an ambitious young man, truly admirable. Li Yan's teammates were taken aback knowing Kobe's abilities. Kenyon, will he be okay? Can't be worried. Don't worry, we'll cover for him. If Kobe drives in. Back to the game. Li Yan brought the ball up, making a few simple moves. He felt explosive power surging through his body. At the top of the arc, without calling for a pick, he suddenly accelerated. Whoosh. Luke Walton tried to keep up, but found himself utterly outpaced. Li Yan left Walton in the dust, charging toward the basket. Like a bolt of lightning, Li Yan beat the Lakers' defenders to the rim and laid it in. Wow. Li Yan has scored 16 points, setting a new season high. In the broadcast studio, Yu Jia exclaimed excitedly, incredible. Not just his ball handling and passing, but Li Yan's offensive improvement is evident. His rhythm on drives is excellent, his ball protection solid, and his touch soft. Coach Xiong nodded. Indeed, Li Yan now has the ability to create his own shot. That's crucial. The Lakers' turn. Naturally, the ball went to Kobe. Li Yan stood before him, lowering his stance and assuming a defensive position. Kobe was surprised. Li Yan had positioned himself perfectly, balancing between defending the drive and the shot. This kid's so confident. Even the most renowned defensive stalwarts in the NBA had to make choices when guarding Kobe. But this kid wanted it all. Was that confidence or reckless naivety? Kobe faked with the ball, using wide crossovers to shift Li Yan's weight. Li Yan remained rock solid. Kobe read his defense, but found no hole. Coincidence or real skill? One try would tell. Stomp. Kobe accelerated, driving to Li Yan's right. Li Yan slid laterally, his footwork unruffled. He stayed with Kobe. Undeterred, Kobe countered with a sudden stop and turn executed fluidly. Astonishingly, Li Yan seemed to anticipate Kobe's next move, closing out with incredible speed. The moment Kobe stopped, Li Yan had already braked and stepped in. Then as Kobe rose for the shot, Li Yan activated the Flash's contempt and leaped high. In this defensive sequence, Li Yan matched Kobe's 3 signature moves. Kobe midair was stunned. If this was coincidence, it was too perfect. Kobe felt an impenetrable wall before him. He adjusted his arc, barely clearing Li Yan's reach. Rebound. Clang. The ball bounced off the rim. It caromed far, leaving the battling big men helpless. J.R. Smith grabbed the rebound and passed to Li Yan. Kobe pressed up, but Li Yan executed a crossover and change of direction, easily creating space. Then Li Yan nudged the ball forward, activating the master chef. The ball sailed perfectly to the fast-breaking answer, Allen Iverson. Swish. Iverson scored an easy layup. Nice pass, Iverson said, giving Li Yan a thumbs up. With the spiderweb, in effect, Li Yan's base attributes, speed, strength, and stamina, were massively boosted. This allowed him to use skills recklessly on both ends without conserving energy. Kobe was stifled and frustrated, clanking shot after shot. But the Black Mamba chalked it up to his own shooting touch. Ridiculous. How could this kid lock him down? With Kobe's silence, the Nuggets quickly widened the lead. 2 Lakers timeouts failed to stem the tide. With 2-3 left, the Nuggets led by 18. In a regular season game, there was no need for a desperate fight. The Lakers pulled their starters first. George Karl followed suit, signaling a retreat. Suddenly, Li Yan felt a forced drain from his body. He staggered, a wave of weakness washing over him. Li, you okay? Kenyon Martin caught him swiftly. I'm fine, just overexerted, feeling a bit drained now. Li Yan replied. He glanced at the clock. The spiderweb status card had expired. Close call. If the Lakers had held on for one more possession, he might have collapsed. To be fair, the buff was fierce, but the aftermath was brutal. Li Yan returned to the bench. He glanced at the system panel. All values had reverted to those before using the status card. The status card served as a supplement to acquiring star player skills. With enough time, Li Yan could continuously improve his ability values through training and completing tasks. The system had fed the pie right to his mouth, but how to eat it quickly and digest it well was entirely up to Li Yan. Through recent training and games, Li Yan discovered that even without using attribute points, his ability values were slowly increasing. Just not as short, flat, and fast as loading skills or attribute points. This setup was quite reasonable, akin to accumulating experience. However, as the values rose, it became increasingly difficult to enhance them through sheer effort. More training and game experience were required. For instance, hitting 500 three-pointers in a game could raise the three-point ability from 70 to 75, but when the ability reached 80, those same 500 three-pointers might only increase it by 1 point. Li Yan now regretted the attribute points he had used earlier. The most cost-effective approach would have been to wait until his abilities hit 90, then add points all at once for a direct leap. Fortunately, raising face-up, driving from 85 to 93 wasn't too much of a loss. If he had wasted points on a 70 value ability, he'd be kicking himself now. It seemed he should save up attribute points from now on. Using them at 70 or 80 was simply too wasteful. The buzzer signaling the end of the game jolted Li Yan back to reality. The final score was 104 to 91, with the Nuggets defeating the Lakers on the road. The Nuggets' record now stood at 24 wins and 10 losses, climbing from the edge of the Western Conference playoffs to fourth place. Ahead of the Nuggets were the first-place Dallas Mavericks, second-place Phoenix Suns, and third-place San Antonio Spurs in the West. After resting on the sidelines for 3 minutes, Li Yin still felt somewhat fatigued. However, the dribbling master skill could only be used once a day, otherwise he would have gladly shaken hands with Jessica again. Clearly, using the dribbling master skill on Sisba was more effective than on Mei Mei. Not only did it provide better recovery, but it also yielded a status card. After returning to the locker room, Li Yin searched for Sisba on his phone. At that time, Sisba had just been cast in the comic-adapted films Fantastic Four and Sin City and had won the MTV Movie Award for Sexiest Performance. Sisba was immensely popular across the United States and globally, while Mei Mei had only debuted the previous year and was not yet the future music queen, she was merely somewhat known. In terms of social recognition, Sisba was far more popular than Mei Mei at that time. This suggested that the effectiveness of Dribbling Master was indeed related to the target's social recognition. The more popular, the better the effect. Li Yin and Allen Iverson attended the post-game press conference. In this game, Li Yin had 22 points and 11 assists, Iverson had 32 points and 4 assists. Iverson and Li Yin formed the league's emerging powerful backcourt duo. Iverson excelled in individual scoring, while Li Yin focused on playmaking and defense. They complemented each other perfectly, and their outstanding performances were key to the Nuggets' rise. This was the first time in Li Yin's NBA career that he scored over 20 points, a significant milestone. Previously, many media outlets had criticized his lack of scoring ability. They claimed his court control was due to Allen Iverson drawing defensive attention, creating space. This was why Li Yin had emerged like a comet only after Iverson joined the Nuggets. This argument was utterly untenable. If Iverson truly had such a miraculous effect, why would Li Yin be the sole beneficiary? It was merely a prejudice in American society against foreigners. If Li Yin had been a native-born American, he would have long been hailed as the next Magic Johnson. Iverson never spared praise for Li Yin, feeling they were a match made in heaven. He even wondered if he could have achieved more if Li Yin had come to him earlier. But now Kobe Bryant had thrust Li Yin into the spotlight. In a post-game interview, the Black Mamba said the Nuggets' point guard is very good. He has polished ball handling skills and excellent court vision, and his defense is also impressive. I really like him. Kobe's next words made Iverson frown. I heard he only has a 1-year contract with the Nuggets and will become an unrestricted free agent in the offseason. On behalf of the Lakers, I welcome him. Hell, love Los Angeles. That guy, trying to poach my teammate. Los Angeles, as the second largest city in the U.S., was indeed more attractive than Denver, and I heard there were many Chinese people there. Iverson felt a sense of crisis. After the interview, Li Yin returned to the hotel. The Nuggets' next game was still in Los Angeles against the Clippers at Staples Center 1 day later. Li Yin opened the system. The game against the Lakers awarded him 3 attribute points. Most crucially, the system rewarded Kobe's exclusive skill, Mamba mentality. Mamba mentality: basic, as long as I keep shooting, I will eventually make it. Kobe Bryant never accepted defeat. The only thing more frightening than missing a shot was not daring to take one. Skill effect: after missing 6 consecutive shots in a game, the skill effect activates, guaranteeing that all shots will hit for the next 3 minutes. Another bizarre skill. Although the 3-minute guaranteed shooting buff was incredibly overpowered, the requirement of missing 6 consecutive shots was a bit harsh. What if there were timeouts or fouls during those crucial 3 minutes? Not every opposing coach was a fool like Doc Rivers. He wasn't Kobe, missing 6 shots in a row. Well, if he toughened his skin, it might not be impossible. Li Yin calculated in his mind that overall the gains outweighed the costs. Ding dong. The doorbell suddenly rang, and Kenyon Martin's voice came from outside. Li, get ready. Let's go out and have some fun. Allen says it's his treat. Li Yin opened the door and found Kenyon Martin standing there dressed in an outrageously flashy manner. Li, you're going out like that? Kenyon Martin teased. You won't attract any girls like that. When we get there, it's every man for himself. Li Yin was clad in sportswear, completely unaware that there would be such a team-building event. Kenyon Martin patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry with your delicate features, maybe some hot girl will be into your type. Ahem. Li Yin swallowed tactically. Kenyon, I'm not that kind of person. Ha! Kenyon Martin said, no more, sensing that this young man was a bit reserved. But it was no big deal, no one was born with it, it was all about practice. Li Yin followed Martin downstairs where a row of luxury cars awaited. Allen Iverson, exuding the aura of a big brother, waved at Li Yin. Li, come over. Li Yin felt a sense of relief upon seeing Iverson and walked over with a smile. Boss, what's the event? Get in the car, Iverson laughed. I'm taking you to see the world. Oh, do you think I'd sell you off? Iverson led the Nuggets crew to a nightclub. Though he was the shortest, the AI walking at the front exuded the most commanding presence. Behind him followed a group of towering teammates, giving the impression of a boss bringing his underlings to patrol. It was clear Iverson was a regular here, as all the staff treated him with utmost respect. As the Nuggets entered the inner venue, they immediately drew everyone's attention and cheers erupted throughout. Even in Los Angeles, Iverson had no shortage of fans. Iverson settled the group down without much fuss. Tonight's tab was on the answer. Indeed, a man spending money was at his most charismatic. In everyone's eyes, Iverson's leadership shone brightly at that moment. The various stars of the Nuggets began to show off their skills. Kenyon Martin adjusted his clothes. This outfit of mine is stylish enough, isn't it? Watch me work my magic, brothers. Better than mine. Nene adjusted his golden battle robe. I'm the most dazzling guy here. Li Yin could barely watch anymore. To be honest, these big shots were the strangest outfits. Did black people's aesthetic really lean toward shiny, flashy, and colorful things? In comparison, Iverson dressed in a hip-hop style, but still looked relatively normal. Li, can we have a drink? A voluptuous blonde approached. Before Li Yin could speak, the girl pulled him up. He hesitated briefly. A Chinese man couldn't back down. He decided to challenge his weakness. Li Yin's nightclub debut was mediocre. Due to inexperience, his rhythm was off. After being groped by two busty women, he felt a bit dizzy. Li Yin stepped outside alone to get some air, gazing at the bustling streets and the flowing crowd. Los Angeles was different. As the home of Hollywood, spotting a celebrity here wasn't hard. Li Yin leaned against the railing, admiring the beauties, when he spotted a familiar figure. It was Ba Jie, who had given him the status card during the game. To his surprise, she walked straight toward him. Ba Jie looked different from her spotlight persona. She wore jeans and a loose top with her hair casually tied back in a ponytail. Yet even in such simple attire, her exquisite figure couldn't be hidden. The tight jeans hugged her curvaceous hips. Ba Jie came right up to Li Yin. Li, I watched your game today. It was amazing. I'm your fan now. Ba Jie stared intently at Li Yin, her flirtatious gaze seemingly trying to steal his soul. Li Yin had to maintain his composure and forced calmness. Ahem, Ba Jie, I'm your fan too. Huh, I mean I'm your movie fan. My English isn't great, Li Yin explained. But Ba Jie pressed closer. Oh, your English isn't good. Want big sister to teach you. Holy crap. Li Yin finally understood why so many people love the Chow Chow style. This, Ba Jie, was clearly much more flirtatious than Taylor. Li Yin felt the situation slipping out of control. Ba Jie let out a charming laugh. Are you shy? You're blushing. Li Yin steadied his emotions and feigned nonchalance. How could I be? I was just wondering how you teach me English. Oh. Ba Jie took another step toward Li Yin, brushing against him. Let's find another place to talk. Besides, acting English is my best skill. Li Yin nodded. No ulterior motives. He just wanted to see if the big star's English was standard. Li Yin recalled the scene from the previous night. The moment the skill activated, a system prompt echoed host's excitement level at 100 targets, social recognition threshold reached. Reward status card, time rewind. At the time the battle was fierce, so Li Yin naturally had no time to examine this status card. Now Li Yin immediately opened the system. Status card, time rewind. Time rushes by in the blink of an eye. Do you ever miss your former valor? Time can flow backward, restoring the glory of your prime, adjusting your physical condition to what it was 6 years ago for a duration of 40 minutes. Well, it's indeed impressive, but he was only 20 years old now. Using it would send him back to 14. Was this not an invitation to suffer? Forget it, he would set it aside for now. When he was over 30, it might come in handy. Sister Ba rose from the bedside table and pulled out 2 cards, saying, these are my contact information and a supplementary credit card. Li Yin was stunned. In his past life, he had always wished for a wealthy older woman to take care of him, but now as a man with a system, how could he be so spineless? What do you take me for? Li Yin accepted the business card, but tossed the credit card back. After dressing as he left the room, Li Yin turned back and said, your English is not bad. Well, settle the payment next time. Watching Li Yin hurry away, Sister Ba shook her head. Truly an adorable little fellow. While she was still reminiscing about the pleasures of the night, Li Yin, who had already left, returned. I'm sorry to bother you, but I'm not too familiar with Los Angeles. Could you give me a ride back to the hotel? Kenyon Martin was puzzled. That kid is usually the most diligent in training. Allen, what kind of activity did you take him to? Iverson naturally had no idea what had happened. Li Yin's bill was the smallest, so logically the kid shouldn't have gotten up to any tricks. When Li Yin arrived at the arena in Sister Ba's car, the Nuggets erupted in uproar. This was Sister Ba. She was the hottest Hollywood starlet in all of America, the new generation American sweetheart. How on earth did Li Yin deserve this? With his outdated sportswear from last night, or his predaboy looks, Kenyon Martin had always felt his own masculine charm should be more appealing to beautiful women. After bidding farewell to Sister Ba, Li Yin entered the arena. Li, how did you charm your way into Sister Ba's good graces? Kenyon Martin grumbled indignantly. Clearly I'm the one with more manly appeal. What if I said I just hitched a ride? Would you believe me? Li, do I look like a fool to you? George Karl had initially wanted to remind Li Yin to watch his stamina, but after a full round of training, Li Yin turned out to be in the best shape. Well, a black cat, or a white cat, as long as it catches mice, it's a good cat. George Karl had no interest in controlling his players' private lives, or what he cared about was their performance in the game. Li Yin had used up the dribbling master opportunity, losing a trump card for the match. However, the Clippers were not exactly a formidable team. Without a task reward, Li Yin decided to focus on supporting Iverson. Besides, he hadn't come away empty-handed, or at least he had obtained a status card. Sister Ba truly had substance. If he could consistently farm status cards every time. Li Yin suddenly discovered a new world, and he was glad he had exchanged contact information with her. How could he let slip a dungeon that was guaranteed to drop equipment? It was still the Staples Center, but the floor at the heart of the arena had been replaced with the Clippers logo. The visiting team was the Nuggets in both cases, yet the atmosphere in the venue was entirely different. In truth, the Lakers and Clippers were separated by merely 2 wins, with the Lakers sitting 7th in the Western Conference and the Clippers 9th. Their records were comparable, but their popularity was worlds apart. The Lakers were the NBA's storied franchise, the darling of Los Angeles, while the Clippers were merely their boisterous neighbors. Compared to the Lakers' illustrious history, the Clippers could count their playoff appearances on one hand, and their owner Sterling was a notoriously stingy businessman. The Lakers were in a slump, but every fan believed Kobe would lead them back to glory. The Clippers, on the other hand, seemed devoid of hope, as they always had. Even though Clippers tickets were significantly cheaper than Lakers tickets, the vast Staples Center still had plenty of empty seats. This game wasn't broadcast nationally, nor were there any Hollywood stars courtside. After all, most celebrities gravitated toward the spotlight, and few had a genuine passion for basketball. Ms. Ba had never attended a Clippers game before, but she was seated in the front row for this one. Clearly, she was there for Li Yin. In Ms. Ba's eyes, Li Yin now possessed a mesmerizing allure that she couldn't forget. Whoa, not badly. Kenyon Martin whistled and teased. The goddess came to watch the game just for you. Kenyon, be confident. Maybe she's here to see you. Li Yin said with a straight face. Haven't you always thought you were quite charming? Yo, now that you mention it, maybe. Kenyon Martin rubbed his bald head, fussing with his non-existent hair, and said, look at this physique. I'm a real man. Goddesses should be drawn to my masculine appeal. Go for it. At the time, the Los Angeles Clippers were still in the era of Captain Elton Brand. Their backcourt featured the duo of Cat, Mobley, and Alien Castle. Neither Mobley nor Castle were nobodies. Across the vast history of the NBA, they were considered elite players. But Mobley was now 32, and Castle was already 37. Age spares no one, especially when Li Yin held a clear physical advantage. On defense, Li Yin faced little challenge, allowing him to channel all his energy into offense. In this low-stakes game, he focused on feeding his teammates. The basketball court was its own arena. Because Li Yin kept his teammates well, no one objected to the rookie taking control of the ball. Even without a strong forward like Carmelo Anthony, the Nuggets' overall strength far surpassed the Clippers. Li Yin and Allen Iverson completely dominated the Clippers' backcourt, while the interior trio of Marcus Camby, Kenyon Martin, and Nene Hilario was brimming with energy. The game held little suspense as Li Yin unleashed his full arsenal. He started with a group buff from the Wolf King's roar, then continuously applied his feastmaker passing. The Flash's disdain made Li Yin a force on defense as well. When his stamina allowed, he used his skills without hesitation, leveling up while padding his stats. Why not? Orchestrated by Li Yin, the Nuggets dominated the court. After just one quarter, they had taken a commanding lead. Nuggets head coach George Karl couldn't stop smiling from the sidelines. Li Yin's performance was outstanding. A point guard who played tough defense and prioritized passing was a true gift from heaven. George Karl felt the championship was within reach. The Nuggets won 1-0-8-8-7, an effortless road victory over the Clippers. Li Yin posted a well-rounded stat line of 12 points, 18 assists, 5 rebounds, 2 steals, and 3 blocks, while Iverson scored another 40-plus points. Since Iverson joined the Nuggets, Li Yin averaged 12, 4 points and 14, 2 assists. Among league point guards during that span, no one surpassed him in assists. Steve Nash averaged 11, 6 assists, while second-ranked Darren Williams had only 9, 4 assists per game. However, Li Yin's poor performance in the first 22 games of the season had significantly dragged down his averages. Consequently, his current season stats stood at just 5, 4 points and 6, 2 assists, which seemed rather unremarkable. But since joining the Nuggets, Iverson not only played more relaxed, but also improved his scoring efficiency. If Anthony didn't return, Iverson would likely beat Kobe for the scoring title. Li Yin's performance invigorated Chinese fans and Nuggets fans alike, earning recognition from the league. Li Yin was named the NBA's Western Conference Rookie of the Month for January. Meanwhile, in the latest rookie rankings from the national media outlet Sports Illustrated, he surpassed Blazers rookie Brandon Roy to claim the top spot for the first time. In the previous nationally televised game between the Nuggets and Lakers, Li Yin's stellar performance on both ends of the floor captivated the media, fueling his meteoric rise in the rankings. Though on the road, the Nuggets held a warm ceremony for Li Yin to celebrate the award. Then the team hurried to Portland for their next matchup against the Trail Blazers. The Trail Blazers weren't a strong team, and Li Yin didn't take the game too seriously. But the system issued a mission. In the game against the Trail Blazers, hold Brandon Roy scoring under 10 points while recording 20 points and 10 assists. Reward 1 attribute point. Li Yin wondered why Roy, though talented, would meet the criteria for a mission so early in his rookie season. Just then, Kenyon Martin approached with his phone. Lee, check this out. Brandon Roy from the Blazers is calling you out. He thinks he should be number 1 on the rookie rankings. Oh. Li Yin took Kenyon Martin's phone. The striking headline read, Brandon Roy, I will prove I am the best rookie. This was Roy's statement in an interview with Sports Illustrated. Li Yin nodded and smiled. No worries, just crush them. Old pal, pass me the ball when you get it next game. Kenyon Martin laughed heartily. Lee, rest assured. The brothers have all agreed. Next game you play freely, and Allen will have your back in the end. Allen Iverson said nothing, only giving Li Yin a reassuring gesture. Li Yin glanced around. His teammates were all encouraging him to fight back. With you all being this warm-hearted, I feel like I can try the Mamba mentality. Li Yin easily spotted Roy's interview prominently displayed by Sports Illustrated. Li Yin sometimes truly admired the media workers. Roy had topped the rookie rankings for 8 consecutive weeks without an interview, yet now that Li Yin had just pushed him to second place, the interview was promptly arranged. Naturally, Roy had nothing good to say. He claimed that in their matchup he had scored 22 points while Li Yin had only managed 2. Young men all have pride. Li Yin would have felt the same in his place. It was like an exam when the top student drops to second and the teacher asks, "How do you feel about being second?" Feel. ID only want to ask, "Are you okay?" Though he could understand Li Yin had no intention of becoming Roy's stepping stone. On the contrary, Li Yin needed such a showdown. Nothing was more convincing than defeating a rival heathen. Roy was selected with the 6th overall pick in the first round. As an older rookie, that draft position proved his strength. Roy stood at 198 centimeters, a standard height for a shooting guard. Having played 4 years of NCAA, his maturity far surpassed that of his rookie peers. Roy had excellent ball handling skills, mastered the rhythm of crossover drives, and relied on drives to the basket and mid-range pull-up jumpers as his primary scoring methods. His skills were comprehensive, his mind sharp, and his basketball IQ exceptionally high. He dared to take crucial shots and had hit numerous game winners that season. Roy's weakness was his relatively average physical talent. His speed, strength, and even wingspan were quite ordinary. What Li Yin feared most were the explosive athletic freaks. Li Yin possessed top-tier static physical attributes, but unremarkable athleticism. He often struggled against opponents like Dwayne Wade or LeBron James. But against someone like Roy, who relied on rhythm and intellect, Li Yin was completely unafraid. Consider that Magic Johnson's basketball IQ was arguably unmatched in history. Since acquiring the Magic Johnson template, Li Yin's court vision, judgment, and overall awareness had elevated to a remarkably high level. It could be said that Li Yin's favorite opponents were those who played with tactics and wits. If Roy was a gifted young prodigy, then Li Yin was the destined protagonist who had received the essence infusion of a veteran's skills. If Roy had known that he was facing a version of Magic Johnson, he might not even have had the courage to challenge. The Nuggets arrived in Portland. Li Yin was astounded by the basketball atmosphere here. Like a small city, every street and alley in Portland was adorned with Trailblazers promotional posters. Basketball was Portland's sole sports event. Brandon Roy was prominently featured, and fans wearing Roy's No. 7 jersey were a common sight on the streets. Li Yin finally understood why Roy was so determined to challenge him. As the new face of the Trailblazers, Roy naturally carried considerable pride. That evening, the Rose Garden Arena was packed to capacity. Despite the team's poor record, the fans' enthusiasm remained undiminished. Many fans held up signs proclaiming Brandon Roy is the best, showing their support for Roy. As Li Yin warmed up on the court, the Trailblazers fans erupted in boos. For a rookie, such a scene was rare. Allen Iverson, worried that Li Yin might be affected, prepared to console him. "Li, don't mind this." Unexpectedly, Li Yin laughed heartily. "I was a bit reluctant earlier, but now I'll make them fear me whenever they see me." Iverson hadn't expected Li Yin to be so assertive. This young brother of his was no less formidable than his younger self. "Fans don't boo nobodies. Looks like I've already made a name for myself." Li Yin joked. Iverson patted him on the shoulder. "Glad you see it that way. Go for it, or I've got your back." Soon the game began. Marcus Camby won the tip-off against Zach Randolph. After receiving the ball, Li Yin advanced steadily. Roy switched from shooting guard to point guard to defend Li Yin. Normally, Li Yin would call for a screen or pass to Iverson to create space. But this was a direct showdown with Brandon Roy, and Li Yin was confident of victory. He gestured for everyone to clear out, and the crowd erupted in shock. "Whoa, who does this kid think he is making?" Allen Iverson move aside. "Got one Rookie of the Month award, and now he's full of himself. That's AI. AI won't listen to him. I bet this clueless kid will be benched soon. Who do you think you are?" Some fans began to jeer, but the tables quickly turned. Iverson obediently moved to the right three-point line, leaving the entire stage to Li Yin. The Trailblazers fans in the stands were speechless. They couldn't understand why the proud AI would play second fiddle to Li Yin. Li Yin held the ball in a triple threat stance, testing Roy with his footwork. Roy defended cautiously, never losing his position. Li Yin executed a smooth crossover, then used his body to lean into Roy. Roy was at a disadvantage in the physical battle, forced back step by step. The Trailblazers didn't send help defense, indicating they had also reached some agreement within their team. As he neared the free throw line, Li Yin leaned into Roy and released a right-handed hook shot. Roy tried to jump for the block, but was helpless. Li Yin's broad frame, combined with his excellent height and wingspan, kept his release point far from the defender. Roy could only watch the ball sail over his head. Swish! It went in cleanly. What the hell? This kid uses hook shots. Hook shots were a common offensive tool for Li Yin, not because he favored them, but simply because the Magic Johnson template made his hook shots highly efficient. As for the pull-up jumper, an essential skill for top guards, Li Yin had yet to master its essence. However, the Trailblazers fans weren't particularly familiar with Li Yin. Hook shots from NBA perimeter players were rare. Meanwhile, far across the ocean in China, the broadcast studio was buzzing. Yu Jiao was passionately commentating. "Wow. Li Yin opens the scoring with a hook shot, very steady. The hook has become one of his go-to weapons." At the point guard position, Li Yin often gains a physical advantage in matchups. In such cases, the hook shot is indeed an excellent offensive choice. On the Trailblazers' possession, Brandon Roy also chose to go unknown with Li Yin at the front court. The entire arena erupted in frenzy. Home fans cheered wildly for Roy. Take him down. Brandon, score on him. Show this kid what's what. Amid the roaring support, Roy's blood boiled. He executed a skillful crossover, trying to shake Leanne's center of gravity and seize the offensive initiative. But he had clearly miscalculated. Leanne's defensive instincts were exceptional, which boded ill for a rhythm-based player like Roy. Despite continuous changes in rhythm, Roy couldn't escape Leanne's long arms. Leanne suddenly initiated contact, stepping into Roy. Roy attempted to cross over the other way and shield the ball with his body. But Leanne's long arm got there first. Slap. Roy turned, but the ball was intercepted by Leanne. The basketball slipped from his hands, and Roy stood frozen. What just happened? This felt like a completely different person from their last encounter. Roy was stolen from by Leanne on the very first play, a scenario he had never anticipated. Leanne, however, had no time to dwell on Roy. He had already charged toward the frontcourt with the ball. Fuck. The Trailblazers fans in the stands could hardly believe their eyes. Had the ever-steady Roy actually been stripped by this Chinese kid? The shock of the Blazers fans was matched only by the excitement of Chinese fans. Across the ocean, countless fans celebrated jubilantly before their televisions. Leanne's performance was nothing short of spectacular. He had completely overpowered the so-called Rookie of the Year. From the very opening, it was an onion duel, the most brutal and cathartic method of all. Roy gave chase, but Leanne had already crossed half-court. He then drove straight to the basket, and every fan of Leanne anticipated a spectacular dunk. While the dunk itself was fine, but making it spectacular was a bit of a stretch for Leanne. He leaped with all his might and, thanks to his impressive wingspan, slammed the ball into the hoop. After scoring, Leanne refrained from any celebratory gestures like hanging on the rim or beating his chest. He gracefully caught the bouncing ball, just as Roy, a step too late, arrived on the scene. Thus, a world-famous painting was frozen in time. Leanne, with utmost politeness, placed the ball into Roy's hands before turning and retreating on defense. Damn it. Sometimes an opponent's overly courteous gesture can be more damaging than the wildest celebration. Perhaps Leanne didn't mean it that way, but the entire Rose Garden interpreted his action as a blatant mockery. Brandon Roy, furious beyond words, stared at the basketball in his hands. This guy dared to humiliate him like this. The entire arena erupted in piercing boos. Iverson high-fived Leanne as he returned on defense. Lee, you're even more arrogant than I was back in the day. It's just the beginning, and you've already driven the Blazers fans crazy. Leanne was puzzled. Did I anger them? I didn't even celebrate after the dunk. Putting the ball in Brandon's hands is more humiliating than any celebration. The ball just bounced off the floor and landed in my hands, and Brandon Roy happened to be right in front of me. I thought it would be rude to just drop it for him to pick up, and now you're faulting me for it. Leanne didn't really care. The Trailblazers were the opponents after all. Whether they were happy or not was none of his business. Wow, Leanne is really twisting the knife. Yu Jia exclaimed in admiration. That's so domineering, a direct confrontation. Our players need this kind of performance. In competitive sports, victory is king. Humility doesn't earn respect. In the studio, Yu Jia and Coach Zhang highly approved of Leanne's approach. They believed his performance boosted morale. In competitive sports, it's an eye for an eye. If you want to be a gentleman, find another sport. The Trailblazers' possession. Roy glared at Leanne. Kid, don't get too cocky. It's just one basket. Don't think you've won. Roy was desperate to reclaim his honor. He wanted to hit an answer ball, which made him refuse his teammates' help. Roy began using his dribble to shift Leanne's weight, but just like the previous play, it was ineffective. Bang! Roy grew impatient. He exploded off the dribble, attempting to drive past from one side. But Leanne's defense was impenetrable. His positioning was excellent, and he had a solid read on Roy's offensive options. George Karl on the sidelines was very satisfied. He increasingly believed Leanne was destined for greatness. Defense wins championships. The most elite stars are all two-way players. George Karl saw the potential for superstardom in Leanne, though he knew Leanne's offensive skills still needed refinement to reach that next level. Brandon Roy was completely locked down by Leanne. No amount of crossovers, spins, or pump fakes could free him from Leanne's defense. A barely concealed panic crept onto his face. He couldn't understand why Leanne had changed so much since their first encounter. Back then, he could easily shake Leanne off balance, repeatedly humiliating the kid until he was utterly dejected. Roy had no choice but to shoulder the burden and fight desperately against Leanne. But now Roy despairingly discovered that Leanne's defense completely enveloped him, forcing him to pass. Aldridge received the ball nearby. His offensive repertoire was diverse, but Roy had taken too long on this possession. Aldridge could only force a turnaround jumper, which under Kenyon Martin's contest missed wildly. Clang. Camby won the battle for the rebound against Randolph. In transition, Leanne received the ball from Camby and immediately accelerated. Although Leanne's raw speed wasn't exceptional, pushing the fast break was his forte. Thanks to his outstanding court vision and superb passing ability, he could accurately deliver the ball to the right man while on the move. Kenyon Martin and J.R. Smith sprinted down the wings, creating a 3-on-2 advantage in the front court. In such situations, the more the Trailblazers resisted, the more it fueled Leanne's excitement. Leanne's head fake once again bamboozled the defender, a no-look pass. The defender's eyes followed Leanne's gaze toward Kenyon Martin, but with a flick of his wrist, Leanne sent the ball perfectly into J.R. Smith's hands. Wide open J.R. Smith took flight. Boom. A powerful one-handed tomahawk jam, and Smith roared in exhilaration. The fans in the stands were conflicted. The play was beautiful, the dunk was spectacular, and the Naluk pass was sheer brilliance. But they had come to see Brandon Roy dismantle Li Yin, and now Li Yin was the one shining. The tables had turned, and they were deeply disappointed. Wow. Li Yin, incredible. That pass, such finesse. Coach Zhang commented, that head fake was so convincing, even I was fooled in the studio. Hard work pays off. Li Yin's passing was very average in the CBA. To reach his current level, it's all due to his relentless training. So young people, don't be afraid of hardship. Li Yin proves that the starry sky at 3 a.m. will not betray your efforts. Ahem. You jack off to remind Coach Zhang. Coach Zhang, Li Yin clarified in our exclusive interview that the 3 a.m. thing was an exaggeration. He doesn't train that early. The game continued. After the timeout, Roy had calmed down considerably. The Trailblazers' offense showed slight improvement, but the Nuggets still firmly controlled the game's tempo. Roy finally scored his first basket of the game using a pick-and-roll, but it did little to change the game's trajectory. In the battle of the rookies, Li Yin had established overwhelming dominance. The Nuggets held an overall advantage in strength, and Li Yin had completely locked down the Trailblazers' new leader Brandon Roy. Li Yin's fans were pleasantly surprised. They never expected him to suppress Roy so thoroughly in their matchup, considering Roy was widely regarded as the best rookie of this class. Now it seemed Li Yin's top ranking on the rookie list was well-deserved. At halftime, the Nuggets led 58-42, a 16-point gap that clearly showed the disparity between the two teams. In the matchup between Li Yin and Brandon Roy, Li Yin dominated in statistics. He shot 5 for 6, recording a comprehensive stat line of 10 points, 5 rebounds, 8 assists, 2 steals, and 1 block. In contrast, Roy managed only 6 points, 2 rebounds, and 2 assists along with 4 turnovers. Clearly, Li Yin is the superior player. Inside the TNT studio, Smith gave his assessment. Li is already an excellent point guard. His rhythm control and defense are outstanding. His playing style is like a second Magic Johnson, somewhat similar to Jason Kidd in today's league. Barkley agreed. Brandon Roy is a tier below Li Yin. He's been suppressed on both ends of the court. Li Yin's skill level is all-star caliber. Li Yin is a point guard who prioritizes passing over scoring. He's composed beyond his 20 years. Clearly, shooting isn't his strength, so he chooses to play to his advantages and avoid weaknesses. A smart choice. In fact, due to his outstanding performance, many teams had already begun to take notice of Li Yin. As a second-round pick this year, the better he played, the more embarrassing it was for those teams. They all had the chance to select Li Yin, yet they let such a promising asset slip through their fingers, allowing the Nuggets to snatch him up. Fortunately for the Nuggets, they weren't much better off. They had only offered Li Yin a 1-year non-guaranteed contract. Even if upgraded to a full guarantee now, it would only ensure Li Yin played for the Nuggets for 1 year. In the offseason, Li Yin would enter free agency, undoubtedly sparking a bidding war among various teams. In fact, Li Yin had already received friend invitations from many stars, including Dwayne Wade, Shaquille O'Neal, Kobe Bryant, Chris Bosh, Kevin Garnett, and Paul Pierce. At halftime, the atmosphere in the Nuggets locker room was very relaxed. George Karl smiled as he congratulated Li Yin, stating that by winning this head-to-head matchup against Roy, he had a strong chance to contend for Rookie of the Year. Li Yin accepted the encouragement from his coach and teammates, but he didn't have much interest in these honors. On one hand, Rookie of the Year didn't come with system rewards, and on the other, catching up in stats would still be difficult. The game was already in the bag. George Karl was very relaxed while setting tactics and sought input from the players. To his surprise, Li Yin expressed a desire to take more shots. This was hardly a problem. The coach and teammates simply thought Li Yin wanted to showcase himself more in the Rookie of the Year race. George Karl generously stated that as long as the rhythm was maintained, Li Yin could have unlimited shooting rights. Can I really? Li Yin was already plotting how to utilize the Mamba mentality's super 3 minutes. Of course. Iverson nodded in agreement, and the others had no objections. The Nuggets players often benefited from Li Yin's assists, so it was only natural to support their little brother's desire to shine. The second half began quickly. Brandon Roy had clearly received some guidance during the break and played with more structure. Roy actively coordinated with Aldridge, and Randolph no longer fixated on a true man's duel with Li Yin. This change was within Li Yin's expectations. As long as Roy didn't score, assists wouldn't affect Li Yin's mission. Li Yin didn't immediately implement his iron clanking plan. He wasn't foolish. He continued creating opportunities for his teammates, and all 4 on the court benefited. Everyone was well fed with easy baskets, so they had no complaints when Li Yin occasionally launched cold arrows from beyond the arc, even if his pull-up threes were wildly off. But it didn't affect the overall situation. The Nuggets maintained a lead of over 10 points. George Karl saw Li Yin attempting threes from outside, but didn't criticize him much, believing the hard-working young man must have put in extensive practice privately. He had no idea that Li Yin was merely testing his skills. Karl simply thought Li Yin was being too hasty, as the Nuggets still needed his playmaking and defense the most. After another three-pointer clanked off the rim, the system's prompt sounded ding. Consecutive misses 6 times, triggering Mamba mentality. Li Yin glanced at the timer. 3 minutes and 4 seconds left in the third quarter. Perfect timing. Everything was under control, and a smile spread across Li Yin's face. The camera focused on Li Yin. Naturally, no one thought he was in a good mood after missing 6 straight shots. They assumed it was a forced smile. Trailblazers fans in the stands began to taunt, scored a few in the first half, and thought you were invincible. Take a look in the mirror. Arrogant player, do you really think you're a superstar? First half was just luck. In the domestic broadcast studio, Coach Zhang and Yu Jia also believed Li Yin should steady himself as pull-up threes were not his usual weapon. There's no helping it. Li Yin is too young. His shot selection is usually fine at this game. He probably wants to show off too much. On the court, even J.R. Smith, notorious for poor shot selection, came over to share his experience. Li, you need to control yourself. Don't get carried away. A good shot selection is really important. While even J.R. was lecturing Li Yin on shot selection, it seemed this skill's active trigger was really inappropriate. Perhaps it was better used as a passive safety net. Li Yin nodded and said to J.R. Smith, I know, but I feel my moment is coming. On the Trailblazers' possession, Aldridge missed a turnaround jumper, and Kenyon Martin grabbed the rebound. On the transition, Li Yin brought the ball up. The Trailblazers' defense recovered quickly, sticking to Allen Iverson and J.R. Smith on the fast break. But Li Yin pulled up for a three-pointer from over a meter beyond the arc. Oh no, was the reaction from Nuggets fans. Trailblazers fans were full of mockery. No way. He dares to take that shot. Yet this seemingly forced shot went in like it had auto-aim. The basketball crashed through the net like a missile. Swish. A clean swish. Well, 0 for 6, he was bound to make one. Trailblazers fans consoled themselves, but they had no idea their nightmare had just begun. On the next possession, Li Yin quickly launched another three from the top of the arc. The ball swished through the net. What the heck, no way. That went in too. This kid shoots without hesitation. He's really bold. After hitting 2 in a row, Li Yin was fully convinced of the system's power. If not for fear of being too shocking, he would have even attempted one from the backcourt. In the following possessions, Li Yin continued his godly operations from beyond the arc. The timing of his shots didn't matter at all. The three-pointers rained down like they were free, leaving the Trailblazers players completely stunned. The Trailblazers could no longer ignore Li Yin's outside shooting and even set up double teams. Li Yin recreated Larry Bird's iconic moment. I'm going to make a three-pointer from this spot. Brandon Roy scoffed. Who do you think you are? Just lucky, and you dare to show off like that. Yet, Li Yin shot from that exact spot, and Roy's defense was already tight. But the ball still sailed over Roy's fingertips. Li Yin didn't miss the chance to show off. He turned directly to find the camera close-up. In the nationally televised broadcast, as the ball swished through the net, Li Yin made a shooting gun celebration gesture. Wow. Unbelievable. Li Yin's performance stunned countless fans. If one shot was a coincidence, 2 were luck, how could 6 consecutive threes be explained? J.R. Smith was ecstatic. Li Yin's performance reminded him of himself. Whoever tells me to watch my shot selection again, I'll fight them. Least right. How can you score if you don't shoot? In the broadcast studio, Yu Jia was already too excited to speak coherently. Heaven rewards the diligent. Heaven rewards the diligent. Heaven rewards the diligent. Fantastic. I knew Li Yin wasn't someone who acted recklessly or impulsively. He truly has the skills. So moving, so thrilling. This is exactly what our young players should be like. Coach Zhang nodded in full agreement. Yes, Li Yin reminds me of another superstar. No doubt about it, Kobe Bryant. The Mamba mentality, this is the Mamba mentality. Li Yin is also a disciple of Kobe. Coach Zhang declared emphatically. Coach Zhang in a previous interview, Li Yin said his idol was Allen Iverson. Yu Jia reminded him. It was even on our channel. Cough. What do you know? Li Yin has no choice. He's on the same team as Iverson, Coach Zhang retorted. Just tell me, didn't Li Yin's performance just now look like Kobe? Yu Jia thought to himself, you mean missing 6 shots in a row? As the third quarter ended, Li Yin's frenzied performance in the final 3 minutes had turned the game into garbage time. He hit 6 of 12 three-pointers in the quarter, erupting for 18 points. The fourth quarter began with both teams fielding their bench lineups. The Nuggets held on to their lead until the end, defeating the Trailblazers 1-0-9-9-3 on the road. Li Yin delivered an outstanding performance, finishing with 28 points, 8 rebounds, 14 assists, 2 steals, and 2 blocks in just 3 quarters. His incredible display of hitting 6 consecutive three-pointers late in the third quarter stunned everyone. In contrast, Brandon Roy managed only 10 points, 4 rebounds, and 6 assists. In this showdown for Rookie of the Year, Li Yin achieved a decisive victory. Brandon Roy, who had intended to defeat Li Yin unknown in this game to prove himself as the best rookie, suffered a heavy loss. In their direct matchup, Li Yin's performance was clearly a cut above. Roy's only remaining advantage was his accumulated average stats from earlier games. However, after this game, Li Yin's odds for winning Rookie of the Year had climbed to first place. Major platforms all favored Li Yin to overtake the competition. They believed Li Yin would finish the season with averages of 10 points and 8 assists. Considering Roy's stats were only around 16 points and 4 assists, the two were roughly comparable in numbers, but the game content Li Yin displayed was something Roy lacked. With an increasing sample size of games, the speculation that Li Yin was a flash in the pan had been debunked. More and more fans recognized his on-court performance, most directly reflected in his high All-Star voting numbers. In the Western Conference backcourt, Li Yin surpassed star guards like Tony Parker, Chris Paul, and Darren Williams. Given that Chinese fan votes were diluted, this voting count indicated Li Yan had also garnered significant support in the United States. However, competition in the Western backcourt was fierce. Kobe Bryant, Steve Nash, Tracy McGrady, and Allen Iverson, for legendary figures, all enjoyed immense popularity on both sides of the Pacific. Li Yan still needed more to surpass them. At the post-game press conference, Brandon Roy was in low spirits, deeply troubled by being overshadowed by Li Yan. When asked by reporters for his assessment of Li Yan's performance, Roy completely lost control. He said angrily, "What do I think? He won the game and played far better than me. What else can I say?" After cursing, Roy stormed off the stage. Roy didn't want to be a footnote in the reporters' stories, but he overestimated his importance. Whether or not he gave interviews, it didn't change the fact that he had become a stepping stone for Li Yan's rise. Li Yan gave an interview after the game. He received praise from the media for his brilliant performance. When asked why he had taken so many three-pointers today, Li Yan smiled mysteriously and said, "I've been practicing my three-pointers regularly. I was a bit nervous at first, but I managed to find my rhythm later. Three-pointers are a regular part of my scoring arsenal. Actually, I've always been a shooter." At that moment, George Karl coughed and interrupted, "Lee, stop. This was supposed to be our secret weapon. Now, everyone will be guarding your threes." Oops. Li Yan pretended to cover his mouth. "I accidentally let it slip." Huh. Their banter amused the media, filling the room with laughter. After the interview, Li Yan returned to Denver with the entire Nuggets team overnight. Following the grueling road trip, they would have 2 days off before 3 consecutive home games. This was good news for the Nuggets players who were exhausted. Most importantly, Carmelo Anthony would return in 2 games, elevating the already hot Nuggets to new heights. Late at night, Li Yan returned to his apartment. He turned on the TV and saw Barkley and Smith discussing his performance on TNT. Li Yan couldn't help but marvel at the star power of the Lakers and Kobe. The attention he had garnered in the U.S. from all his previous games paled in comparison to the nationally televised game against the Lakers. After that game against the Lakers, Li Yan's all-star vote skyrocketed. Then his dominant performance over Brandon Roy solidified his status as the top rookie. Li Yan's fame was no longer confined to China and Denver. He had entered the global spotlight. He opened the system and saw that after completing this mission, he now had 4 attribute points. However, he didn't rush to allocate them this time. Attribute points should be used where they matter most. The most cost-effective approach was to wait until his ability value reached 90 before using them to boost it further. Given his current lower ability value, Li Yan preferred to improve his stats through training and games, which would shorten his growth cycle. The next day at the NBA headquarters in New York, Commissioner David Stern hadn't been this excited in a long time. Li Yan, a tall guard from China, had become the focus of the meeting. In fact, Stern had noticed Li Yan early on. The NBA needed the Chinese market, and after Yao Ming, they needed another star player from China. Stern had a keen sense of the market. In the 1980s, he had traveled across the ocean to sell NBA videotapes, giving the league a head start in opening up the vast Chinese market. Stern immediately saw superstar potential in Li Yan and had been waiting for the right moment. Now fans worldwide recognized Li Yan's excellence. It was time to stoke the flames. Notify the PR department to ramp up coverage of Li Yan. And I don't care how you do it. I want to see this magical Chinese magician at the All-Star game. The Nuggets' next opponent was the Memphis Grizzlies. The Grizzlies' current star was Spanish player Pau Gasol. They had put up a decent performance last season, finishing 5th in the Western Conference with a 4,933 record. However, the NBA's ranking rules at the time were somewhat peculiar. The Denver Nuggets, with a 44-38 record, secured the 3rd seed in the West simply by winning their division. Meanwhile, the Dallas Mavericks, with a 6,022 record, were pushed down to the 4th seed. In the West, only the San Antonio Spurs, with a 6,319 regular season record, stood above them. The outcome was unfortunate. The Memphis Grizzlies faced the Dallas Mavericks in the first round and were swept without much resistance. That season, the Mavericks were one of the league's strongest teams. They eliminated both the Spurs and the Suns in the West, storming into the finals with an unstoppable momentum and even took a 20 lead. Had it not been for Dwayne Wade's miraculous performance, the Mavericks would have claimed the championship. Being swept by such a formidable Mavericks team was no disgrace for the Grizzlies. But the wheels of history turned relentlessly, and some things once lost could never be reclaimed. The Grizzlies' spirit was shattered. This season, their star Pau Gasol missed over 20 games due to a major injury, and the team's record spiraled downward. While injuries and a lack of strength played a part, the allure of the draft was even greater. Greg Oden and Kevin Durant were rare prodigies well worth tanking for. Thus, the Grizzlies went all in on tanking. Even the Boston Celtics' 17-game losing streak in the East couldn't surpass the Grizzlies' hold on the league's worst record. Facing such a Grizzlies team, the Nuggets had no trouble winning at home. However, after a brief rest, Li Yan still headed to the training facility. Training was a vital path to improvement, and this applied to Li Yan as well. With the system, he could track his progress in real time. For instance, after repeatedly practicing shooting or dribbling drills, Li Yan could clearly see his ability scores increase on the system. As a result, Li Yan devoted more effort to training than any other Nugget player. No man could resist the thrill of becoming stronger. Li Yan started with a half-hour warm-up, then moved on to ball handling drills. As a point guard, he needed to maintain his feel for the ball. After loading the Magic template, his passing and ball control were already at an NBA elite level. Yet the more skilled he became, the more he enjoyed practicing. Perhaps this was why top students excelled and still loved learning. After some ball handling drills, Li Yin began shooting practice. Without skill boosts, his shooting was only below average in the NBA. His pull-up shooting ability under 60 was particularly glaring. Fortunately, his catch-and-shoot three-pointer after focused training had improved from 76 to 79. This gave Li Yin a sense of accomplishment, knowing it was a real improvement earned through hard work. The training facility door slid open. To Li Yan's surprise, the visitor was Allen Iverson. The ball slipped from Li Yan's hands. Wasn't Iverson known for disliking training? "What's up?" Iverson asked with a smile, seeing Li Yin frozen in place. "Boss, you're here early." Li Yin snapped out of it and waved at Iverson. Iverson held his young teammate in high regard. Li Yin was the hardest working player on the Nuggets, never complacent about his achievements. "Li, why do you keep practicing threes?" Iverson noticed Li Yan's unusual obsession with three-pointers. Although he didn't shoot many in games during practice, he was always on the three-point line, a sight his teammates had grown accustomed to. "I need to create space for you and Carmelo. Even though threes aren't my strength, at least I can't let opponents leave me open." Li Yin thought for a moment and added, "Besides, 3 points are worth more than 2. My height is actually an advantage on the perimeter." Iverson nodded in agreement. Li Yan's height was indeed a mismatch on the outside. Many teams now assigned their small forwards to guard him. This gave Iverson more room to operate on offense. This was another reason Iverson appreciated Li Yin, a backcourt partner who could draw defensive attention, deliver passes on offense, and cover for him on defense was a rare find. "Boss, why are you here for training?" Li Yin couldn't resist asking, as his impression of Iverson from various reports was that of a rebellious figure who disliked practice. "Holly, who told you I don't need to train?" Iverson laughed. Isn't that what the media always writes?" Li Yin scratched his head, embarrassed. "You believe what the media says." Iverson explained honestly, "My original words were that I didn't want to talk about training when I was upset. It got twisted into me not liking training. Let me tell you, no professional player can win everything on talent alone. Hard work is essential." Li Yin was struck by the weight of those words coming from Iverson. "Do you think I won the regular season MVP scoring titles and led my team to the finals just on talent?" Iverson continued, "Come on, I'm only 5'10", 75-inch. I'm not Wilt Chamberlain. If I didn't train, how do you think I lasted this long in the NBA?" Li Yin was deeply moved by Iverson's earnest words. "Boss, I know the media exaggerates. If you could dominate Kobe Bryant without training, that would be too ridiculous. After all, Kobe is the guy who trains at 4 a.m. Iverson looked at his fired-up little brother and said, "Lee, Kobe doesn't train at 4 a.m. every day. He'd be dead by now." "Li Yin, right, the media exaggerates. They once reported that I trained at 3 a.m. I just said I couldn't sleep once at 3 a.m. So I looked at the playbook and fell asleep immediately." "Yes, I'm glad you understand." Iverson smiled. "That's how the media works. They hype someone up with all kinds of exaggerations. They called LeBron James the chosen one before he had won anything." "Boss, you're right. LeBron is no chosen one." Li Yin was filled with determination. "I am. Iverson. It's great that you're so motivated." Shameless. 112-80. The Nuggets breezed past the Grizzlies with ease. Facing a tanking Memphis team, they encountered little resistance. Li Yin led the charge with 16 points, 14 assists, 6 rebounds, 2 steals, and 1 block. Allen Iverson effortlessly dropped 38 points. Additionally, Kenyon Martin, J.R. Smith, Marcus Camby, and Nene Hilario all scored in double figures. With a string of brilliant performances, Li Yin consistently graced the headlines of major sports media outlets. The moniker, Chinese Magician, resonated across the nation. Allen Iverson had always been one of the NBA's biggest draws. Now with Li Yin in the mix, the Nuggets commanded unprecedented attention. The NBA regular season schedule is relentless. A day later, the Nuggets were set to host the formidable San Antonio Spurs at home. The Spurs are an elite NBA powerhouse. Since acquiring the big fundamental Tim Duncan, they had never missed the playoffs. The Spurs epitomize stability. As long as Popovich and Duncan remain, they are perennial championship contenders. Setting aside Popovich's load management of the GDP trio, the Nuggets and Spurs were evenly matched. The Spurs currently sit third in the Western Conference while the Nuggets are fourth. Facing such a formidable opponent, the system naturally had no reason to remain dormant. Ding. Mission issued: get Tim Duncan ejected from the game. Reward 2 attribute points. Li Yin. Damn system, can't you give me a reasonable mission? What the hell is this? How the heck am I supposed to get the big fundamental Tim Duncan ejected? Do I have to make him laugh and let the bald referee nail him? The system ignored Li Yin's query and continued issuing missions. Block Tony Parker twice. Chance to obtain Tony Parker's exclusive skill. Whoa, this got Li Yin's attention. Tony Parker loved driving to the basket. With the boost from the Flash's contempt block skill, sneaking in from the weak side for a block was a real possibility. As for Parker's skill, it was likely an offensive one given Parker's renowned lightning-quick drives. And that was exactly what Li Yin needed. His driving ability was already over 90, an additional boost would make him even more formidable. The public was not optimistic about the Nuggets. Despite their strong momentum, they were still perceived as lacking the raw power to beat the Spurs. The Nuggets had previously lost to the Detroit Pistons, and the Spurs were a more cohesive unit than the Pistons. Big fundamental. Tim Duncan was renowned for his fundamentals. The media believed that the Nuggets' front line of athletic jumpers could handle rough interior players, but Duncan would be a different beast. Allen Iverson was immensely talented individually, but the Spurs' defensive rotations were elite. The only variable was Lee Yin, a young man who kept surprising the fans. His agile ball handling, flashy passes, tenacious defense. And now he had even developed a pull-up three-pointer. Of course, the media were unaware that this was due to the Mamba mentality skill boost. In reality, Lee Yin did not yet possess that ability. Inside the TNT studio, the Nuggets have been on fire lately. Since Allen Iverson joined, they've only lost to the Detroit Pistons. After a string of victories over strong opponents, the Nuggets have climbed from 7th to 4th in the West. Besides Allen Iverson, their biggest surprise has been point guard Lee Yin. This 204 centimeters tall guard reminds us of Magic Johnson. His handling and post moves have a magic touch. Smith commented, "Of course the Spurs are a true powerhouse. They are stronger than any opponent the Nuggets have faced. This is a real test for Denver." Yes, Barkley agreed. "I like the Nuggets too, but the Spurs are undoubtedly stronger. Their system is very mature. This is a huge challenge for Allen and Lee." The biggest problem is the Nuggets' interior. Kenyon Martin was destroyed by Tim Duncan back in New Jersey, and it's likely more of the same now. As for Marcus Camby, I don't think his long arms will affect him at all. At the Pepsi Center, the passionate Denver fans filled the arena to the brim. Led by Iverson and Lee Yin, the Nuggets' soaring record had a direct impact, a surge in attendance. People came to watch games after a long day to relax and have fun, not to be frustrated. Better results naturally attracted more fans. The Pepsi Center was now packed for every game, with tickets being a hot commodity. The arena lights dimmed and the player introductions began. Following a lengthy list of accolades, Allen Iverson was the first to be introduced. The Nuggets had originally wanted Iverson to be the final introduction, but the answer declined. He didn't come to compete with Anthony for the top spot. He came for a championship. The crowd erupted in thunderous cheers, chanting, "AI." Next up was Lee Yin, who also received a warm welcome. This Chinese magician had become the new darling of Nuggets fans. Of course, compared to Iverson's introduction, Lee Yin's was much more modest. He hadn't achieved anything yet. After the introductions, the starting lineups remained on the court. Nuggets: Lee Yin, Allen Iverson, J.R. Smith, Kenyon Martin, Marcus Camby. Spurs: Tony Parker, Bruce Bowen, Michael Finley, Tim Duncan, Fabricio Oberto. The game began. Fueled by the home crowd, Marcus Camby won the tip-off. Lee Yin brought the ball up steadily with Tony Parker guarding him. Lee Yin advanced to the front court and passed to Iverson. Bruce Bowen, assigned to guard Denver's perimeter star, clung tenaciously to Iverson. Bowen was the Spurs' defensive specialist. His defensive prowess was undeniable, but he was notorious for his dirty tactics, especially his infamous black feet. The most infamous incident was the 3 kicks on Vince Carter, which led to Carter's injury. In 2005, the usually mild-mannered Carter, after being targeted by Bowen again, finally snapped and chased him around the court, a sight that was both shocking and darkly amusing. Iverson shook off Bowen with a series of crossovers, drawing the Spurs' help defense, then passed to J.R. Smith. The Spurs' rotations were impeccable. Smith had no shot and returned the ball to Iverson. By then, Lee Yin had established good position. Iverson fed him the ball in the post. Lee Yin used his size advantage to back down Tony Parker and hit a hook shot. Seeing this, Coach Popovich immediately adjusted. Tony Parker was too small to defend Lee Yin. He switched Michael Finley onto Lee Yin. Spurs possession. Tony Parker ran a pick and roll with Tim Duncan at the top of the key and passed to Duncan. After drawing the Nuggets double team, Duncan kicked the ball out to an outside shooter. Michael Finley drained the three-pointer. The game continued. Lee Yin and Iverson operated as a dual-engine attack, constantly driving to create scoring opportunities. The Spurs, meanwhile, played a very cohesive game. Duncan was their offensive and defensive cornerstone. His impact on the game was immense. Through his screens and playmaking, he created numerous easy looks for his teammates. Duncan could also use his individual skill to attack the Nuggets' interior. The Spurs controlled the tempo, but the Nuggets fought tenaciously to stay within striking distance. The game was a back-and-forth affair from the start. However, this deadlock was soon broken by the Spurs' super sixth man, the Argentine blade Manu Ginobili. After coming off the bench, the Argentine tore through the Nuggets' defense with his drives. Ginobili injected a new dynamic into the Spurs' steady game, catching Denver off guard and putting them on their heels. A 92 run extended the Spurs' lead to 11 points. George Karl was forced to call a timeout. The Spurs still hold the upper hand. Manu Ginobili's entry has broken the equilibrium. The Nuggets are completely unprepared. Manu alone has disrupted the entire Nuggets defense. Smith analyzed, Tim Duncan's presence gives the Spurs an advantage in the paint. The Nuggets can no longer play a methodical game against the Spurs. Indeed, the Spurs dominated in half-court sets, with Duncan being an unsolvable problem for the Nuggets. George Karl decided to push the pace, leveraging their strengths and avoiding weaknesses. The Nuggets' big men possessed exceptional athleticism, and with Lee Yin's orchestration and Iverson's slashing ability, they had the capital to contend with the Spurs. The timeout ended. Lee Yin advanced with the ball, and the Nuggets' transition speed noticeably quickened. As Lee Yin reached the top of the arc, he executed a pick-and-roll with Marcus Camby. After driving deep into the paint, Lee Yin drew Duncan's attention. With a clever bounce pass enhanced by the Baker, the ball landed perfectly in Kenyon Martin's hands. Without Duncan, Martin excelled at overpowering weaker opponents. Boom. Without holding back, he leaped and threw down a ferocious dunk over a defender. The Spurs' possession. Tony Parker brought the ball up and passed it to Ginobili. The Argentine blade was in top form, and it was time to strike while the iron was hot. Leanne's defense was superior to Iverson's and J.R. Smith's. After adjustments, he naturally took on the responsibility of guarding Ginobili. Ginobili's drives were razor-sharp. He could contort his body in midair with acrobatic moves, seemingly juggling the ball into the opponent's basket. Leanne chose to give a bit of space, allowing more reaction time when Ginobili initiated his drive. Though Ginobili could shoot, his priority was clearly to attack the rim. Leanne's choice was correct. As Ginobili accelerated, Leanne matched his stride. His defense was sound, but Ginobili still twisted his body and squeezed past Leanne's right side. Leanne immediately applied physical pressure, slowing Ginobili down. At that moment, Ginobili was inwardly astonished, never expecting Leanne's defense to be so seasoned. Ginobili carved out space and Marcus Camby charged over. Ginobili leaped nearly horizontal in the air, evading Camby's long arms. The ball arced toward the basket from one side. It seemed destined to be another quintessential Ginobili highlight. But then, a dark figure pounced from behind. It was Leanne. Empowered by Flash's contempt, Leanne's judgment of spatial distance was razor-sharp. Smack! Leanne swatted the ball out of the air. Wow! The Pepsi Center erupted in awe as fans were captivated by Leanne's chase-down block. Kenyon Martin grabbed the ball ahead of Duncan. Fast break. Even after the block, Leanne didn't forget his next move. As a point guard, orchestrating the transition was his duty. Kenyon Martin passed the ball to Leanne and the Nuggets' counterattack began. Allen Iverson sprinted out front, Bruce Bowen's grabbing and pulling couldn't stop leaving him in the dust. The only one matching Iverson's pace was the French Flash, Tony Parker. It was a tuntuo in the front court. Bruce Bowen tried to turn and foul Leanne, but Leanne sidestepped him with a smooth behind-the-back dribble. Tony Parker was caught in a dilemma defending two players. Leanne could have finished himself, but he chose to pass to Iverson. After all, the veteran had worked hard to get there, his momentum needed to be maintained. Iverson caught the ball and scored an easy layup. Nice shot. Iverson turned and high-fived Leanne. Wow. Fantastic. The Nuggets have found their rhythm. Leanne chased down and blocked Manu Ginobili. Then in transition, he assisted Allen Iverson for an easy layup. The Nuggets have clearly accelerated their transition game. That's their strength. Leanne and Allen Iverson are both masters of the fast break. On the sidelines, George Karl pumped his fist excitedly, growing more appreciative of Leanne. This kid was a natural commander, possessing a kind of magic that united his teammates tightly around him. Even a veteran like Allen Iverson was willing to cede ball-handling duties to Leanne. George Karl wasn't the only one watching Leanne closely. Popovich was deeply impressed as well. Before facing the Nuggets, he had seen news about Leanne on various platforms. At the time, he thought he's just a rookie. How good could he be? Now, through direct competition, he realized this young man was no ordinary player. The Spurs' defense was like a seamless machine, unafraid of predictable offense. What Popovich feared most were offensive juggernauts like Kobe Bryant, who could unreasonably dismantle the Spurs' machine piece by piece. Leanne wasn't the same type as Kobe, but he could make Iverson play more efficiently and with better judgment. The current Nuggets still lag behind the Spurs, but one must not forget that their top scorer, Carmelo Anthony, had yet to take the court. Once Anthony joined the fray with Leanne's orchestration, if he could create a twin-star brilliance, with Iverson, the consequences would be dire. Popovich furrowed his brow. In his mind, he had already placed the Nuggets alongside the Mavericks and Suns as the Spurs' biggest obstacles to the championship. As for the East, aside from the Pistons being a bit troublesome, Popovich didn't believe any team could threaten the Spurs. On the court under Leanne's defense, Ginobili's hot streak had cooled considerably. Leanne used his body to pressure Ginobili, and the Nuggets' interior was packed. Seeing this, Ginobili kicked the ball out to Tony Parker on the perimeter. Parker prepared to catch the ball, but didn't anticipate Allen Iverson darting out. Smack! The ball was stripped by Iverson before it even reached Parker's hands. Tony Parker was caught off guard. He didn't expect Iverson to be so quick. The ball flew toward the sideline, and Iverson dove to save it. Wow, still this tenacious. Who said he had issues with defensive effort? Our backcourt duo is amazing. With Leanne, is playing more freely. At the Pepsi Center, the fans in the stands chatted excitedly, pleased with the team's recent performance. The ball eventually found its way back to Leanne. The Spurs had already set their defense, so Leanne decided to slow the pace. Upon reaching the front court, he called for another screen. Leanne had no obsession with mano-a-mano duels. If he could score easily, why not? Kenyon Martin set the screen and rolled directly to the basket. Leanne surveyed the court. He then delivered a deceptive fake pass, a feint to the east and a pass to the west, successfully tearing apart the Spurs' defense. Everyone on the Spurs was misled by Leanne's gaze, focusing all their attention on Allen Iverson. But Leanne delivered a no-look pass to J.R. Smith, who was left wide open beyond the three-point line. This pass, enhanced by the Baker, felt incredibly smooth the moment J.R. Smith received it. Without any adjustment, J.R. rose and fired a three-pointer. The ball traced a beautiful arc. Swish! It went cleanly through the net. J.R. Smith roared and pumped his fist. The pass had felt incredible. The Pepsi Center was ignited. The fans erupted with thunderous cheers. Magician! 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 Lee Yan's performance sent the Pepsi Center into a frenzy. The Nuggets had drawn the Spurs into their rhythm, quickly erasing the deficit. Timeout. Popovich couldn't sit still and immediately called a timeout. The Pepsi Center erupted in jubilation as fans shouted Lee Yan's name into the cameras. They had fallen in love with the young player's style. The Chinese magician was living up to his reputation. Unlike White Chocolate, whose passes often left everyone scrambling, Lee Yan's passes, though highly entertaining, rarely resulted in turnovers. Wow, that was fantastic pure art, Smith exclaimed. Many young fans never got to see the Showtime Lakers of the 80s. Oh, but you can watch the Nuggets now. Smith had high praise for Lee Yan, and Barkley agreed. Lee is a true point guard. Being his teammate is a pleasure. Yes, no exaggeration this time. This guy really is a magician. Popovich roared from the bench, demanding his team apply more pressure on Lee Yan. He hated the feeling of being dominated. Many believe Popovich liked to coast during the regular season, but that was only against opponents he could control. The Nuggets now gave Popovich a sense of losing control, and he hoped to find a solution. He didn't want to leave the problem for the playoffs. Don't give him easy shots. Use your body, apply pressure, and make him work. He's not Superman. On the Nuggets side, George Karl was highly satisfied with his players' performance, especially Lee Yan's. George Karl was a coach who emphasized teamwork, and Anthony's overly self-centered style had always been a headache for him. Now with Lee Yan orchestrating, the Nuggets finally played team basketball, much to George Karl's delight. However, how to adjust when Anthony returned remained a challenge for Karl. The timeout ended and the game resumed. The Spurs actively changed tactics. Tony Parker began to slow the pace. Duncan was the Spurs' undeniable strong point, and they now intentionally looked for him. Parker and Manu Ginobili significantly reduced their solo drives, and most of the Spurs' offense flowed through Duncan. On offense, Duncan scored with a strong move, drawing a foul from Marcus Camby. Stepping to the free throw line, Duncan calmly sank the shot. The Nuggets' possession. As soon as Lee Yan reached the front court, he was met with tight defense from Bruce Bowen. Bowen played dirty. During the physical battle, he would intentionally or unintentionally use his knee to bump Lee Yan's leg. Lee Yan was visibly uncomfortable. He passed the ball to Allen Iverson and then set a screen with Kenyon Martin, who had moved to the side. Shaking off Bowen, Lee Yan received the pass from Iverson in an instant. He drove into the lane with a Euro step, and before Duncan could rotate, lofted the ball up. A floater. No, it's an alley-oop. Marcus Camby leaped high. Without Duncan's interference, the former No. 2 pick of the 1996 draft class finally showcased his aerial talent. Boom. The pass was perfectly timed. Camby caught it comfortably and slammed it with both hands. The Pepsi Center ignited once again. Wow. Beautiful. With Lee's passes, Kenyon and Marcus' athleticism finally has a purpose. What a show, a spectacular aerial connection. Lob City, this is Lob City. Commentators were stunned by the Nuggets' dazzling style, and the term Lob City was born. The Spurs' turn. Duncan and Parker ran a pick and roll at the top of the arc. Parker drove into the paint and executed a spinning top move to fool the Nuggets' interior defense. Just as Parker prepared to jump for the finish, Lee Yan emerged from the blind side again. His long arms seemed to blot out the sky as he swatted the French Flash's layup out of bounds. After the block, Lee Yan roared and pumped his fist expertly, using the Wolf King's roar as a team buff, boosting the Nuggets' morale. The broadcast captured this iron-blooded moment and sent it worldwide. So intense. Every time I see Lee Yan roar, my blood boils. Isn't this more intense than Garnett? I can't control myself. I had to rush to the bathroom to relieve the excitement. No way, I just fought my dog. It's too hype. I love Lee Yan. The fans were electrified, but the Spurs players weren't enjoying it. They had just been yelled at by Popovich, and now they had to endure Lee Yan's roar. They had a million grievances, but didn't know whether to voice them. The Spurs' offense and defense weren't flawed, but the Nuggets were playing exceptionally well. Next possession. As Lee Yan executed a handoff with Iverson, Bowen shoved Iverson hard. What the hell? Lee Yan moved to confront him, but found Bowen already playing innocent in front of the bald referee. The Pepsi Center erupted in boos as fans expressed their displeasure with Bowen's dirty play. Everyone knew Bowen was the villain on the Spurs. The bald referee called a foul on Bowen, and though Iverson was furious, he held back. The Spurs applied heavy physical pressure, and the Nuggets weren't pushovers either. Fouls piled up quickly, and the game became fragmented. Both teams frequently visited the free throw line. Bowen elbowed Lee Yan during a defensive play, and on the next possession, Lee Yan immediately delivered a sharp blow to Bowen's ribs in a blind spot. Lee Yan was no saint. He never held a grudge overnight and always settled scores on the spot. The commentators were stunned by the game's intensity. Barkley remarked that this was a real fight with more physicality than some playoff series. The atmosphere was electric as fans cheered wildly for the Nuggets. Bowen seemed to relish the hostility, stirring up trouble despite the deafening boos. The score seesawed. After delivering another block on Parker, Lee Yan completed his task. Ding! Host has blocked Tony Parker twice. Mission complete. Reward Tony Parker's signature skill, spinning top. Spinning top beginner, I am a spinning little top. Tony Parker's signature move: take a big step past the first defender, then quickly spin when facing the interior, help shielding the defender behind to finish the score. Skill effect: after completing a spin move, increases shooting percentage by 10. Li Yin immediately learned the skill, gaining new insights into spin moves. Li Yin had enriched his arsenal once more. Though the improvement wasn't massive, having another offensive option was always beneficial. Midway through the fourth quarter, the score was tied at 8,181. The stalemate continued. Li Yin executed a series of crossovers to fool Bowen just as he adjusted his rhythm to drive inside. Bowen lunged at him with aggressive intent. Li Yin was knocked to the ground and Bowen didn't pull back his foot. He stepped toward Li Yin. Damn! Li Yin was caught off guard and couldn't dodge in time. In that critical moment, the system spoke. Ding detected that the host is in danger of injury. Self-defense authorized. Reward skill lightning 5 whip chain. It must be said that this system is useful, truly capable of saving lives at critical moments. Li Yin had no time to react. The system completed the learning process entirely automatically. Lightning 5 whip chain, a mysterious martial art from the enigmatic East. Among all martial arts in the world, none is indestructible, but speed reigns supreme. Skill effect swift as the wind enhances reaction ability by 50, allowing rapid successive strikes. In an instant of epiphany, Li Yin felt as if possessed by Bruce Lee. His formidable core strength allowed him to evade Bowen's heavenly crippling leg. Unexpectedly, Bowen remained relentless, attempting to continue his underhanded attacks. How dare you, scoundrel! Li Yin's bloodline awakened. The moment he dodged Bowen's assault, he executed a seamless series of strikes. Receive neutralized discharge. Li Yin gained the absolute upper hand. Bowen collapsed to the ground, clutching his stomach, unable to move. The tide of battle shifted in an instant. Moments earlier, the fans in the stands were anxious for Li Yin, ready to charge down and kill Bowen. The next moment, Li Yin brought Bowen down with a speed that defied belief. Unbelievable. Oh my god. Incredible. Do all Chinese know martial arts? Mysterious Eastern power. The fans in the stands were stunned. In their eyes, Li Yin's movements were breathtakingly fast. Is this kung fu, inch punch, or jeet kune do? Damn, I want to learn. On the court, Tim Duncan and Marcus Camby, who were closest, were also astonished. They had initially intended to intervene in the scuffle, but were instantly captivated by Li Yin's fluid combo. Beep, beep, beep. The court descended into chaos, and the referee immediately stopped the game. Wow, absolutely incredible. In the TNT studio, Barkley and Smith began their commentary. Bruce Bowen's defensive play was too dirty. He was going straight for the man. Li Yin was hit during his crossover and lost his balance, falling to the ground. Even then, Bruce Bowen didn't pull back. He stepped right over Li. This was definitely a dangerous move. Li Yin could have been seriously injured. The league needs to deal with Bowen. He shows no sportsmanship. Fortunately, Li Yin is Chinese. He has training. I didn't even see what happened. Thank goodness for the replay. Li Yin is truly cool. His reaction was incredibly fast. I've only seen moves like this in movies starring Bruce Lee and Jackie Chan. Bruce Bowen was taken down completely. Oh, that was amazing. Bruce Bowen met his match. His moves were far too slow compared to Lee's. I absolutely love Lee. He's truly versatile. He'd be a superstar even in WWE or Hollywood. Barkley was ecstatic, describing the slow-motion replay with rapturous delight. By then, the entire incident had been shown to the audience in slow motion. Li Yin, with his astonishing reflexes, evaded Bruce Bowen's harmful attack. In the midst of danger, he counterattacked using his fists, elbows, and shoulders. A smooth, seamless combo took Bowen down. Basketball fans worldwide were stunned. This was incredibly intense. The scene rivaled a martial arts film. Bowen had it coming. Why pick a fight with Lee? It's clear from his name that Li Yin has a deep connection with Bruce Lee. Too powerful. Li Yin is such a great player, but he's even better at fighting. Wait, is Bowen still alive? Who cares about him? He's just a villain. The fans reveled in the drama, and the referees quickly calmed the situation. Bowen was ejected. Li Yin was ejected. Then Tim Duncan and Kenyon Martin, who had arrived at the scene first, were also ejected. The big fundamental Duncan looked bewildered. What was going on? I didn't do anything. Can a guy watch? The referees ruled that the presence of the big fundamental Duncan and Kenyon Martin had escalated the situation. The ruling was a compromise, a slap on the wrist for both sides. There was no choice. The referees had the final say. Li Yin exited to the cheers of the crowd like a hero. On the other side, Bruce Bowen was carried off the court by the Spurs medical staff. Li Yin's combo had been too sharp. Bowen had not yet recovered. Li Yin returned to the locker room. The system's notification sounded again. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Tim Duncan has been ejected. You are rewarded with 2 attribute points. Li Yin was overjoyed. This was an unexpected success. He had completed all the tasks. However, he might face a suspension. Still, the opponent was Bruce Bowen, and he was not the one who initiated the fight. Surely the punishment wouldn't be too severe. Thinking back to the scene, Li Yin still felt a lingering fear. Bowen truly deserved it. If not for the system, he would have likely fallen to Bowen's heavenly crippling leg. System, you really came through when it counted. Li Yin mentally awarded the system a third-class merit. System. Li Yin and Kenyon Martin watched the rest of the game together in the locker room. The Nuggets defeated the Spurs, led by Allen Iverson. Li, you are truly a martial saint, Kenyon Martin exclaimed. Martin often received assists from Li Yin on the court and had grown very fond of the young man. On and off the court, Martin looked out for Li Yin, worried he might be bullied in an unfamiliar place. Now he realized he was being ridiculous. With Li Yin's skills, who would dare bully him? Li, you've got to teach me a few moves. Those moves you just did were absolutely awesome. Kenyon Martin recalled Li Yan's combo, which was incredibly impressive. Carmelo's clumsy boxing is nothing compared to yours. After the game, the Nuggets immediately began preparing for the post-game press conference. Although Li Yan's actions were a passive counterattack and not particularly malicious, it was still a fight. The key issue was the previous Madison Square Garden incident, which had resulted in heavy fines for the Nuggets from the NBA. The team's star player Melo Anthony was still suspended. Now with Anthony set to return, Li Yan's fate was uncertain. The immediate priority was to use the media to shift the blame, firmly pinning it on the Spurs. Only then could they reduce or even avoid the league's punishment for Li Yan. Li Yan was still discussing with George Karl about attending the press conference when his agent's team suddenly called. The public opinion online was not overly problematic aside from a few media outlets with ulterior motives. Most evaluations of Li Yan were at least neutral. Li Yan currently had numerous endorsement contracts and many partners were still observing, so his team was very concerned about maintaining his public image. Li Yan was exceptionally popular, especially recently with the NBA's official promotion. Many fans had come to know the Nuggets point guard, whose flashy style earned him the nickname Chinese Magic. Whether this incident would impact Li Yan's reputation remained to be seen as events unfolded. In the locker room, his Nuggets teammates were comforting him. In their eyes, Li Yan had not committed a major fault given Bowen's notorious reputation and that the move was aimed at injuring him. If Li Yan had a problem, it might be that he was too fierce directly taking Bowen down. Li, your moves were too intense. Carmelo and I are far behind you. J.R. Smith remarked. J.R., if you were as fierce as Li, you'd still be suspended now, Nene said with a smirk. Li, what's that combo called? It's amazing. What style is it? Do all Chinese people know Kung Fu? J.R. Smith became curious. Li Yan shrugged. It's the Lightning 5 whip. As for the style, if I remember correctly, it's from the Xingyi Taiji school. Alright, enough of that. Iverson, seeing Li Yan so carefree, made a decision. Li, come with me to the press conference. He'll speak first. If you don't know what to say, just don't say anything. Don't be nervous. Okay, boss. Li Yan was somewhat moved. Iverson was stepping up for him. The media hadn't expected Iverson and Li Yan to attend the press conference. As they entered, cameras flashed wildly. Iverson brought the microphone forward, signaling reporters to ask questions. Li, tonight you beat up Bruce Bowen. Can you talk about how you felt at that moment? The atmosphere in the room instantly tensed. Most reporters were from local Denver media siding with the Nuggets, but the first question clearly came from someone stirring trouble. Iverson was displeased and directly retorted, please distinguish cause and effect. Li didn't beat up Bruce Bowen. Bruce Bowen committed a flagrant foul on Li. His move was aimed at the person violating sportsmanship. Honestly, how many players have been injured by Bruce Bowen over the years? I think you should ask Vince Carter and Ray Allen how they feel. Setting that aside, wasn't Li's response too severe? The female reporter, clearly seasoned, landed a heavy blow. Li Yan couldn't hold back. To be honest, I hadn't even used my full strength. Iverson immediately shot him a look, signaling him to speak less if he couldn't handle it. But Li Yan felt emboldened and grew more assertive. I didn't mean to, it was just instinct. If I had truly intended to harm him, Bruce Bowen would be lying in the hospital right now. Li, Bruce Bowen is already in the hospital, the reporter reminded. Seeing Li Yan had gone off track, Iverson quickly pushed the microphone away from him. Let me say it again, Bruce Bowen is a repeat offender steeped in wrongdoing. Honestly, I don't know why someone like him is still allowed to harm other players on the court. Li has never hurt anyone on the court. What happened today was entirely Bruce Bowen's own fault. Should Li Yan just lie on the ground waiting to be hurt by Bruce Bowen, and only after his career is damaged do you condemn Bowen? And then Bruce Bowen says he didn't mean it, expressing regret for Li Yan's injury. Iverson's words left the reporters speechless and applause erupted in the room. Meanwhile, on the Spurs side, only head coach Greg Popovich gave an interview. When asked about the on-court altercation, Popovich said Bruce is a kind person. He absolutely didn't mean it. His move was for defense, but Li Yan's was clearly a fighting motion, very crude. That kind of action has no place on a basketball court. I hope the league makes the right call. Popovich, cunning as ever, deliberately skewed the focus. In the NBA commissioner's office, David Stern was not troubled. Although Li Yan had acted somewhat heavily, he hadn't initiated the conflict. Li Yan was a key figure Stern was cultivating, counting on him to expand the Chinese market. Bowen, however, had no commercial value. Only Spurs fans might care about his fate. Oh no, perhaps if he died, more fans would cheer given how many stars he had injured over the years. The conflict between the Nuggets and Spurs continued to escalate. NBA stars spoke out one after another, all, without exception, supporting Li Yan. Over the years, star scorers had suffered much from Bowen's antics. Now that Li Yan had sent Bowen to the hospital, their first thought was, that so cool. Especially Vince Carter, who had once chased Bowen in anger during a game, but failed to catch him. If he had Li Yan's skills, eliminating Bowen wouldn't have fallen to Li. Across the ocean in China, posts supporting Li Yan flooded the NBA forum. Fans believed Li Yan was a pride of Chinese players. Why should they stay low-key? Fighting back was the only way to feel satisfied. David Stern was delighted. He had definitely chosen the right person. Li Yan was now at the peak of popularity on both sides of the Pacific. Li Yan had become a symbol of iron-blooded true man, winning over many fans. The previous iron-blooded Kevin Garnett had been left in the dust, as retreating was no match for the Lightning 5 whip's ferocity. Li Yan possesses all the qualities to become a superstar. He has an incredibly charismatic personality. This was David Stern's assessment of Li Yan. The front pages of major American sports media outlets were unanimously dominated by Li Yan. Chinese Kung Fu emerges at the Pepsi Center. Li Yan's 5 strikes in 1 second sets the arena ablaze. Bowen meets his match. Li Yan specializes in taming thugs. Iron-blooded true man. Li Yan takes down Thug Bowen in 1 second. Nuggets defend home court. Li Yan's iron-blooded action safeguards arena dignity. The world has suffered Bowen long enough. Li Yan gains support from multiple superstars. The winning streak continues. Li Yan is the Nuggets' true god. Whether fighting or playing ball, you're no match for Li Yan. Although there was plenty of teasing overall, there was no malicious criticism directed at Li Yan. The comments under the articles were also quite friendly. The few Spurs fans who attacked Li Yan were quickly drowned out by his supporters. Some busybodies turned Li Yan's lightning 5-whip combo into a GIF which went viral across major forums. Initially, many thought it was photoshopped, but after watching the video, they exclaimed that the original was even smoother. Soon the league's disciplinary decision was announced. Li Yan was suspended for 3 games and fined $15,000. Bowen was suspended for 5 games and fined $25,000. The league's investigation report stated Bruce Bowen maliciously attacked Li Yan with unsportsmanlike actions, and Li Yan's actions constituted an emergency avoidance. However, Li Yan's reflexive response was somewhat excessive, causing significant harm to Bowen, which was not to be encouraged. Relatively speaking, this outcome was acceptable. Bowen's heavier penalty than Li Yan's was the league's way of making its stance clear. As soon as the result was announced, Iverson said he would pay Li Yan's fine. When Li Yan arrived at the training facility the next day, many Nuggets fans were outside, holding signs expressing their support for him. The coaches and teammates also offered their comfort. Iverson paid the fine, but the suspension was unavoidable. Li Yan didn't really care, since his salary wouldn't be cut. A 3-game rest wasn't bad. But since the atmosphere called for it, Li Yan played along. Brothers, what a shame. They'll be cheering for you in my heart. I really wish I could fight alongside you. Don't worry, Lee, J.R. Smith consoled him. It's just 3 games. Carmelo's 10 or so games flew by. Ahem. Anthony nearly choked on his water, furious at JR for bringing up a sore subject. Iverson patted Li Yan on the shoulder and said, Li, you've worked hard. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. You can relax a bit. Li Yan nodded. Iverson was truly a great teammate. George Karl, sensing Li Yan's low spirits, granted him 4 days off. Anthony had finally returned, but Li Yan was suspended. Seeing the Nuggets at full strength would have to wait. The conflict with Bowen did not harm Li Yan's image. Due to Bowen's notorious reputation, it instead solidified Li Yan's heroic persona as an iron-blooded true individual. Li Yan's management team signed several endorsements during these days, all from major companies. With substantial startup capital, his investment company also began making investments. With Li Yan's God's eye view, the results were inevitably lucrative. Of course, endorsements meant shooting commercials. Print ads were easy, just taking photos. But commercial shoots were troublesome. However, he had no choice since they paid so well. Today, Li Yan was shooting an ad for a soft drink. There was no technical difficulty, it was just a display of his ball handling skills. Li Yan's dribbling was dazzling and flashy. His expressions were spot on. He might not have done it before, but had seen it done. It was a continuous, smooth one-shot take. The only slightly challenging part was the final dunk. Although Li Yan's jumping ability was average, his height and wingspan were extraordinary, so a simple dunk was no problem. But the director demanded a windmill dunk, which was a bit excessive. Li Yan finally understood Tim Duncan's feeling. A windmill wasn't hard, a dunk wasn't hard, but completing a windmill dunk was very difficult. After a few attempts, Li Yan eventually completed the final shot using the storyboard method. Seeing the finished product, the director was very satisfied with Li Yan's artistic expression. The director exclaimed excitedly, Li, you did an amazing job. I thought it would take much longer, but you finished so quickly. If you weren't so tall, you'd definitely be a superstar in Hollywood. Li Yan was quite handsome, standing out among NBA players. Unlike Kevin Durant's aura, Li Yan exuded a natural heroic spirit, making him a born protagonist. But Li Yan's height was simply too tall, making it hard to find suitable actresses to act opposite him. He might not become an Oscar winner, but the chances of getting involved with a few Oscar winners were high. After exchanging pleasantries with the director, Li Yan headed to the lounge to rest. At a corner, he ran into an acquaintance. Mei Mei's surprised voice rang out. Li, what are you doing here? Shooting an ad. Li Yan explained. OMG, if I'd known you were shooting the ad, I would have come earlier. Mei Mei said regretfully. I sang the song for the ad. I came today to let the director hear the demo. Li, wait for me. He'll be out soon. Mei Mei said reluctantly. Only after Li Yan nodded did she let go of him and hurry away. Li Yan searched on his phone and found that Mei Mei had recently topped the country music television video chart with Tim McGraw and won the Breakthrough Video of the Year award. It could be said that Mei Mei was also at the height of her popularity, with her fame growing rapidly. Perhaps now Mei Mei's social recognition had reached the system's threshold, meaning that activating the ball handling master skill would yield status cards. This was quite appealing to Li Yan, as no man could resist the thrill of drawing cards. The internet had not yet entered its explosive boom era, and mobile phones could only be used to browse simple web pages. After playing with his phone for a while, Li Yan closed his eyes to rest. Li Yan opened the system. Name Li Yan, standing vertical jump 65 centimeters, running vertical jump 82 centimeters, speed 78, strength 80, ball handling 92, passing 98, face-up breakthrough 93, layup 84, dunk 66, back-toe basket offense 85, hook shot 88, mid-range shot 78, spot-up three-pointer 79, pull-up 3-2-pointer 56, rebounding 72, blocking 75, stealing 85, help defense 86, on-ball defense 80, stamina 85, charisma 98, tactical acumen 100, skills 1, ball handling master 2, playmaking master a 3, flashes contempt 4, wolf king's roar 5, mamba mentality 6, gyroscopic spin 7, lightning 5 whips. In addition, Li Yan had 6 extra attribute points. Li Yan's overall rating had reached 87, and his player evaluation had risen from quasi-all-star to all-star level. The speed of Li Yan's improvement was astonishing. Compared to his initial values, he had made significant progress in all aspects. Of course, the most notable increases in breakthrough and blocking were due to attribute point allocation and the boost from the skill flashes contempt. His shooting had also improved slightly through training and games. What surprised Li Yan the most was that lightning 5 whips, a skill seemingly unrelated to the game, also yielded impressive results. His stealing and stamina had both reached 85 as a result. It seemed Master Ma had not deceived him. Lightning 5 whips truly had the effect of strengthening the body and mind. Just as Li Yan was contemplating how to further improve himself, he heard a soft cry as Mimi fell directly onto him. It turned out that Mimi, in her haste to return to Li Yan, had not noticed the mat beneath her feet, and taking too large a stride, lost her balance. Fortunately, Li Yan was in front of her, providing a cushion. With warm fragrance and soft jade in his arms, Li Yan snapped back to reality and gently supported Mimi's waist. Mimi gazed at Li Yan, who was so close, the very person she had been longing for day and night. They were so close that Mimi could even feel Li Yan's breath. Her heart raced wildly. Damn it, could this be love? Earlier, Mimi had been wondering how to greet Li Yan. Now this intimate contact was an unexpected but fortunate turn of events. Feeling Li Yan's strong hands encircling her waist, Mimi blushed even deeper. Li Yan did not resist the contact, which made her heart bloom with joy. She was certain Li Yan felt the same way. This was a love that ran both ways. Oh heavens, it was too wonderful. The Prince Charming and his princess had finally met. Mimi completely relaxed, lying limply on Li Yan. Mimi had no intention of getting up, but at that moment the restroom door opened inopportunely. Li Wei, Li Yan's agent, began only to be met with the alluring sight of Mimi lying on top of Li Yan, pressed tightly together. As an experienced agent, Bob knew that his services would no longer be needed for the rest of the evening. Sorry, please continue. Bob closed the door and hummed a tune as he left work. The ambiguous atmosphere was broken, and they could no longer pretend time had stopped. Mimi got up from Li Yan, stealing a glance at his pants. It was simply amazing. Calming herself, Mimi whispered, "Li, I would have fallen if it weren't for you. Thank you so much." "It's nothing. It was just a small favor," Li Yan replied with a smile. Mimi was 180 centimeters tall, which made her look perfectly proportionate, standing next to Li Yan. They both tacitly pulled out their phones. They hadn't exchanged contact information earlier by the court, and they weren't about to let this opportunity slip away. Li Yan and Mimi arrived at an upscale restaurant. Both were hungry after a busy afternoon. Mimi took the initiative to start a conversation about basketball, clearly having done her homework. They chatted while eating, and time flew by. "Tylo, it's getting late. Shall I walk you back to your hotel?" Li Yan asked with a smile. Mimi blushed, her thoughts clearly wandering. Li Yan walked her to the hotel entrance and was about to turn away. "Aren't you coming up?" Mimi asked shyly. "Huh?" Li Yan scratched his head. "My hotel isn't here." Seeing the shy Mimi, Li Yan finally caught on. "Can I come up?" Mimi thought for a moment, then ran up to Li Yan. She reached up, hooked her arms around his neck, stood on her tiptoes, and kissed him directly. "Moi? A French kiss? I've changed my mind. Let's do it another time." Mimi turned and ran into the hotel. "Li, go for it." Li Yan watched Mimi wave goodbye, a hint of regret washing over him. He hadn't expected foreign girls to be so forward. Meanwhile, things were not going well for the Nuggets. Although Carmelo Anthony had returned, the Nuggets had suffered 3 consecutive losses. It was clear that Li Yan's absence had a significant impact on the team. The Nuggets' smooth offense had vanished, replaced by stagnant isolation plays. Worst of all, Anthony and Iverson genuinely wanted to cooperate, but they simply couldn't find a way to click. The two took turns playing isolation, but they were hesitant and tentative, each trying to give the other more touches, which ultimately hurt their offensive efficiency. First, the Nuggets suffered a humiliating 28-point loss at home to the Pistons. Then they lost to the Warriors on the road by 12 points. Finally, they were forced to surrender by the third quarter in San Antonio against the Spurs. The Warriors were in 8th place in the Western Conference, a weaker team than the Nuggets. While the Pistons and Spurs were strong, the Nuggets shouldn't have been blown out like this. When Li Yan was on the team, they had fought tooth and nail against these formidable opponents. Nuggets fans and the local Denver media missed Li Yan dearly. Li Yan saw many messages from Nuggets fans on major sports websites, many of them directed at him. In summary, it boiled down to 4 words: the team is in danger. Return quickly. Li Yan's first game back was a home match against the Dallas Mavericks. The Mavericks held the best record in the league and were the hottest team at the moment. After suffering a heart-wrenching defeat in the NBA Finals last season, where they were overturned by the Heat and lost the championship, the Mavericks did not wallow in despair. Instead, they erupted with astonishing combat effectiveness in the new season. The Mavericks currently led the league by a wide margin, holding a full 6-game lead over the second-place Suns. Under the guidance of head coach Avery Johnson, the Mavericks were formidable on both ends of the court. The German tank Dirk Nowitzki was unstoppable. Josh Howard and Jason Terry were also at the peak of their careers. The trio formed a terrifying core for the Mavericks. The young Devin Harris showed remarkable progress, while the veteran Jerry Stackhouse, coming off the bench, proved that age had not dulled his skills. Although Eric Dampier, the self-proclaimed second-best center in the West, had been repeatedly schooled by Yao Ming and Amare Stoudemire, his defensive prowess remained top-tier in the league. The entire Mavericks team was a formidable force with elite strength. The Nuggets, who had just suffered 3 consecutive losses, had lost their previously invincible aura. They desperately needed a victory to regain their momentum. For the Nuggets to face the league-leading Dallas Mavericks at this juncture was undoubtedly a fierce battle. In the 3 games, without Lee Yin, the Nuggets' offensive efficiency had plummeted and their defense was riddled with holes. The Nuggets' average scoring over those 3 games dropped to 92 points, while they conceded a staggering 112 points per game. This highlighted Lee Yin's immense value. He was no mere supporting player, but the engine of the Nuggets. During pre-game training, Lee Yin could clearly sense that the team's atmosphere was less lively than before. However, this was normal. If everyone remained cheerful after consecutive losses, that would be a real problem. Lee Yin practiced the tactics with his teammates. It proved that a good point guard was crucial. With Lee Yin orchestrating the plays, the Nuggets players felt noticeably more at ease. Players like Iverson and Anthony were fine, but for interior players like Kenyon Martin, Marcus Camby, and Nene Hilario, the difference with or without Lee Yin was like night and day. George Karl also gave a timely pep talk. Boys, tonight's opponent is tough. The Mavericks are number 1 in the league. They made it to the finals last year. But now we have a full roster, and we're taking this victory tonight. The Mavericks were the league's best and in top form. However, with Lee Yin's return, the media still believed the Nuggets had a fighting chance. After all, even without Anthony, the Nuggets, led by Lee Yin and Iverson, had managed to put up a tough fight against strong teams like the Spurs. Anthony's scoring ability was unquestionable. Now the key was whether the Nuggets could resolve their ball distribution issues. The 3 consecutive losses indicated that the Golden Duo wasn't achieving a synergistic effect. Now Lee Yin had become the hope of the entire fan base. Nuggets fans eagerly anticipated that the Chinese magician could drive the Golden Duo to unleash their true power. In the TNT studio, Barkley and Smith were analyzing the game. The Nuggets aren't in a good spot. With Anthony back and Lee Yin suspended for 3 games, they didn't win a single one. They suffered heavy defeats of over 20 points to the Spurs and Pistons, and even lost to the Warriors, who are 8th in the West. It's a huge blow to their morale. The key to the game is whether the Nuggets can solve the coexistence problem between Carmelo Anthony and Allen Iverson. I believe the fans are all hoping the Golden Duo can unleash their true potential. That night at the Pepsi Center, the arena was packed to capacity. The Nuggets market was at its peak. Iverson, Lee Yin, and Anthony were all huge box office draws. Suddenly, a system prompt sounded ding. Mission: lead the Nuggets to victory in this game, with both Anthony and Iverson scoring over 25 points. Reward 1 attribute point. What? The Mavericks and Nowitzki are only worth 1 attribute point. System, you're getting stingier. Shouldn't it be 2 attribute points? Lee Yin complained. After all, the Mavericks were a team on par with the Spurs. Against the Spurs, he had earned 2 skills and 2 attribute points. This was clearly unfair treatment. System, Lee Yin humph. After the player introductions, the starters remained on the court. Nuggets: Lee Yin, Allen Iverson, Carmelo Anthony, Kenyon Martin, Marcus Camby. Mavericks: Devin Harris, Jason Terry, Josh Howard, Dirk Nowitzki, Eric Dampier. The whistle blew and the game began. Marcus Camby tipped the ball to Lee Yin. Lee Yin caught it and advanced steadily. Devin Harris rushed over to apply pressure, but Lee Yin didn't hold the ball. He passed it to Anthony, wanting to gauge Anthony's state. Anthony had a favorable matchup against Josh Howard, holding advantages in height and physicality. The other Nuggets naturally cleared out one side to create space for Anthony to operate. Anthony executed a textbook triple threat stance, then used his signature spinning move to shake off Josh Howard and hit a mid-range jumper. Anthony possessed a diverse array of offensive moves, making him a new generation offensive maestro. In terms of pure skill, he was far superior to his draft classmate, the chosen one LeBron James. On the next possession, the Mavericks likewise fed the ball to Nowitzki, who was posting up. Nowitzki was the best shooting big man in the league, and his iconic fadeaway jumper was playfully nicknamed the one-legged fadeaway by fans. Nowitzki's jump shot came with a natural leanback, and combined with his height and wingspan blocking, it was nearly impossible. His scoring ability was beyond question. Swish. The ball swished through the net, as Nowitzki easily scored over Kenyon Martin's defense. On the Nuggets' possession, Lee Yin wasn't in a hurry to make his move. He continued to observe the situation on the court. At the top of the arc, Lee Yin executed a handoff pass to Iverson, shielding Jason Terry with his body. Iverson used the momentum to drive into the paint. Nowitzki, rotating to help, couldn't keep up with Iverson's lateral quickness. Iverson softly floated the ball in for a layup. In the opening minutes, Lee Yin's performance was solid, if unspectacular, and the Nuggets played a methodical game. On the positive side, Iverson and Anthony were attacking decisively. Under George Karl's arrangement, Li Yan controlled the ball, and the Golden Duo were instructed to shoot without hesitation upon receiving his passes. The downside was that the Nuggets fundamentally hadn't moved away from relying on Anthony and Iverson's isolation plays. Li Yan's performance wasn't as dazzling as before. The Mavericks' perimeter firepower was extremely fierce. Even with the boost from Li Yan's skills, the Nuggets couldn't gain an advantage. At the end of the first quarter, the Nuggets trailed the Mavericks 27-30. The game situation was far from optimistic, yet George Karl remained remarkably composed. This had been within his expectations, as the Mavericks' half-court offense ranked among the league's finest. Their players had been honing their chemistry together for years. Despite the Nuggets' abundant talent, they could not help but find themselves outmatched. In the opening round, Li Yan managed to intercept a pass from the Mavericks during a double team. The Mavericks quickly retreated on defense. When Li Yan reached the frontcourt, he once again executed his signature fake pass, feigning one direction while delivering the ball elsewhere. He looked toward Nene Hilario under the basket, but passed the ball to J.R. Smith on the wing beyond the three-point line. J.R. Smith released the ball swiftly, and the basketball traced a rainbow arc swishing through the net. The ball went through the hoop cleanly. The score was tied at 3,030. After the shot, J.R. Smith excitedly performed his three-point celebration gesture. The Pepsi Center erupted in jubilation. In this era, fast-break three-pointers were a rare sight. In everyone's mindset, scoring closer to the basket was still considered easier. J.R. Smith's willingness to take such a shot was not surprising, as his shot selection had always been questionable. However, Li Yan's decision to make such a pass as a point guard was genuinely unexpected. After all, although Nene was guarded under the basket, the probability of him putting the ball in the hoop seemed higher than J.R.'s. J.R. Smith boasted a three-point shooting percentage of 39 this season. Considering his many ill-advised forced shots, his three-point shooting ability was quite impressive. Combined with Li Yan's additional skill playmaker, which increased shooting accuracy by 20, such an open three-pointer was a sure thing for J.R. Smith. The core of the Mavericks' second unit was Jerry Stackhouse. Stackhouse, a distinguished alumnus of the basketball powerhouse University of North Carolina, and Michael Jordan Jr., was once hailed as one of the successors to the Air Jordan legacy. His fundamentals were naturally solid, and his attacking ability and knack for drawing fouls were exceptionally seasoned. His greatest advantage was undoubtedly using his weight and height in the low post to back down defenders near the basket. With a simple turnaround jumper, he could overpower many weak shooting guards in the league. Moreover, Stackhouse's three-point shooting could not be underestimated. Combined with his sufficiently aggressive driving ability, he could effectively breach the opponent's perimeter defense. But today, Stackhouse encountered a tough opponent. Li Yan's height and weight were monstrous for a guard, and even at the small forward position, he was no pushover. Under Li Yan's defense, Stackhouse found it extremely difficult to drive inside. With an overly energetic J.R. Smith roaming the perimeter, the Mavericks' offense seemed constipated. Devine George forced a shot and missed. Nene boxed out under the basket, and Li Yan grabbed the rebound. The Nuggets transitioned quickly. Li Yan advanced with the ball, bypassing the intermediate passing phase. As the game pace picked up, more offensive opportunities emerged. Li Yan swiftly reached the front court just as the Mavericks' big men were settling into position. Nene set a pick at the top of the key, then rolled to the basket. Li Yan used the screen to drive, and this dual-threat attack tore through the Mavericks' defense. Nene received Li Yan's pass and easily dunked. The Mavericks fell into a scoring drought while the Nuggets flowed seamlessly. In the next possession, Li Yan backed down Greg Buckner with force. After drawing the Mavericks' defensive attention, he gently tossed the ball into the paint. Nene leaped high, caught the ball comfortably, and slammed it home with a thunderous two-handed dunk that stunned the crowd. The Pepsi Center erupted. Such offense was exhilarating. Nene high-fived Li Yan in celebration. On the sidelines, Kenyon Martin and Marcus Camby looked on with envy, wishing they could receive such passes too. On the other end of the bench, Allen Iverson and Carmelo Anthony seemed contemplative. After J.R. Smith nailed another precise three-pointer from Li Yan's pass, the Mavericks called a timeout. A 132 run gave the Nuggets an 8-point lead at home. Wow. The Nuggets' second unit completely turned the tide. J.R. Smith stretches the floor on the wing, and Nene is a dominant force under the basket. Barkley exclaimed, "The most crucial thing is Li Yan's incredible floor management. He's a natural at pushing the fast break and always finds open teammates. Li Yan's playing style is selfless. It's a joy to be his teammate. Why didn't the Nuggets play like this in the first quarter?" Barkley wondered. "You need Carmelo Anthony to cooperate," Smith said, a sentiment echoed by many fans. Anthony was to the Nuggets what LeBron James was to the Cavaliers. Over the past 3 seasons, Anthony had grown accustomed to a system centered around him. For change to be effective, the best approach would be for Melo to adapt willingly, otherwise friction could cause significant harm to the Nuggets. As Barkley and Smith analyzed the situation, the game resumed. Both teams brought back their starters. Nowitzki drew the defense and assisted Jason Terry on a three-pointer, stabilizing the Mavericks. On the next possession, fans were surprised to see Melo Anthony clearing space for Li Yan on one side. Then Li Yan delivered a behind-the-back pass to Anthony with a flashy move. By then, Anthony's defender had already been drawn away by Li Yan. Wide open. Anthony hesitated for a moment, then released a smooth shot. The ball arced through the air and swished through the net. The shot was clean. As Li Yan high-fived Anthony, Anthony was still savoring the play. How did that pass even get through? The Nuggets are evolving. Carmelo isn't demanding the ball as usual, he's pulling the Mavericks defense apart. Oh my god. Lee-Yen is trapped by the Mavericks, but he passes the ball from behind his back. Opportunity. Carmelo Anthony wide open, no problem, rock solid. In the TNT studio, Smith stood up excitedly. That pass was incredibly difficult, bold, and imaginative. From a point guard's perspective, Lee-Yen's passing and ball handling are flawless. His court vision is outstanding. Kenny, would you make a pass like that? Barkley asked with a smile. No, with my height, I could never find a teammate in that position. Lee-Yen's height gives him a huge advantage in court vision, Smith marveled. Even if I knew Carmelo was there, I wouldn't use such a risky method. Lee-Yen isn't a rigid textbook point guard, his passes are full of creativity. Wow. Magic. Such passes are like sorcery, unbelievable. The Mavericks found themselves trapped in a bitter struggle at the Pepsi Center. The Nuggets had adopted a completely different style of play compared to the first quarter. They accelerated their transition game, quickly pushing the ball in fast breaks after defensive stops. The Nuggets' interior players possessed remarkable athleticism, especially Kenyon Martin, who was an unyielding, beast mode power forward. Naturally, Allen Iverson, known as the Answer, was a master of counterattacks, and Carmelo Anthony was equally swift on his feet. In contrast, the Mavericks' interior players Eric Dampier and Dirk Nowitzki were relatively slow-footed, struggling to keep up with the Nuggets' pace. Moreover, on the defensive end, the Nuggets' overall size was not at a disadvantage. They effectively neutralized the Mavericks' drives to the basket, and Nowitzki had no significant edge over Kenyon Martin in terms of speed and physique. The Nuggets gradually gained the upper hand on the court. In Lee-Yen's view, this was not surprising. The Mavericks had been eliminated by the Warriors in the previous season's playoffs precisely because Golden State's rapid transitions had shattered them. At this point, Nowitzki's fadeaway jumper had not yet reached its peak of mastery. When faced with intense physical defense, his offensive efficiency suffered greatly. Lee-Yen took a rest with 4 minutes left in the second quarter. Although his stamina had reached a rating of 85, it was still insufficient to sustain him through a full game while expending so many skills. In this game, to enhance his teammates' offensive flow, Lee-Yen activated Master Chef in many plays. The Nuggets achieved astonishing offensive efficiency, but the toll on Lee-Yen's energy was immense. After Lee-Yen left the court, the Nuggets' ball movement noticeably declined, giving the Mavericks a chance to catch their breath. After all, the Mavericks were the top team in the league, and the resilient Dallas team refused to give up. By halftime, they had narrowed the deficit to within 10 points. Lee-Yen had scored 6 points and dished out 9 assists. Both Iverson and Anthony had surpassed the 10-point mark, making the system's task seem relatively smooth. Carmelo Anthony still harbored some reluctance about ceding ball control to Lee-Yen. Given Iverson's historical status, Anthony could barely convince himself to accept it. But for Lee-Yen, despite his impressive performance, Anthony felt a pang of unwillingness to surrender the ball. Melo was discontent. As an offensive encyclopedia, Anthony wanted to shoulder the Nuggets' scoring burden. Ultimately, growing up watching 90s NBA, he believed that a franchise star must execute isolation plays. Consequently, Anthony had minor friction with head coach George Karl. Karl wanted Anthony to share the ball more and invest more in defense, but Anthony was not particularly receptive. By the first half, Anthony's mindset had shifted considerably. Lee-Yen's passes gave him numerous easy scoring opportunities, and Anthony, no fool, was happy to accept them. Lee-Yen is the lubricant between Carmelo Anthony and Allen Iverson. The Chinese magician can solve the Nuggets' ball distribution issues, Smith commented. If the Nuggets maintain this style of play, they will be highly competitive. Otherwise, relying on isolations won't take them far, Smith added. Barkley agreed with Smith's assessment, noting that basketball is a team sport. Even Michael Jordan needed Scottie Pippen. Soon the second half began. The Nuggets maintained a solid defensive intensity. The interior duo of Kenyon Martin and Marcus Camby prevented the Mavericks from gaining any advantage. Lee-Yen's perimeter help defense also posed a significant threat to the Mavericks. Even Anthony, usually lackadaisical on defense, was highly focused. It was unavoidable. Melo was playing so effortlessly on offense that if he slacked off on defense, he felt he hadn't even broken a sweat. The Mavericks' offense was stifled, caught in the Nuggets' suffocating grip. Since trading Steve Nash, the Mavericks had lacked a true playmaking core. Now trapped in this predicament, they chose to feed the ball to Nowitzki for extensive isolation plays. Nowitzki shook off Kenyon Martin, but just as he prepared to shoot, Marcus Camby's long arm extended from the side. Nowitzki's shot faced immense interference. He adjusted his release angle to evade Camby's reach, but his accuracy suffered. Clang! The ball bounced off the rim and flew away. Anthony grabbed the rebound and immediately looked for Lee-Yen. Such is human nature. After Lee-Yen repeatedly fed Anthony assists, Melo had come to acknowledge Lee-Yen's ability to orchestrate the offense. Wow! It's astonishing to see Carmelo showing such defensive effort, Barkley exclaimed in amazement. In his memory, Anthony's defensive attitude was poor. He often lost his man due to lapses in focus. But now Anthony had changed. Lee-Yen's arrival had transformed the Nuggets ecosystem. On the sidelines, George Karl smiled. Lee-Yen's growth was immediate and tangible, even changing a stubborn case like Anthony. In transition, Lee-Yen slowed the pace with the ball. Kenyon Martin came out to set a screen, and the two executed a pick and roll. Lee-Yen drove into the paint, feigning a pass to the rolling Martin, but flicked his wrist to deliver the ball to Allen Iverson, who was cutting baseline. Iverson easily finished the layup. Anthony, watching closely, realized that when he had the ball, his eyes were often fixed only on the defender and the basket. Li Yan's passing left him astonished. No wonder Iverson had kept telling him that Li Yan handled the ball with exceptional rationality. Now Anthony fully understood. The Mavericks were completely suppressed, and little General Avery Johnson immediately called a timeout. To chase points, the Mavericks substituted their center for Jerry Stackhouse. Coincidentally, the Nuggets countered by bringing in J.R. Smith. In the clash of fast tempos, the Mavericks suffered a crushing defeat. Li Yan's brilliance shone fully, his passes precise as a scalpel dissected the defense like a master butcher. The Mavericks' defense was torn apart, with Li Yan continuously delivering assists to his teammates. Iverson and Anthony were naturally his primary targets. Anthony's shooting was always sharp, but he had never imagined playing basketball like this. In his previous games, isolation offense was the norm. But today Li Yan found him from every gap, and all Anthony had to do was send the ball through the net. With 3 minutes left, and trailing by 20 points, the Mavericks pulled all their starters, conceding defeat. Returning to the bench, Anthony felt his basketball philosophy shaken. He had received 8 assists from Li Yan in the game. Anthony finished with 28 points so effortlessly that Melo felt he hadn't even broken a sweat. The Nuggets ended their 3-game losing streak by defeating the formidable Mavericks at home. Returning from a 3-game suspension, Li Yan delivered an all-around performance with 10 points, 18 assists, 6 rebounds, 2 steals, and 1 block. Under Li Yan's orchestration, the Nuggets were revitalized, and the golden duo of Iverson and Anthony finally stopped playing as individuals. Anthony scored 28 points while Iverson effortlessly added 27. 6 Nuggets players scored in double figures, forcing the league-leading Mavericks to submit. Li Yan's popularity continued to soar, and in Denver his fame rivaled that of Anthony and Iverson. Since the league added Li Yan's name to the All-Star ballot, his vote count had been growing rapidly. However, the competition for the Western Conference guard spots was fierce, with Kobe Bryant, Tracy McGrady, and Allen Iverson accumulating staggering vote totals. Kobe, McGrady, and Iverson needed no introduction. The 4 shooting guards already commanded massive fan support, not to mention that McGrady and Iverson were teammates of Yao Ming and Li Yan. For Chinese fans, they were considered part of their own. 2-time MVP Steve Nash trailed behind Li Yan, relegated to the 5th spot among guards. The NBA also noticed the intense battle in the West and cunningly moved the most popular player, Kobe Bryant, to the small forward position. This significantly increased Li Yan's chances of starting in the All-Star game. Furthermore, Li Yan's fame was skyrocketing, fueled by the NBA's promotional efforts. Sports channels across the country featured reports on Li Yan, and highlight reels showcased numerous assists from him. This level of publicity surpassed that of typical team stars. Li Yan was not particularly fixated on the All-Star game. Unlike other stars seeking to prove their worth, his primary goal was continuous self-improvement. Watching his stats increase on the system panel filled Li Yan with a sense of achievement. After defeating the Mavericks, the Nuggets rushed to Cleveland. The Cavaliers, currently second in the East, were in decent form. King LeBron James had further evolved this season, averaging 27, 3.6, 7 rebounds, 6, 0 assists, 1, 6 steals, and 0, 7 blocks per game. The Cavaliers were a formidable team, and the system did not disappoint Li Yan. Before the game, the system issued a quest to defeat the Cavaliers and record at least 15 assists to earn a skill from James. 15 assists were not overly difficult for Li Yan, a target within reach. However, he did not celebrate prematurely, unsure of what quirky skill he might receive. At this stage, James relied on sheer power. If Li Yan were to randomly draw James' shooting or footwork skill pack, it was uncertain whether it would be a blessing or a curse. Anthony and James had been the most talked about players of the 0-3 Platinum generation until Flash Wade took a detour to win the championship last season. Every matchup between Melo and King was highly anticipated, but this time Li Yan and Iverson shared the spotlight. Cleveland was a small city, but its basketball atmosphere was electric. As the Nuggets bus traveled through Cleveland streets, posters of LeBron James were everywhere, and many fans in James jerseys were heading to the Quicken Loans Arena. The fervent support of Cleveland fans for James amazed Li Yan. James received all the love the city had to offer. No wonder when James announced he would take his talents to Miami, fans resorted to the extreme act of burning his jersey. After all, love runs deep. This marquee matchup was nationally televised and also broadcast across the ocean in China. Since Li Yan's stellar performances, the national broadcaster had adjusted its schedule. Except for a few games, all Nuggets games were aired in China. During pre-game warm-ups, Anthony and James exchanged friendly greetings. Then James also came over to chat briefly with Iverson. Given Iverson's historical status, James knew how to be diplomatic. He nodded and smiled at Li Yan, who returned the gesture. Although Li Yan had not agreed with some of James' career choices in his past life, he had to admit James was impeccable in his interpersonal skills. Unlike many black players who acted impulsively, James possessed high emotional intelligence and never did anything to tarnish his image. The pregame ceremony at Quicken Loans Arena was electrifying. LeBron James received a thunderous ovation, with Cavaliers fans showering him with all their love. Amid the fiery atmosphere, the game began. Cavaliers starters Daniel Gibson, Larry Hughes, LeBron James, Drew Gooden, and Big Z Ilgauskas. Big Z, a skilled center from Lithuania, stood 2.21 meters tall with a soft touch. On offense, he could either power through or use deceptive fakes to score on layups. His low-post play and high-post jump shots were key weapons for the Cavaliers. When King James was stifled, Big Z could use his height and skill to open up the offense. Drew Gooden was also strong in physical play, forming a capable duo with Big Z to support James. Larry Hughes, however, seemed out of sync since moving from the Wizards. Hughes' offense relied mainly on drives. He was a typical player who loved penetration but disliked shooting. In Washington, he thrived complementing Gilbert Arenas, who was a shooter, while Hughes excelled at driving. The Wizards reached the Eastern Conference semifinals in the 2004-05 season, and Hughes peaked that year. He averaged 22 points, led the league in steals with 289, and earned a spot on the all-defensive team. His stellar play in Washington led the Cavaliers to sign him to a 5-year, $70 million contract in 2005 to support LeBron James. In Cleveland, Hughes struggled largely because his playing style overlapped with Jameis. At this stage, King Jameis' shooting was inconsistent, requiring shooters to space the floor, and LeBron would not easily cede driving opportunities. Still, Hughes averaged 15 points, making him the Cavaliers' second leading scorer. Gibson was a rookie in the same draft class as Lee Yen. He only worked out for the Cavaliers before the draft, declining all other teams' invitations. This decision, despite being projected as a first-round pick, caused him to fall to the second round. Gibson was an excellent shooter with a 41.9 three-point percentage, the highest among all rookies. Nuggets starters Lee Yen, Allen Iverson, Carmelo Anthony, Kenyon Martin, and Marcus Camby. The Nuggets lineup remained largely unchanged. The Nuggets have a stronger overall roster than the Cavaliers, but LeBron James' prowess cannot be underestimated. The Cavaliers have strong interior play, so the game should be competitive. Of course, our main focus is on Lee Yan's performance. In the national broadcaster's studio, Yu Jia and Coach Zhang were commentating the game as usual. As Marcus Camby and Big Z leaped for the jump ball, the game began. Big Z won the tip-off and tapped the ball to Gibson. Lee Yen did not apply too much pressure on Gibson, knowing he was merely a point guard tasked with advancing the ball. Once across half-court, Gibson would pass the ball to James. As Lee Yen anticipated, Gibson quickly relayed the ball to James, who was positioned on the left side beyond the three-point line. James drove with the ball. His drives relied heavily on physical prowess and contact. He was the NBA's finest amalgamation of speed, strength, and agility, possessing a historically unparalleled talent. Most players could not withstand Jameis' onslaught, but Carmelo Anthony was clearly an exception. The Melo possessed equally remarkable talent. If not for his occasional lapses in focus, his defensive performance would rank among the league's elite. Of course, Anthony never needed motivation when facing James. This was undoubtedly the game where his concentration peaked. Anthony held his ground against James, who with his court vision spotted Big Z inside and delivered the pass. Big Z held a significant height advantage, and his technical finesse was exquisite. With consecutive backdowns and a silky smooth turn, he overpowered Camby and sank a delicate hook shot near the basket. Swish! The shot was pure. 20. Big Z opened the scoring for the Cavaliers, igniting roaring cheers from the Quicken Loans Arena. Big Z was also a member of the legendary 1996 draft class, selected 20th overall by the Cavaliers, where he had played ever since. His two All-Star selections in 2003 and 2005 were the highest accolades, cementing his status as a hero in Cleveland. In contrast, Marcus Camby, the second overall pick of the same 1996 draft, never fully realized his potential. While his rim protection was solid, earning him 2 block titles in 1998 and 2006 and consecutive all-defensive team honors. Yet being merely an excellent defensive center fell short of the expectations fans had for Camby. Lee Yen watched Big Z's smooth hook shot with a mix of emotions. In this era, big men without refined footwork and skills could not establish themselves. Even the physically dominant Shaq O'Neal possessed considerable post moves and a reliable baby hook. Thinking of the NBA a decade later, where many centers could only roll to the rim for easy dunks with crude offensive techniques, players like DeAndre Jordan could even make the All-NBA first team. It was truly ironic. This train of thought led Lee Yen to Yao Ming, the Little Giant. At this time, Yao was at the peak of his career. If they could join forces on the national team, with outside shooters like Li Nanju Fangyu and Wang Shipeng, along with Wang Zhizhi and Yi Jianlian, could this Chinese men's basketball team create a miracle at the 2008 Beijing Olympics? Denver's offensive possession. Lee Yen brought the ball up the court. Larry Hughes' aggressive defense proved ineffective against Lee Yan's ball handling skills. Hughes' off balance was left behind by Lee Yen. Lee Yen drove deep into the paint. Facing Big Z under the basket, he deftly delivered a bounce pass to Camby. Camby leaped and slammed the ball through the hoop with a powerful two-handed dunk. Boom. 22. After scoring, Camby gave Lee Yen a thumbs-up. Nice pass, Lee. Having been scored on by Big Z in the previous play, this basket was incredibly relieving for Camby. Lee Yan's pass felt exceptionally comfortable, a sensation no other guard could provide. Wow, what a beautiful pass. Larry Hughes paid the price for his gambling steal. Lee Yen shook him off, drew Big Z's defense, and effortlessly assisted Marcus Camby for the score. Yu Jia commented, Lee Yen is in excellent form today. Cleveland's offense. Once again, they initiated the attack by giving the ball to James. James was the quintessential early-era heliocentric player. Nearly all of Cleveland's offense flowed through him. Their guards merely served to advance the ball across half-court and hand it off to the King James. The Nuggets collapsed their defense to counter LeBron James' drives. Given James' average shooting ability, they didn't believe he could punish them from the perimeter. James frowned. This defensive scheme frustrated him, eliminating his driving lanes. He observed from the top of the arc, feigning a drive, a deceptive move. James' true intention was to locate an outside shooter. Lee Yin accurately anticipated James' plan, recalling that the King was highly inconsistent with his jump shots during this period. Slap. Lee Yin perfectly intercepted the pass, stopping the ball. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately pushed the pace in transition. His pass stolen, James immediately chased after Lee Yin. Despite Lee Yan's best efforts to accelerate, James' engine was clearly on another level. Lee Yan's speed and burst still lagged considerably behind James. Fortunately, Allen Iverson was providing support on the wing. Using his peripheral vision to track James, Lee Yin executed a sudden acceleration fake that lured James out of bounds. Simultaneously, with a flick of his wrist, Lee Yin sent the ball to Iverson. The answer seized the moment, leaped, and gently laid the ball in for 2 easy points. James was slightly exasperated. If Lee Yin had chosen to finish himself, he was confident he could have blocked the attempt. But Lee Yin seemed to possess eagle-eye vision, precisely locating the trailing answer Iverson. It was simply incredible. Cleveland's possession. This time James didn't actively avoid Denver's defensive wall. He used a screen to burst into the Nuggets' interior. Boom. James cocked his right arm and threw down an unstoppable dunk. Denver's defense was scattered by James' sheer power, showcasing his terrifying physical gifts. Next possession. Lee Yin fed the ball to Melo Anthony on the right low block. Anthony backed down. James used a series of fakes, turned, and nailed a jumper. Lee Yin felt like a master of balance, especially needing to cater to the 2 stars Iverson and Anthony. Cleveland's offense. Denver's paint was congested. Even James couldn't bulldoze a path through. Forced to pass, James kicked it out to Gibson on the perimeter. Gibson caught the pass and released a three-pointer. Clang. The ball hit the front of the rim and bounced up. Camby secured the rebound. James frowned. It was a wide-open look. Gibson's failure to convert was a significant missed opportunity. If the outside shots weren't falling, the Nuggets would become even more aggressive in collapsing the defense, which was hardly good news for James. The Nuggets' defense was exceptionally tight. Although the Cavaliers' center big Ilgauskas held some advantages, the Cavaliers, lacking LeBron James' offensive firepower, were clearly no match for the Nuggets. Lee Yin's perimeter defense was crucial. With him on the court, the defensive pressure on Iverson was greatly alleviated. Lee Yin gave his all on both ends of the floor, which was the foundation of his teammates and coach's trust. On the transition, Lee Yin advanced with the ball. Despite Larry Hughes' interference, Lee Yin still delivered a precise long pass. Kenyon Martin leaped and soared, completing a spectacular alley-oop. Beep. The Cavaliers were forced to call a timeout. The Nuggets' defense has been highly successful. They've contained LeBron's drives, and the Cavaliers' perimeter players haven't been able to make them pay. Yu Jia analyzed the Nuggets hold a significant advantage. The Cavaliers must make adjustments. The timeout ended. The Cavaliers maintained a steady pace. They had no choice. Their big man inside lacked athleticism, making fast-paced transitions unsuitable for them. James called for a screen, this time a pick-and-roll at the top of the arc. Gooden helped James draw the Nuggets defenders away. James sliced through a gap with little resistance. The chosen one soared high, delivering a violent tomahawk dunk that ignited the entire arena. Kenyon Martin under the basket had no intention of contesting. Forcefully defending that play would have easily resulted in an and one for James. Lee Yin shook his head. James' athleticism was simply too overwhelming. Given the slightest opening, he could accelerate. A charging James was terrifying, leaving the Nuggets' interior in jeopardy. The Nuggets' turn. Lee Yin brought the ball up the court. After the previous encounter, Larry Hughes dared not recklessly go for a steal. Larry Hughes, a defensive stalwart, quickly found a relatively effective defensive approach. He gave Lee Yin a bit of space. In Hughes' eyes, Lee Yin, like himself and James, was a slashing perimeter player with a weak jump shot. Lee Yin felt uncomfortable. Although the Mamba mentality was potent, its cost was too high. He passed the ball to Carmelo Anthony, who instinctively went into isolation. Unlike Iverson, getting Anthony to pass was incredibly difficult, especially in an unknown situation. Anthony faced tight defense from James. The two superstars from the 2003 draft class were going head-to-head again. Anthony used footwork to create space, but James' athleticism was superb. He quickly recovered his off-balance body and leaped to challenge the shot. To avoid James' long arms, Anthony adjusted his release, increasing the arc. The ball cleared James' fingertips, but fell short. Clang. The ball bounced off the backboard and out. Gooden secured the rebound. The Nuggets' transition defense was swift, denying the Cavaliers a fast break opportunity. James slowed the pace, waiting for his big men to get into position. Having been defended unknown by James, Anthony was determined to retaliate and match the physicality. Unable to shake James, Gooden immediately came up to set a screen. Once Gooden sealed, Anthony, James could tear through the Nuggets' defense. Lee Yin had already read James' intention and rushed over to provide help defense. As James drove, he encountered resistance from Kenyon Martin. He exploded with a gathered step and powered through. At that moment, Lee Yin appeared in James' path, planted his feet, and stabilized his stance. Lee Yin's judgment was spot on. James had already taken his steps, and with Kenyon Martin pursuing from behind, the King had no room to evade. Li Yin braced for impact, but the anticipated collision never came. After taking 3 steps, James neither shot nor passed. He continued to sidestep around Li Yin. Stunned old pal, Li Yin was dumbfounded. James soared high and finished with a powerful, forceful slam. After landing, the king roared in celebration. The entire arena erupted. The Cavaliers fans in the stands were captivated by James' silky moves, wildly cheering and waving their support. MVP, MVP, MVP. Faced with James' slick maneuver, the referee remained impassive. Ding. The system notification came abruptly. Host has witnessed an NBA iconic moment, the 8-step wonder. As long as I'm not embarrassed, embarrassment can't catch me. System reward triggered. Host receives 2 attribute points. Li Yin was overjoyed. So what if he took a few extra steps? As long as he got attribute points, James could play basketball like it was football, and Li Yin wouldn't mind at all. LeBron, great job, Li Yin exclaimed cheerfully. James ignored Li Yin. Such sarcastic remarks were nothing new to him. But the chosen one possessed strong mental fortitude. This level of taunting couldn't shake James' resolve. The Nuggets' turn. Li Yin ran a pick and roll with Marcus Camby at the top of the arc. Driving inside, Li Yin faced help defense from James. Powering through James was still difficult, so he kicked the ball out to Iverson on the perimeter. Iverson executed a sharp crossover, instantly shaking Gibson, and pulled up for a mid-range jumper. Swish. Nothing but net. The Nuggets had numerous scoring options. Iverson and Anthony were both elite isolation scorers, and with Li Yin orchestrating the offense, it was tough for the Cavaliers to shut them down. To close the gap, the Cavaliers had to keep scoring. James was their village's hope. Next possession. James again used a screen to drive into the paint. Learning from the last encounter, Li Yin abandoned the idea of drawing a charge on James. Trivial details like footwork could never trouble the chosen one. You never knew how many steps he had left after gathering. Li Yin switched and closed in from the wing, instantly activating Flash's contempt. The leaping James clearly hadn't expected anyone to appear from the side. Empowered by Flash's contempt, Li Yin surged with overwhelming momentum. Smack. The ball was swatted away. Against players who love driving for dunks, Flash's contempt was an undeniably divine skill. Whoa. Li Yin flew from the side and swatted away James' surefire dunk, exclaimed Coach Zhang excitedly. What a play. That's LeBron James we're talking about, but our Li Yin still stuffed him. Li Yin truly has a knack for blocking shots. According to relevant statistics, since becoming a starter, his average blocks per game have exceeded 1. Truly astonishing. Among perimeter players, only Dwayne Wade and Li Yin have achieved this level. Yu Jia exclaimed in awe. Li Yin's timing for jumping and his distance judgment on blocks are extremely precise. However, we've also noticed that Li Yin's leaping ability is a mystery. For instance, his jump height on this block was remarkably high, yet in many other plays his vertical leap seems rather ordinary. Perhaps Li Yin is more reserved. He doesn't feel the need to prove himself through flashy dunks. Giving his all on defense is the competitive spirit every athlete should possess. Coach Zhang and Yu Jia heaped praise on Li Yin during the broadcast, and the fans back in China agreed with their sentiments. After all, they were unaware of Li Yin's secret. Blocking James took a toll on Li Yin's stamina, making a chest-thumping roar essential at that moment. The Wolf's Howl ability activated, and Li Yin's movements became incredibly infectious. The Nuggets' morale soared, and they even felt their fatigue lessen. The Cavaliers inbound the ball, naturally seeking out James first. However, this time their pass was careless, and the lurking Li Yin intercepted it. Transitioning from defense to offense, the Nuggets launched a fast break, like a whirlwind. The Cavaliers clearly struggled to adapt to the Nuggets' pace, with only James attempting to chase back. But defending 1 against 3 was a lost cause, and the wise LeBron wisely stopped. Li Yin tossed the ball forward, and Kenyon Martin leaped high. As Kenyon Martin reached his apex, the ball was perfectly placed, allowing him to catch it comfortably and finish with a violent slam. Boom. The rim shook. Wow. Holy cow, awesome. Amazing. Fans in front of their TVs back home were thrilled. The Nuggets' style of play was captivating, making them the league's top alley-oop team. Li Yin and Kenyon Martin were the golden duo for aerial plays. Kenyon Martin, experiencing a career resurgence, didn't hesitate to praise Li Yin in the media. Li is a historic passer. I had many great times with Jason Kidd, and Li's passing is on par with Jason's. Li is only 20 years old, and he'll keep improving. That's terrifying. He'll become the greatest point guard in history. Chef Li's skills in making plays are getting more and more refined. Haha, if not for his poor early season stats dragging him down, Chef Li would be leading the league in assists right now. Damn, Chef Li, that's hilarious. Unlike international fans who call Li Yin the Chinese magic, Chinese fans gave him a more grounded nickname. Chef Li literally means a master chef, specifically one skilled at making flatbreads, a vivid metaphor for Li Yin's extraordinary assist ability. Great play. Li Yin high-fived Kenyon Martin in celebration. Li Yin was more than happy to cooperate with Kenyon Martin. In truth, passing to the Nuggets' big man made it easier to get assists. With Anthony, that guy's isolation mentality was deeply ingrained. After a series of moves, Li Yin's assist would simply vanish. Get back on defense. Iverson suddenly shouted. It turned out that while Li Yin and Kenyon Martin were showing off, James had launched a surprise attack. After receiving the ball, King James charged forward without waiting for his teammates. James possessed the strength of a tank, the speed of a sports car, and remarkable agility, a truly broken combination. Iverson tried to stop him, but was easily bypassed. Even the sturdy Anthony was blown past by James. James drove quickly into the paint, and before Kenyon Martin could set his position, he muscled past Marcus Camby for a layup. Swish! James' full-court drive stunned everyone with his overwhelming power. Chinese fans watching were amazed. James was like an alien bulldozing through 3 Nuggets players to score. This coast-to-coast attack took James just over 5 seconds. Amid the chants of MVP, James' passion was ignited. He strutted with a tyrant's swagger, confident and domineering, looking down on the world, the aura of a king. Lee Yin envied James' physique. If he had such dynamic talent, it would be a complete game-changer. James was playing brilliantly, but the Cavaliers remained at a disadvantage overall. This was especially evident during the end of the first quarter and the start of the second, when Lee Yin led the second unit with J.R. Smith and Nene Hilario. The Nuggets' transition speed overwhelmed the Cavaliers, and J.R. Smith went wild. With Lee Yin's support, J.R. Smith played like Michael Jordan. He hoisted all kinds of ill-advised three-pointers, yet they kept falling. Lee Yin realized that J.R. truly had a hot hand streak. When he got going, he was incredibly accurate. After using the playmaker ability twice, Lee Yin's subsequent passes to J.R. were unboosted, but J.R. Smith still managed to sink the shots. Not only the Cavaliers, but even the Nuggets' own teammates found it hard to handle. Nene was internally frustrated. J.R. I know you can score, but what's the point of shooting before I've even crossed half court? The panting Nene hadn't even touched the ball. It felt so unparticipatory. J.R. Smith had never enjoyed himself so much. He felt that Lee Yin was a little angel sent by God. Under the relentless three-point barrage, the Cavaliers nearly collapsed, and the score gap widened instantly. After a timeout, the Cavaliers hurriedly sent their starters back in. On the Nuggets side, the red-hot J.R. Smith remained on the court. The lineup: Lee Yin, Allen Iverson, J.R. Smith, Carmelo Anthony, and Kenyon Martin. George Karl's unintentional move opened the door to tactical innovation for the Nuggets. Lee Yin was kept on the court by George Karl simply because he was too effective to be taken off. Previously, such a grueling workload was typically reserved for Allen Iverson. The answer's average playing time often exceeded 42 minutes per game, an unimaginable figure for later players like Kawhi Leonard and Paul George. Those two were undeniably skilled, but the problem was they rarely played. Boss Ballmer paid the highest luxury tax, yet the Clippers could only contend for championships during the offseason. Anthony shifted to the power forward position, leaving Lee Yin to guard James. Lee Yin finally experienced the full force of James' drive, his chest aching from the impact. Fortunately, James didn't press the attack relentlessly. He kept looking for opportunities to feed Big Z. Big Z had a clear advantage in size and strength over Kenyon Martin, who was only 206 centimeters tall, and James' court vision was impeccable. Cavaliers possession. Big Z muscled past Kenyon Martin and hit a right-handed hook shot. Kenyon Martin had little answer for it. It was foreseeable that if Draymond Green were in this era, expecting him to defend traditional centers would be unrealistic. In this era, centers still possessed solid fundamentals, unlike the later generation of leapers who could only catch and finish. Nuggets possession. After receiving the inbound pass, Lee Yin accelerated. The Nuggets boasted strong athleticism, allowing them to traverse the half-court with remarkable speed. In contrast, the Cavaliers' Big Z and Gooden were completely unable to keep up with the Nuggets' pace. When the Nuggets launched their offense, only James and the two guards had managed to get into position. A 5-on-3 situation in the frontcourt left James bewildered. How in the world were they supposed to defend this? James moved inside to guard Kenyon Martin. Hughes and Gibson also picked up the relatively smaller Allen Iverson and J.R. Smith. Both Lee Yin and Anthony were left wide open. Lee Yin passed the ball to Melo on the right side of the three-point line. Without any unnecessary moves, Anthony adjusted his rhythm and launched a three-pointer. The ball arced through the air like a rainbow, and with a swish it found nothing but net. By the time Anthony had released the shot, the two Cavaliers' big men had only just arrived, gasping for breath. Wow, the Nuggets have picked up the pace, and the Cavaliers' big men can't keep up. Carmelo Anthony is completely unguarded. The next 3 possessions were a replay of the same scene. For the Nuggets, Kenyon Martin finished with a dunk, and Anthony knocked down 2 three-pointers. James was completely baffled. What could he do? If he went to guard Anthony, Kenyon Martin was left open. If he guarded Kenyon Martin, Anthony was unguarded. Hughes and Gibson could only defend the backcourt players. The tall and sturdy Melo was simply unstoppable. In 4 possessions, he had hit 3 three-pointers. Anthony was ecstatic, performing his signature three-point celebration, the three-finger head tap. On the other side, Big Z, James, and Gooden each scored 2 points, converting 3 out of 4 possessions, an efficiency that couldn't be called low. But the Nuggets had racked up 11 points in that span, widening the lead by another 5 points in just 2 minutes. Mike Brown immediately called a timeout. As a coach from the Spurs system, he had considerable insight into defense. However, faced with this version of the Nuggets, he found himself at a loss. The Nuggets' play just now was practically a replica of the Suns' 7 seconds or less offense. Steve Nash had won back-to-back regular season MVPs with this very style, becoming the second guard to achieve this feat after Magic Johnson. The Arizona wind had already swept through the league, but now how could one defend against the Nuggets, who possessed even stronger individual talent? Unbelievable. Inside the TNT studio, Barkley was ecstatic with the Nuggets just running the 7-second offense. That was beautiful. Did Denver also train in such tactics, or was it purely Leanne's individual brilliance? One Phoenix Suns is already tough enough, and now here comes a Denver Nuggets. The most critical thing is that the Nuggets' finishing ability is absurdly strong. They have two powerhouses in Carmelo Anthony and Allen Iverson. Smith remarked Leanne's physicality is also much stronger than Steve Nash's. Targeting him is still quite difficult. Just as everyone was wondering how the Cavaliers would adjust to counter the Suns' version, Nuggets George Karl directly substituted Leanne off the court. Leanne hadn't rested at all. With a significant lead, it was perfectly reasonable to give him a break. The Cavaliers replaced Zydrunas Ilgauskas with Anderson Varejao and brought in the defensively superior Eric Snow for Daniel Gibson. The Nuggets brought on Nene for Leanne. Iverson shifted to point guard to control the ball. His ball handling ability was flawless, but he lacked in court vision. Given the answer's height, once he was trapped, it became difficult to spot his teammates. Iverson's assist style was somewhat monotonous, relying mostly on drive and kick plays. As a result, the Nuggets reverted to their old ways of isolation play in the half-court. Their offensive efficiency dropped a notch, and they traded blows with the Cavaliers in a lively back-and-forth. The first half quickly ended with the Nuggets leading 6,241. Leanne performed excellently, recording 6 points and 13 assists, just one shy of 15 assists. Halftime concluded, and the game resumed quickly. George Karl sent out the lineup of Leanne, Allen Iverson, J.R. Smith, Carmelo Anthony, and Kenyon Martin. Mike Brown had anticipated this and countered with Eric Snow, Larry Hughes, LeBron James, Donyell Marshall, and Brazilian actor Anderson Varejao. This way the Cavaliers could keep up with the pace, but the talent gap was too vast. Except for LeBron James, the other four Cavaliers were outmatched in their matchups. Unlike Nash, Leanne's physicality was formidable. The Cavaliers could only gain an advantage by having James guard him. However, this left Melo Anthony as an unsolvable problem. Conversely, if James defended Anthony, Leanne's point was liberated. The Nuggets' fast-paced storm left Cleveland unable to cope. By the end of the third quarter, the point difference had already ballooned to over 30. James sat on the bench filled with reluctance. He had given his all in this game, yet it was to no avail. In the first 3 quarters, he played almost the entire time, putting up a staggering stat line of 29.7 rebounds and 8 assists. Such offensive efficiency was undeniably impressive, showcasing Jameis' all-around prowess. Had he played the full game, a 40-point triple-double would have been well within reach. Before Russell Westbrook and James Harden elevated NBA stats to monstrous levels, James was the epitome of versatility. These numbers were quintessentially James-esque, a testament to the Kings' all-around brilliance. But against today's Nuggets, the game's flow spiraled beyond Jameis' control. His good friend Carmelo Anthony surprisingly refrained from isolation plays, effortlessly finding open shots. The Nuggets unleashed a whirlwind fast break, exposing the Cavaliers' once vaunted interior as a weakness. Big Z struggled to keep pace with Denver's frenetic tempo. James even felt the Nuggets were more troublesome than the original 7 seconds or less Suns. After 2 years of study, every team knew that to beat the Suns you had to smother Steve Nash. The Suns' brain was Nash, but so was their Achilles heel. Neutralizing him cut off his ability to orchestrate the offense, and without him, since neither Marion nor Stoudemire excelled at playmaking, the Suns became a headless dragon. Thus, when facing the Suns, other teams would relentlessly exhaust Nash on both ends. But this Nuggets team with Leanne, a point guard built like a small forward, was far more durable than Nash from any perspective. Crucially, the Nuggets also boasted Allen Iverson and Carmelo Anthony, 2 titans. Though Iverson wasn't known for playmaking, his ball handling skills were beyond question. Even if the Nuggets engine Leanne left the court, Iverson and Anthony's formidable isolation scoring could easily keep the game close. The more James pondered, the more alarmed he grew. Iverson was aging, but if Anthony and Leanne maintained their level, they would undoubtedly be his lifelong rivals. The Nuggets' immense improvement underscored the importance of a great point guard. James yearned for such a partner. He could handle the ball, but needed an explosive threat to share the burden. Larry Hughes was clearly not up to the task. Eventually, the electronic buzzer sounded. The score froze at 103-119 as the Nuggets routed the Cavaliers on their home court. Leanne amassed a versatile stat line of 10 points, 19 assists, 6 rebounds, 2 steals, and 1 block in just 3 quarters. This was quintessentially Leanne-esque data. Since becoming a starter, he had frequently posted numbers like 10 points, 15 assists, 5 rebounds, 2 steals, and 1 block in many games. Leanne's playmaking along with his steals and blocks were exceptionally outstanding, leading many analysts to deem him elite in these aspects within the league. Leanne's only shortcoming was his scoring ability, lacking the crucial off-the-dribble shooting that top guards possess. Techniques like pull-up jumpers, fadeaways, and step-back jumpers eluded him. His blazing three-point performance against the Trail Blazers seemed more like a fluke. Leanne's offensive style was too classical. Moves like back-to-the-basket play followed by hooks were effective, but not efficient. Nonetheless, this did not negate his excellence. Mainstream sports media generally ranked Leanne as an all-star caliber guard. If he developed off-the-dribble shooting, they believed he would become a transcendent superstar in his own right. A system chime echoed mission complete for defeating the Cavaliers and delivering over 15 assists. Reward Jameis' signature skill, ghostly footwork. Ghostly footwork passive as long as I'm smooth enough no one can sanction me. Skill effect footwork mastery. By compensating with fluid rhythm, you can better execute various footwork changes without incurring the referee's penalty. The system's prompt sounded, and Li Yin smoothly acquired Jame's skill. Another bizarre ability. He was utterly stunned. Can I pull off the 8-step wonder now? Li Yin studied the passive skill, further realizing it was a passive ability that refined ball handling moves and footwork transitions. Damn, Li Yin's excitement was premature. The 8-step wonder was out of reach. It only prevented mistakes like shifting the pivot foot or gathering the ball on a step back. Nevertheless, it was still a formidable skill. Predictably, with this ability, Li Yin would become a new generation master of technical footwork. Despite the loss, James didn't exit immediately. With great sportsmanship, he exchanged embraces and greetings with Iverson and Anthony. To Li Yin's surprise, James congratulated him. Li, your performance was incredible. You're a phenomenal guard. Li Yin hesitated, squeezing out a few words. Thank you, LeBron. He couldn't help it. Facing James, his mind was flooded with Duncan's famous line, the future is yours. But saying that now would clearly be inappropriate. After Li Yin's return, the Denver Nuggets got on the right track. Under Li Yin's orchestration, the frequency of Iverson and Anthony going solo decreased significantly. George Karl, having inadvertently developed the Nuggets' version of the 7-second offense tactic, had been experimenting with it and naturally achieved remarkable results. Of course, under Li Yin's suggestion, the Nuggets did not employ this style of play throughout the entire game. The run-and-gun style placed a considerable burden on the players. Although Iverson and Anthony had no objections to it, some subtle details revealed that they were not particularly fond of the tactic. Having played basketball for so many years, they had their own philosophies, and there was no need to force a change. Similar to the later Golden State Warriors small ball lineup, George Karl would bring in J.R. Smith during the third quarter to execute the 7-second offense. J.R. Smith was the one who truly loved the run-and-gun style. Supported by this frenetic tactic, his perimeter firepower was fully unleashed. For 3 consecutive games, the Nuggets secured easy victories, defeating the Atlanta Hawks, the New Jersey Nets, and the Utah Jazz. The Hawks and Nets were average teams, but the Jazz were no pushovers. This iron-willed team, led by the veteran coach Sloan, had found new Utah duo after Karl Malone and John Stockton. Carlos Boozer and Darren Williams had made tremendous progress under Sloan's tutelage, executing their pick-and-roll plays with masterful precision. Boozer averaged 29 points and 7 rebounds this season, while Darren Williams also put up 16, 2 points and 3 assists, establishing themselves as one of the league's most formidable duos. The Jazz also featured center Mehmet Okur, who averaged 17, 6 points and 2 rebounds. Okur was a unique center with his offensive focus leaning toward the perimeter, rarely attacking the basket. His shooting ability was outstanding, often making it difficult for defenders to guard him. This season, Okur's three-point shooting percentage was an impressive 38%, making him an exceptional perimeter shooter in terms of both volume and efficiency. The versatile warrior known as AK-47, Andrei Kirilenko, served as the team's universal glue, elevating the Jazz's performance on both ends of the court. Additionally, the Jazz boasted formidable players like Derek Fisher, Matt Harpring, and Ronnie Brewer. The Jazz's record was closely trailing the Nuggets, and they performed exceptionally well in clashes against strong opponents. In matchups against powerhouses like the Spurs, Mavericks, and Suns, the Jazz had their share of wins and losses, earning a reputation as a tough nut to crack. However, this universally acknowledged tough nut was thoroughly crushed by the Nuggets. In the first half, the Jazz managed to keep the score close, but in the third quarter, they were overwhelmed by a wave of Nuggets offense. Previously, Boozer and Okur had been exploiting opposing centers by pulling them away from the basket. But against the Nuggets, they found themselves being outmaneuvered and exhausted. They simply couldn't keep up with the Nuggets' frantic pace of transition offense, forced to run back and forth endlessly. Veteran coach Sloan tried to neutralize Li Yin, the engine, but the Nuggets had a backup engine. Allen Iverson, the answer, handled the ball with incredible ease. With dual engines driving the offense, the Jazz were bewildered. Even when they managed to slow the game to a half-court set, the Jazz had no advantage. Anthony and Iverson tore through their defense. Unstoppable. The Jazz surrendered after 3 quarters, and the Nuggets clocked out early once again. The Nuggets extended their winning streak to 5 games, with Li Yin averaging an astonishing 11, 4 points and 17, 2 assists, 6 rebounds, 2 steals, and 2 blocks per game. This explosive performance earned Li Yin his first NBA accolade, the Western Conference Player of the Week. The title Chinese Magician resounded across the nation. The formidable Nuggets shook the entire NBA, drawing unprecedented attention to this small-market team that had never won a championship. Allen Iverson, the No. 1 pick of the 96 Golden Generation, Carmelo Anthony, the No. 3 pick of the 03 Platinum Generation, and the magical Chinese Magician Li Yin. Fans discovered that this Nuggets team had real potential. Could the answer finally realize his dream this year? Iverson's fans were ecstatic. The NBA league was also thrilled. Although the Nuggets were a small-market team, their players generated immense buzz. Anthony was the equal rival to LeBron James, the twin prodigies of their era. The answer, Iverson, was a hero in the hearts of countless fans, and Li Yin was the pride of the entire mysterious East. With an excited heart and trembling hands, David Stern marveled at the overwhelming attention, admiring his own foresight. This young man, Li Yan, was truly living up to expectations. Li Yan's popularity soared, earning him fervent support from fans on both sides of the Pacific. At this time, the results of the final round of All-Star voting were announced. Li Yan's vote count reached an astonishing number, placing him third overall behind LeBron James and Kobe Bryant, surpassing numerous superstars. Unlike Yao Ming's rookie season, when he controversially overtook Shaquille O'Neal for an All-Star start, Li Yan's selection as an All-Star starter this time sparked little debate. Although Tracy McGrady and Steve Nash were formidable, Li Yan's performance was equally impressive. Thanks to his highly entertaining passing, even excluding his Chinese fan base, Li Yan had garnered a significant following in the United States. No controversy. Well-deserved. This was the assessment from numerous domestic sports media outlets regarding Li Yan's All-Star starter selection. Li Yan's popularity continued to surge, his defining traits being his dazzling and practical passes, earning him the moniker Magician. When a player acquires a resounding nickname and distinctive characteristics, they are not far from becoming a star. Li Yan was no exception. However, Li Yan's striking good looks stood out in the rugged landscape of the NBA, a key factor in his appeal to American audiences, especially female fans. Coincidentally, Allen Iverson and Carmelo Anthony also attracted many female admirers due to their exceptional appearances among African-American players. In the parlance of fan circles, this allowed for a seamless crossover of fandom. When Iverson and Anthony's fans saw Li Yan, their adoration naturally and effortlessly spread. Do handsome guys always flock together? Many female fans marveled, overjoyed that Iverson, Anthony, and Li Yan, three heartthrobs, had united on the Nuggets. Especially Li Yan, with his exquisite features and robust physique further enhanced by the allure of the mysterious East. For North American female fans, it was an irresistible combination. It proved that aesthetic standards between East and West were aligned. There was no need for self-deception about a so-called Asian high-fashion face. Even in Hollywood, several actresses openly expressed their admiration for Li Yan, finding him utterly captivating. This surging popularity translated into lucrative sponsorships from countless advertisers. Especially given China's rapid transformation, no major brand could afford to overlook this global market. They had witnessed the power of the mysterious East. Yao Ming's meteoric rise had enriched sponsors who bet on him, and the Rockets' valuation soared repeatedly. Now Li Yan had arrived, and what a revelation, a guard. In the NBA, guards commanded far greater market appeal than centers. Fortune truly favors the bold. The sneaker giant's insulting initial offer of $600,000 over 2 years for Li Yan now seemed laughable. Yet recalling that their initial renewal offer for Yao Ming was merely $1.6 million over 4 years, it became understandable. After all, Yao Ming was a #1 pick, while Li Yan was merely a temp without a fully guaranteed contract. Boss, we've received the sneaker giant's latest offer, $40 million over 5 years with a promise to launch your signature shoes this season, Li Yan's agent team reported. Signature shoes, a hallmark of superstar status, with only a select few in the NBA enjoying such a privilege. And $40 million over 5 years was substantial. For comparison, Chris Paul, the representative rising point guard, had signed with Jordan Brand for just $4 million annually. Kobe Bryant's first shoe contract was $48 million over 6 years, and LeBron James' $90 million over 7 years set a historic record. Of course, LeBron James was the chosen one. Even with the boost from the Chinese market, the sneaker giant didn't believe Li Yan could match the king's value. Li Yan remained unruffled, even amused. As a man with a system, was this an insult to him or the system? The old Li Yan might have signed, but now he brimmed with confidence. Tell them no deal unless it matches LeBron James' contract, Li Yan stated. What? Boss, that'll kill negotiations. They won't give you a deal like LeBron's. No deal. I never intended to negotiate. Li Yan was resolute. Boss, the sneaker giant holds the most sway in the NBA and globally. Shouldn't we reconsider? They weren't always the top dog until they got Jordan, Li Yan said calmly. It'll prove who the basketball god of this era is. Whoa. A sharp intake of breath came from the other end. Their boss truly harbored grand ambitions. But then again, in just a few months, Li Yan had risen from water boy to all-star starter. Wasn't that a miracle? Taking it a step further seemed reasonable. And as a loyal employee, since the boss had made up his mind, it was his duty to strive tirelessly to achieve that goal. Bossier or other brand offers Adidas at $45 million over 5 years, Lining at $30 million over 5 years plus equity, and Ta at $30 million over 5 years with a separate sub-brand, like Jordan under Nike, $361 at $40 million over 5 years plus equity. Li Yan's agent team thoroughly compiled all offers. They ultimately advised that if Li Yan wanted to gamble on a meteoric rise, domestic brands offering equity were the best choice. Weighing all domestic brand offers and product competitiveness, they recommended choosing between Lining and Ta. From a professional standpoint, despite higher offers from other domestic brands, career considerations dictated partnering with reliable ones. Currently, Lining and Ta produced decent basketball shoes in China. Others looked good on the surface, but lacked substance. Li Yan wouldn't jeopardize his career for money. Then negotiate with Lining and Ta. We're not charities. Maximize the benefits. Li Yan instructed. Roger that, boss. You're so decisive. The voice on the phone added a final flattery. News of Li Yin rejecting the sneaker giant's $40 million offer trended. The article stated he demanded a contract matching LeBron James before talks could begin. This caused an uproar shaking the entire basketball world. American media generally believe that even as an all-star, Li Yin shouldn't be so overambitious. LeBron James was the chosen one. Li Yin's value merely hinged on the Chinese market. Without China, though, talented Li Yin didn't measure up to top-tier stars. Kobe, James, Wade, Iverson, McGrady, Nash, Carter. Li Yin had many names ahead of him. Youngsters needed to stay grounded. Of course, many supported Li Yin, especially Chinese media and fans learning he would sign with a domestic brand. This was monumental. Chinese enterprises were rapidly expanding, needing a catalyst to conquer the world. And Li Yin might be the key to unlocking that miracle. If foreign brands could do it, why couldn't they? The 2007 NBA All-Star Game was held in the Sin City of Las Vegas, making it the first city without an NBA team to host the All-Star festivities. As the organizer of this All-Star event, the Las Vegas Convention and Visitors Authority spent $5 million. However, according to Las Vegas estimates, 250 spectators would flood the gambling city during the All-Star period from February 15th to 19th, generating $27 million in local revenue. Additionally, hosting the All-Star Game would greatly benefit Las Vegas' global promotion, as 13 of its annual tourists are foreigners. It was a win-win situation where the NBA's premier event would collide with the opulent Las Vegas, sparking extraordinary brilliance. Recently, the final All-Star roster was finally announced. Western Conference starters: Kevin Garnett, Timberwolves; Tim Duncan, Spurs; Kobe Bryant, Lakers; Li Yin, Nuggets; Allen Iverson, Nuggets. Western Conference reserves: Tracy McGrady, Rockets; Dirk Nowitzki, Mavericks; Carmelo Anthony, Nuggets; Sean Marion, Suns; Amare Stoudemire, Suns; Tony Parker, Spurs; and Ray Allen, Supersonics. Eastern Conference starters: King James, LeBron James, Cavaliers; Chris Bosh, Raptors; Shaq, Shaquille O'Neal, Heat; Flash, Dwayne Wade, Heat; Agent Zero, Gilbert Arenas, Wizards. Eastern Conference reserves: Vince Carter, Nets; Karen Butler, Wizards; Dwight Howard, Magic; Chauncey Billups, Pistons; Richard Hamilton, Pistons; Jermaine O'Neal, Pacers; and Joe Johnson, Hawks. The four players who withdrew due to injury were Yao Ming of the Rockets, Carlos Boozer of the Jazz, Steve Nash of the Suns, and Jason Kidd of the Nets. Among them, Yao Ming was a starter, while the other three were reserves. The Denver Nuggets became the biggest winners, with Li Yin and Iverson entering the Western Conference starting lineup, and Anthony also being selected as a reserve. The Suns missed the opportunity to have three players selected simultaneously due to Steve Nash's injury. Notably, this All-Star Game also marked the emergence of the 0-3 Platinum generation. LeBron James, Carmelo Anthony, Dwayne Wade, and Chris Bosh were all selected for the All-Star Game, with James, Wade, and Bosh being starters. At this moment in New Orleans and Utah, Chris Paul and Darren Williams wore grim expressions. Being selected for the All-Star Game not only signifies recognition of one's abilities, but also exponentially increases a player's commercial value through enhanced influence. Therefore, from any perspective, making the All-Star roster means a player has arrived, a dream for countless NBA players. Chris Paul and Darren Williams naturally aspired to this as well. As the twin stars of the 2005 draft, they represented the new generation of guards beloved by countless fans and had successfully become the core and face of their respective teams. If Li Yin hadn't been selected, they wouldn't have had much objection, as the other names on the list were all seasoned veterans with illustrious reputations. But now they could no longer tolerate it. Li Yin, a player from a later draft than them, had made the All-Star team. On what grounds? Statistically, they outperformed him. In terms of team record, Li Yin merely benefited from the overall strength of his squad. Was it simply because he was Chinese, allowing him to squeeze out Shaquille O'Neal for a starting spot, just like Yao Ming did back then? Chris Paul drew a parallel, seeing himself as the Shaq of this era. In truth, Paul overestimated himself. He bore no comparison to the Shaq of those days, but the future point guard clearly lacked self-awareness. FK, this guy is so arrogant. Chris Paul gritted his teeth as he watched Li Yin's radiant smile on the television screen. He took the spot that rightfully belonged to us, Chris Paul said to Darren Williams over the phone. If it wasn't mine, it should have been yours. It should never have gone to this guy. Darren Williams agreed with Chris Paul's sentiment. He had always been unconvinced by Li Yin. Even after their recent clash where the Jazz suffered a crushing defeat to the Nuggets, Darren Williams did not believe Li Yin was superior to him. He attributed Li Yin's success to Iverson and Anthony, noting that both were ranked second and third in scoring. We need to teach him a lesson, Darren Williams said to Chris Paul. We can't let this rookie ride rush out over us, Darren Williams added. Although Darren Williams and Chris Paul couldn't participate in the All-Star Game itself, they could still compete in the Rookie Challenge. The league no longer had a rule barring All-Star Game participants from playing in the Rookie Challenge, as evidenced by Yao Ming, who in his sophomore year participated in both the All-Star Game and the Rookie Challenge. Recent reports confirmed that Li Yin would take part in the Rookie Challenge, the Skills Challenge, and the All-Star Game. Consequently, on the first day of the All-Star weekend, Li Yin would face off against second-year players Chris Paul and Darren Williams in the Rookie Challenge as a rookie. In distant Denver, Li Yin, who was experiencing the nightlife with Iverson and Anthony, had no idea he had suddenly incurred the wrath of two petty, elite point guards. After defeating the Kings at home, the Nuggets concluded all games before the All-Star break. Allen Iverson and Anthony prepared to head to Las Vegas for the All-Star festivities while the rest of the Nuggets would enjoy a well-deserved break. After being named an All-Star starter, Allen received countless congratulations, including from Beiji and Mimi. Beiji said over the phone, "Lee, congratulations on being an All-Star starter. They'll be in Las Vegas to cheer you on. How's your English? They'll teach you then. I'm staying at the Luxor Hotel." Allen recalled his wild night with Beiji and couldn't help but feel excited. After Beiji, Mimi also sent her congratulations. "Lee, I'm so happy for you. I knew you were the best. I'm going to Las Vegas to support you. I'm staying at the Paris Hotel room 5202. You can come up." Allen exclaimed, inwardly feeling he had reached the pinnacle of life. Beautiful women inviting him and even having the hotel room ready. What kind of experience was this? The All-Star Weekend is a grand performance show, a festival for fans where they can witness the most popular stars in the entire NBA league. Beyond the main event, the All-Star Weekend also features the Rising Stars Challenge on the first day and several individual competitions on the second. Interspersed throughout the event are fan activities and media interviews offering NBA players an excellent opportunity to showcase themselves. Under the NBA's strong invitation, Allen participated not only in the Rising Stars Challenge and the main game, but also in the Skills Challenge. This year's Skills Challenge boasted a galaxy of stars, including Dwayne Wade, LeBron James, Kobe Bryant, and Tony Parker. When Parker learned of the participant list, he joked that aside from himself, those guys should be competing in the slam dunk contest. Now with Allen, Parker no longer felt alone. The lineup for the Skills Challenge was unprecedentedly strong. It was reported that the NBA League also wanted to invite Allen Iverson, but the answer declined. Iverson said half-jokingly, "Since Lee is going, there's no need for me. The kid will take the championship." Then after some media spin, Iverson's words became, "Lee is the best. Kobe, LeBron, Dwayne, Tony are just trash in front of him." Chris Paul and Darren Williams wanted to join the Skills Challenge, but the NBA officials told them to come back next year. Paul and Williams were even more furious. Allen followed Iverson and Carmelo Anthony to Las Vegas. Although Iverson knew Allen had become wealthy from numerous endorsements, he still booked a presidential suite in a luxurious 5-star hotel for his younger brother. Iverson, with the air of a big brother, helped Allen check in and generously placed the key card to the presidential suite in his hand. "Lee, have a great time." Allen admired Iverson's personality. The answer was truly a wonderful big brother. After parting, they both attended brand events. On such occasions, sponsors naturally wouldn't miss the chance to gain exposure. Allen was very dedicated in promoting the brands as reputation mattered and making money was about sustainability. But night had not yet fallen and his heart was already itching with impatience. After all, 2 beautiful women were waiting for him. Who wouldn't be charmed by that? Allen initially felt a bit guilty, but then he thought, it's a mutual affair. Was there really a problem? There was no problem. Besides, with such fantastical things as a system existing, why should he hold back? If Little Flying Dagger could do it, why couldn't he? After finishing the brand activities, Allen called Sister Ba. A seductive voice answered on the other end. "Great basketball star finally remembered to find me. I thought you'd forgotten about me." "How could I? Sponsor events have just been a bit overwhelming." Before Allen could explain, Sister Ba teased him over the phone, "Come on. I've told the front desk. Hurry over and let me test your English level." While this woman was certainly direct, Allen thought to himself, but this kind of purely transactional relationship wasn't bad either. Everyone was just having fun getting what they needed, and he could replenish his stamina and draw status cards. From this perspective, he didn't stand to lose. He couldn't just randomly pick a lucky audience member to practice his ball handling skills. That would be too chaotic. Besides, not everyone had a social recognition level that met the threshold. Sister Ba was definitely top tier. When Allen arrived at her presidential suite and entered the room, he was stunned. Sister Ba's outfit was quite calculated. She wore a form-fitting gown that accentuated her perfect curves. Below her slender neck, a glimpse of creamy white skin was half hidden, her waist so delicate it seemed barely a handful. Her long, shapely legs were sheathed in black stockings, and even her delicate feet exuded a silent allure, making an enticing invitation. Damn, no man could resist that. Allen took a deep breath, constantly telling himself to stay calm. He was a man of status now, and couldn't afford to look like a lovesick fool. Sister Ba was very pleased with Allen's reaction. She playfully spun around and laughed. "What's wrong? How much of the English I taught you do you still remember?" Allen was burning with desire, teased by Sister Ba. Damn, he couldn't take it anymore. No wonder everyone loved the Wei Wu legacy. Sister was killing him. Allen barely managed to suppress his fire. He said, "Your vocabulary is too limited. I only remember baby fuck, yes, oh my god." Sister Ba hadn't expected Allen to say that. She felt her face flush with embarrassment. This guy was actually criticizing her vocabulary. The skill activated and the system's notification chimed. Ding. Skill activated. Host excitement level at 100 targets. Social recognition threshold reached. Reward status card limit break. Allen examined the newly acquired status card. Status card limit break. Your power knows no bounds. Active skills no longer consume any stamina. For the duration of one segment, you need not be frugal. Wow, this card is pretty good. If I could endlessly use Pancake Master in offense to boost my teammates' shooting accuracy, or infinitely activate Euro Spin after a crossover to enhance my own shooting and on defense, just let loose Flash's contempt. The combat power would be absolutely explosive. Moreover, any future skills could also be activated under this status card. The more Li Yin thought about it, the more excited he became. The next day, Li Yin strode out of the hotel with a buoyant step and dialed Mei Mei's number. A pleasant voice came from the other end of the line. Mei Mei was very excitedly, "Are you free now? I thought you were busy, so I didn't dare contact you." Her voice was as clear as a skylark's, incredibly soothing. After chatting for a while, they agreed on a meeting place. From their interaction, Li Yin could discern the difference between Mei Mei and Ba Jia. Ba Jia was purely transactional. Their meetings had a straightforward purpose, blunt and simple. Mei Mei, however, was different. She couldn't stop chatting with Li Yin. If he hadn't suggested meeting up, she might never have hung up. Li Yin could feel Mei Mei's warmth. Though she would later become a formidable woman with double-digit boyfriends, the current Mei Mei was still remarkably innocent. Li Yin was no saint. He had no intention of rushing in to save her. His sole goal now was to strive for strength and conquer the NBA. Everything else would take its natural course. If fate allowed, all things would fall into place. Li Yin accompanied Mei Mei to the mall. Women were shopping maniacs, and Mei Mei was no exception. After a while, Li Yin found himself laden with bags and parcels. Women's shopping stamina was always astonishing. He did nothing but swipe his card and carry the bags. Of course, Mei Mei had no intention of taking advantage of him. She wasn't short of money. While shopping for herself, Mei Mei also bought quite a few things for Li Yin. Although both were wearing sunglasses, their appearances were too striking. Li Yin's height went without saying, and Mei Mei was a tall girl at 180 centimeters. The two were highly recognizable and soon attracted the attention of onlookers. As the crowd grew and some fans even rushed over to try and get close, Li Yin and Mei Mei had no choice but to retreat. Their exposure didn't last long, but it was more than enough for seasoned paparazzi to track and report. The tabloid journalists went wild, a hot, fresh scoop. Li Yin was an all-star starter and NBA top-tier star, while Mei Mei was a dazzling rising star in the music industry. Their combined popularity was explosive, a fusion of sports and entertainment reminiscent of Beckham and Victoria. Soon the rumor of Li Yin and Mei Mei hit the headlines. Their fame simultaneously dominated the sports and entertainment sections, a true crossover success. Meanwhile, Chris Paul, scrolling through his phone, was grinding his teeth in jealousy. Damn, this kid still has the leisure to chase girls.